A wonderful morning. It is January 20th, 2026, and we are waking up to a lot of drama. There was drama over the long weekend relating to Greenland, more tariffs. I mean, it's our first bigger geopolitical spout this year, but now with everything else this week, from earnings to the Supreme Court, World Economic Forum, what's going on with commodities in Japan? Oh, yes, baby. You got volatility. I mean, this is probably our biggest gap down in a very long time, even with the holiday. Usually things chill out, but nah, you're still gonna be opening up pretty low. And I'm telling you, there is a lot of things that we are going to be juggling. A lot of people are gonna be freaking out. So Chad, I hope you're ready for 7 hours, baby. I hope you're ready for all of it. Remember, we were just talking about that little block. We either get out the block or we stay in. Oh man, I hope you're ready. I need an adjusted good morning. So Chad, I hope you're ready for all of it. God bless America. Are you ready? Are you ready, man? Did you have a good weekend? I might be a little sneezy here, bro. You know that I still been sneezing. So if you hear me sneeze today, I'm gonna just chalk it up to the volatility, baby. What up? What up, George? How you doing, big dumb animal? Hey, that's his name, bro. That's his name. ABC, Lucky Soldier. OJ, Humble Business. AP, PNC, Mr. Edwards, Wookie Jackson, Tyler. Good morning, baby. What up, Uriah? Epic Eric, Legal. What's going on, baby? What up, Mr. Jimenez? What up, Mr. Juve? Lucky Soldier, the real Louie. Good morning. Now with everything else this week, from earnings to the Supreme Court, World Economic Forum. What's up? What up, Zeke? How you doing? Are you ready? Are you ready, Anna? Are you ready, Jackson? Are you ready, Option? Your boy. Good morning. What up, Mr. Garlinger? Devin the Dos Nacho, Kurt McGirt, El Trapado, Mr. Fahadi. How are you, baby? Good morning. What up, Tyree? What up, Zach? What up, Ahmad? Oh, my goodness. So, happy Tuesday. I almost said Monday, so make sure you don't forget. We did have the day off yesterday, but I am telling you, you're going to get some real volatility. Some people already said don't overreact. That's the comment you got out of Besant this morning, so we're going to see where it all leads us. But I do think you have an exciting week ahead, and we have a lot of things that we need to go over. So, here is Josh AI with the news, baby. Good morning.
Greenland. Trump agrees to Davos meeting on Greenland after call with NATO chief. Reaffirms acquisition imperative. Reuters link. Europe considers options to counter with up to $10 trillion in U.S. assets amid Greenland tensions. CNBC. EU maintains hope of de-escalating Trump's tariff pressure through Davos discussions. Politico. Besant doubts Europe's ability to deliver a strong, coordinated response to Greenland tariff threats. FT. Trump links Greenland threat to Nobel Peace Prize snub. Reuters. Trump said Britain's Chagos Islands deal was act of weakness. Another reason Greenland must be acquired. Reuters. FT. Danish government won't send officials to Davos amid tensions with U.S. Bloomberg. Greenland's freshwater reserves gain geopolitical spotlight as global water scarcity intensifies. CNBC. Trade/tariffs. New research indicates Americans bearing 96% of U.S. tariff costs. Link. Trump threatens 200% tariffs on French wines and champagnes after Macron declines Board of Peace invitation. CNBC. China meets key pledge on U.S. soybeans. Bloomberg. Geopolitics. Trump wants countries to sign on to Gaza Board of Peace at Davos, but world leaders skeptical. Axios. Bloomberg. UK government set to approve controversial China mega embassy in London, a week before Starmer arrives in Beijing to nurture trade ties. FT. Reeves urges UK businesses at Davos to position Britain as an appealing alternative to the US. FT. French government moves closer to budget agreement after securing socialist support through concessions. Reuters. Le Parisien. India UAE seal $3 billion LNG deal and target $200 billion bilateral trade by 2032 amid U.S. tariff pressures. CNBC. Markets. Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Europe revives talk of sell America trade, though initial market reaction has been modest. Reuters. Japan's 40-year bond yield tops 4% as traders price in Takaichi stimulus ahead of snap election. FT. 20-year auction meets weaker demand. Bloomberg. Global investors reach hyper-bull sentiment peak with hedging at record lows. B of A survey shows. Reuters. Citigroup downgrades European stocks, citing worsening U.S.-EU relations over Greenland. Bloomberg. Korea Exchange CEO eyes 6K level for Kospi. underpinned by AI trade and corporate reforms, Bloomberg. China's actions to curb excessive trading and margin financing signals preference for slower rally than speculative surge, SCMP. Japan 40YY yield hits record high as fiscal stimulus push weighs on sentiment, Bloomberg as the economy. Fitch warns U.S. tariffs linked to Greenland dispute could cut Eurozone GDP by 0.5% and elevate geopolitical risks, Fitch ratings. Japan PM Takaichi's proposal to suspend food sales tax heightens angst about fiscal trajectory, Bloomberg. UK payrolls drop 43,000 in December. Wage growth hits 3.5-year low in sharp labor market cooling, Guardian. UK faces recession risk from estimated £22 billion economic hit caused by Trump's proposed tariffs, Telegraph. Barclays boosts Taiwan 2026 GDP forecast to 3.9% on U.S. trade deal, flags currency pressure, Bloomberg. Corporate, Google sees developer requests for Gemini API more than double in recent months. The Information. GSK agrees $2.2 billion deal to acquire U.S. biotech RAP Therapeutics for inflammatory disease pipeline, FT. Renault reports 3% rise in 2025 sales volumes driven by Clio and Sandero models, Reuters. Henkel confirms talks with Wendel to potentially acquire Dutch chemical maker Stahl, Bloomberg. BHP iron ore output up 5% year over year in Q2, reaffirms FY guidance, anticipates higher costs related to Janssen Potash project, Bloomberg. Lululemon founder Chip Wilson escalates proxy fight, demands Advent-linked board resignations, Semaphore. ASEAN AI startups focusing on profitability over rapid growth as bubble fears stalk sector, Nikkei. Sony to spin off TV business into 51-49 joint venture with China's TCL for global operations, Nikkei. Central banks, Bessent signals Trump Fed chair pick announcement possible next week, reader odds rising, Bloomberg. Powell to attend Wednesday's SCOTUS hearing over attempted dismissal of Fed Governor Cook, Bloomberg. BOJ seen on hold, Ueda's yen comments, signaling on rate outlook will be eyed, Bloomberg, Reuters. China keeps loan prime rates unchanged as expected. Economists eye further easing, CNBC. Croatia's Vučić selected as next ECB vice president, strengthening Eastern European influence, Bloomberg, FT. Washington, bipartisan healthcare package could be released as soon as Tuesday, includes multi-year renewals of expiring healthcare programs and language aimed at lowering drug prices. Axios. China studying creation of M&A fund to encourage more tech deals and ease hurdles for early investors, Bloomberg. China to implement policies through 2030 aimed at spurring domestic consumption and addressing supply-demand imbalances, Reuters.
There's more. S&P futures, they're down by 1.3 Tuesday morning. Trading Mag 7 names under pressure comes after 3 of the 4 major U.S. indexes finished lower last week. Money center, banks, consumer finance names among the notable underperformers, while some pockets of big tech also on the defensive. However, Brett, the bright spot, with the equal weight rallying or gaining 0.7 and small caps rallied more than 2% last week. Treasuries mostly weaker with the curve steepening, longer-term yields up 7 to 10 basis points. Dollar is off by 0.9, gold is up 3.1, silver up 7.2, Bitcoin off by 1.9, and WTI is up by 0.3. Risk off coming out of a long holiday weekend in the U.S., Trump's 10% tariff threat over Greenland, and potential EU countermeasures. However, also plenty of BTD talk given easy, sensible de-escalation path in Wednesday meeting in Davos. While trade geopolitics dominating the headlines, a few other dynamics also in focus. Big backup in JGB yields on snap election, food tax cut, another source of global market angst. Trump affordability speech in Davos expected to put more focus on the Main Street is greater than Wall Street messaging from the White House that has hit some of the pockets of the market. Potential heightened AI trade dispersion with Anthropic's Claude code tool getting the latest buzz. Biggest macro headlines this week will likely revolve around Trump's Greenland meetings and affordability speech in Davos on Wednesday, SCOTUS hearing on Fed Governor Cook on Wednesday, and potential SCOTUS decision on tariffs. Note the Fed is in a quiet period ahead of the January meeting next week, and Bessent said Trump's Fed pick could come as soon as next week. Rider odds are moving up. Reader, nothing on the economic calendar this morning. Construction spending for September, October, December, pending home sales scheduled for Wednesday. Wednesday also brings $13 billion auction of 20-year notes. Third release of Q3 GDP, personal spending and income report for October and November. Weekly jobless claims out on Thursday. Friday brings S&P Global Flash PMIs and final University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Service now. They are boosted by AI agent integration deal with OpenAI. MMM, 3M, full-year organic growth and midpoint of EPS guide a bit light. Fastenal missed on GM and operating income. DHI helped by revenue closing beat and reiterated full-year guide. USB Q4 results and full-year 26 guide. Key beat but stock lagging. FITB higher following beat helped by better fees and expenses. Netflix reports this afternoon. Changed WBD bid to all cash as widely previewed. Leg rejected bid from Somni Group. Financial Times said supplier of parts for NVIDIA H200 chips have paused production after China blocked shipments. Apple regained top spot in China on strong holiday quarter. Trump threatened to sue JPM over alleged debanking. Micron building Taiwan chip fabrication site for $1.8 billion. Kenvue and Kimberly Clark in focus with study published on Lancet last Friday that found no link between use of acetaminophen during pregnancy and neurodevelopmental disorders in children. Lulu proxy fight heating up with founder Chip Wilson reportedly pushing to get PE firm Advent off of the board. Wow, Kimberly Habibi. You see Kimberly? It would make a long term. I think he's going to do good today, too. You know that because, yeah, it's a different set of names. But we got some pre-market movers. EQT, they're up by 4.1. Natural gas, 12% after Arctic blast forecast. CTRA is up by 3.3. Natural gas. ServiceNow is up 2.3. OpenAI and ServiceNow. LNG up 1.4. Again, it's all related to the cold weather people are expecting. Netflix up 1.3. Amended agreement with WBD for all cash and earnings today. 1.1. UBS off earnings. IBRX up 22. Potential resubmission of SBLA for Activa. For papillary NMIBC with FDA. Sermal up 9.1. Greenland. CRK is up by 6.2. Natural gas. NVAX up 5.5. License and option agreement with Pfizer for Matrix adjuvant technology. AR is up by 5.1. Natural gas. OGN up 4.7. Sun Pharma considers acquiring Oregonon. ARDX is up by 4.3. Zydus Life Sciences in talks to acquire Artilex. USAR 3.1 to develop facility in France. VIA is up by 2.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. MEC up 2.3. Jefferies upgrade. Enphase 1.8. Goldman upgrade. RAPT 63. GSK to acquire for $58 a share. CRVS up 45. Data from cohort 4 phase 1 trial. RMTI is up 16 off guidance. Mass up 13 preliminary Q4. NUAI up 12.9 discloses waiver consent with investors with prior security purchase agreement. FCell up 4.5 data center power collaboration. Gold and silver trading higher off a Japan bond route and Trump's Greenland comments. Man, they're killing it. Trading lower, CN down 7 off Bank of America downgrade, Fastenal down 6 off earnings, APP down 5, reports claim AppLovin was used for money laundering, ENTG down 4.9, CFO transition, 3M down 4 off earnings, NTAP down 4.6, Morgan Stanley downgrade, Pinduoduo down 4, China broadens investigation into Pinduoduo, sending SAMR and STA conduct on-site checks. Logi down 4.3, Morgan Stanley downgrade, BWXT down 3, Seaport Research downgrade, Key down 2 off earnings, FitB down 1.8 off earnings, AXTI down 6.2, Needham downgrade, and Murphy Oil down 4.7 confirms presence of non-commercial hydrocarbons at various intervals. I don't know what that means. HE down 4.2, Jeffries downgrade, Stub down 3.4, Citi initiates sell, Roller down 11.5, 1.9 million offering, DGXX, ARMS 200 deployment update, and then crypto-related stocks trading lower. Avah, Habibi. Damn, you're actually still near the low of the day. We were looking a little bit better like an hour ago. But Chattadonia, it's gonna, again, you guys see it, a lot of drama. Yeah, nat gas is killing it. They're saying it's going to be the biggest cold front in the last, 12 years, like an Arctic blast. But beyond that, I mean, you could just add that to the list of everything we are going to be dealing with this week. So, first thing has to do with tariff Greenland. I mean, the fact of more spontaneous tariffs, that's kind of why everybody's freaking out today. But then you also have the Davos speech, whatever he announces from the Fed chair or not. You have Supreme Court on the Fed, you have Supreme Court on tariffs, you have the beginning of earnings, you have the Japanese yields going crazy. We've even got to talk about that a little bit last week, if you recall. But yeah, it's there's a lot going on as far as geopolitical tensions. People are saying that it's going to be easy to de-escalate. So again, people like Scott Bessent, they were saying to chill out. But long story short, there's just a lot that we're juggling with. I mean, it's been a while since we've actually had a movement and some excitement. So I wouldn't get too crazy about it. But if we don't get de-escalation, if they don't come into some sort of positive agreement, then we'll watch the geopolitics, the Sell America trade, all of that. We'll see that come into play. Otherwise, just keep in mind, a lot of people are talking about Japan. They're talking about the United States, but also the EU. I mean, this isn't as easy for them. I mean, long story short, Go look right now. Global bonds, Japanese yields, the gilts, United States, they're all kind of crazy. So everybody kind of has a stake in kind of winding this back. But for now, it's definitely getting people's attentions. Again, watch gold in Japan. That's what we were talking about last week. I was telling you, and I know a lot of people are going to keep bringing this up, but long story short, I mean, once the Japanese yields come down, you'll watch the gold and silver come down. But until the yields in Japan start going down and then lead to our yields going down and people buying risk off, I wouldn't freak out just yet. So keep that in mind, and then watch out for the Fed chair. But if you haven't picked up on it by now, we're already waking up to volatility, and you are going to have a pretty big week ahead of you, my friends. So that's the first part. The second part is how to survive today. Biotech, select staples, commodities, they should hold up. Again, if they already gap up a lot, that may be where you get screwed over, but it just depends on how much we freak out and whether or not we get things walked back, and depending on what we hear. But literally, long duration and certain pockets of the market are going to be good. That's why the first thing I said was, I'm sure Kimberly-Clark is probably going to do fine today, but some of the ones with earnings, I mean, Netflix did a little bit better, but the other front runs, they're going to get clapped there a little bit. Again, even Friday, we saw a lot of biotechs too, so still going to be pockets today. It's just all going to depend on where we settle by the 7 hours. And then I don't know if you noticed, you probably, if you watched the news this morning, a lot of people saying sell America. That's what people wanted to get out of the Powell trade. And now everything going on now from Greenland to Japan, I mean, that's pretty much what they're starting to say. AKA, if you watch TLT go down, AKA bond yields go up on the long end, that's going to be equivalent to the sell America trade. So there's that, and then App had that money laundering rumor, but I don't think they were going to be that crazy. Other than that, everything was just revolving around these main themes, and I'm sure a lot of people are ready to get this day started and see where it levels out, my friends. So other than that, I do have a couple of plays. We're really early. We ran, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even though this is probably our biggest drop in a while, it's not as if it was like super crazy here in the morning. I mean, a lot of the news kind of slowed down and everybody is focusing on all these things going on. And then pretty much the Greenland surprise tariffs and all of that drama, that's kind of what kicked everything into gear. Again, even Japan, people are freaking out. It's tied to the Greenland stuff, but they also had their own policy adjustments that have led us here. The Fed is going to start doing stuff with their bonds. I mean, they said it's not quantitative easing, but essentially, I guess a little less tightening, more or less, or a little bit more support for the bonds. But the bonds are very interesting right now. Like I'm saying, a lot of people today are probably going to bring up Japan, but I encourage you, take a look at TLT. Once again, we are back to that level at the beginning of last year, and literally look at what happened. The bond yields went down or high, and TLT went down, but then this is where the panic happened. So I believe the same thing with Japan, you name it. I'm more worried about when the yields start to go down after a run like this. So just keep your eyes out for it, but also watch the gilts and everything else, and you'll kind of see. I don't think there's a winner out of this. I mean, pretty much if everybody freaks out, I know people want to say sell America trade, but like literally Japan's vulnerable right now. Europe is vulnerable. And then, of course, the United States is vulnerable too if we, again, play that bond freakout level, which we talked about a lot last year, if you guys recall. Yes, the SCOTUS ruling, it's opinion day, so we're going to find out. They might not give us the answer just like last time, but you will get something. And then you have two different topics, Fed Cook, and whether or not she could be fired. And then the other topic is going to be the IEEPA tariffs. Again, Bessent said today he thinks they're not going to clap it on the tariffs, but I mean, again, that would change things. I mean, think about it. This whole freak out with Greenland, that's regarding tariffs. So if the Supreme Court did roll it back, I mean, that would even change a little bit of the freak out that we're getting this morning. Oh, it's going to be a fun day. We'll see, though. I mean, at this point, I kind of agree with Bessent. I wouldn't freak out too early, too fast. I definitely like the volatility, and it's good to finally move around a little bit, but I just think we haven't had anything in a while, and then this kind of shook everything up. I mean, remember, we were talking about, a week ago? They were looking for an excuse for the Sell America trade, so that's just all I think it is at this point, but depending on the next couple of steps and what plays out, I think that's where we're going to really start getting our answers. So, Chattadonia, that being said, if you do have any questions, you could put them in here in a little bit, but I think we might as well begin. I think we might as well get ready. I think we might as well be blessed. And here at the Colts, my friend, the Colts, I guess there's more than one. Before we chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless you and thank y'all, man. And if anybody should be saving the 10%, owning the land, again, all of the background and discipline, I really hope y'all realize we appreciate you. You have a lot of info that you could take advantage of here. And again, I think at the weirdest way, if it would be easier for anybody, I think it would be for those of you who have already shown a level of commitment and discipline in this life that carries over very, very perfectly. But at the very least, I do want to say I appreciate you. We love you, man. The Cult loves you. And big shout out to the families as well. Y'all made your sacrifice as well, too. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Good morning, Chad. Are you ready? Are you ready? Bright and early. I do have a couple of plays. We got good time, though. So we have 9 more minutes till the bell. So any questions, I'll go over the plays here. Let me go pee. Let me go to the bathroom, and then we'll get it started, man. And that's it. And just, I don't know. I wouldn't overreact just too much yet, but you might get a little pockets of opportunity, and then watch out for a certain long duration to kind of do their thing. China military comments? What the fuck is this? Good morning. Good morning. All right, man. We'll start it off with this in the morning. Oh, yeah. Game time.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen, Chattadonia. So are you ready? You ready? I got a couple plays. I'm going to be watching Kimberly Clark, IBRX. That was the play we made even last week. XBI, again, I do think biotechs are in their own little la-la land. Gold and silver, I mean, again, that just tying into all the yields, man. And that's kind of the big deal. But I do think you guys got to get ready for the, let me put it this way. Everybody keeps, like, would you say a tsunami is scary? You know, like tsunamis, like, what's that one movie? What's that one with the big ass tsunami, The Day After Tomorrow or something? You know, the tsunami. So I'm not worried about the yields going high. What you should be worried about is when they pull back and then it starts to go the other way. So literally the yields rocketing up, the moment they start dropping violently, that's probably going to be the tide coming back in. So yeah, people are noticing the tide coming in, but I mean, until it comes back out, there's not going to be a wave. So that's kind of what we've been talking about for a while with all of this other stuff with yields. So keeping your eye out for that. Again, bonds, gold, silver, that'll be one to watch. Netflix, Meta, getting ready for some of the earnings, and then app, and then CRML, and then the CERML. I don't think I've ever said the full ticker. And then LAR, anything related to the minerals, Greenland deal, all of that. Because again, that's the other part. So just remember, you're juggling bond yields, US yields, Japan yields, the drama with EU tariffs, and then the fact that we really haven't done much yet. And then remember, we were just talking too about that volatility picking up. And then I'm sure by the end of the week, we're going to start even talking new Fed chairs. And you got the Fed next week too. So keep all of that in mind. But should be good. Again, 1.5 though. First time we've gapped down like this in a while. And then if you didn't watch it, we made a move on the long term. That was on Friday. I put the video out. It's the first link. So get familiar with it. And again, I think it's actually holding up. I think young Kimberly, not bad actually. A little bit. It was looking good in the morning. Intel's doing good. They got to upgrade this morning. I don't know why they're rocketing up like that. So yeah, you're going to have your little pockets. Yields bad for Bitcoin. It might be. I mean, again, it's not like Bitcoin after last year. It hasn't really been tracking things too well. But, I mean, usually, like I've always said, through last couple years, I'm used to Bitcoin in lower rate environments. So maybe by the time yields start coming down and you see a little bit more risk on or risk off with the bonds and people buying them, that's probably when you'll start to see the Bitcoin move. But for now, I mean, just out of, pure priority, I wouldn't really be concerned with Bitcoin as much as I would be concerned with global bond yields. Because again, people are saying sell America. You could see it on TLT, but go look at the gilts. Go look at the Japanese bonds. That's kind of where it's a global bond yield problem, ironically enough. So we'll see how the World Economic Forum handles all this, considering it is the WEF. So other than that, Chad, get some good call outs. Please don't get banned. Follow the rules. Don't pump on homeboy's head top, Try to get some good information. I will do the same. And then let's see where this 1.5 takes us. It's probably going to be pretty exciting in the first 30 minutes, hour. And then after that, I'm sure we'll start to chill. And then if it turns into like a whole day move, then yeah, that's going to be a whole nother story. So we will see. Denmark decision to divest U.S. treasuries is rooted in poor U.S. government finances, not related to U.S. and Europe. Damn, son. They're going to divest some bonds? See, but that's the thing. They can't. Like, they could try to play that game, but then if, that's what I was saying, like, Besant has a lot of ammo, because we could do the same thing to European bonds right now, and they would get absolutely wrecked. So it's for now, it's a fucked up global bond yield game. And I do think there's a lot of areas people are focusing on, a lot of ways to get distracted today, but I would argue the bonds are important, and, it should track, because you guys remember last year, every time TLT would get here, we kind of had a freak out and jawboning. So, yeah, keep that in mind. I don't think that's disappearing. Only difference is gold and silver are probably double since the last time we've done that. So 1 minute till the bell, my friends. I've given you the plays. I hope you don't get banned. Let's have a good time. And then forgive me if I sneeze. I've been mad sneezy all weekend, bro. So I hope you enjoyed your holiday, though. I hope y'all got a little bit of rest. But now you woke up to bond yields, and people going crazy. NQ longs. If you could give a reasoning, otherwise I'll have to just ban you before the bell. But I mean, again, some people, it's not uncommon for the market to open down like this and then have a nice recovery. I mean, I see that play idea, but you should explain it. Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad. ليه كده حبيبي؟ ليه انت مش عايز explain the play حبيبي؟ انت عبيط. يلا. 20 seconds. And get a long-term. May all your plays pay today. Yeah, and may you get a long-term and take notice of what actually goes up and stays up. Again, some of those biotechs are already in play. There was a bunch of biotech moves in the morning, but none like Friday. Friday, we had a lot of good moves on that. But I will be watching the XBI. All right, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And we're off, so open by 1.5. 1-3 on the SPY. Actually, not too bad. What are those? Are healthcare stocks going up? Interesting. And the space stocks all chilled out. See if those end up catching a bid. Let me see the other one. What was it? IBR. Damn, XBI already dropped already, actually. So that was holding up really good. Now it's just, you really just got to pick and choose on these. Some of those bios from Friday are up, though. So not too bad. And then again, watch the minerals. Minerals and mining plays, any of those are actually doing pretty good, surprisingly enough. Yeah, IBRX. Yeah, those are still holding up very good. Oh my goodness. Those actually did really good. Yeah, IBRX was the one on Friday. So again, couple small caps, and then everything's going to move in line. Watch financials too, actually. I mean, speaking of the whole, bond yields, global bond yields, everything. Just watch out for financials and banks. That might be one. I don't really like SoFi, no. Let's see, and then staples. So Kimberly, staples aren't bad. Take a look. XLP is almost in the green. So like I'm saying, I mean, the Nasdaq's down 1.8. It's actually pretty vicious, but for now, you still have a little bit of these pockets. And then watch out for the Russell too. Just remember that outperformance and everything we were playing there last week. But if staples end up holding up, I mean, you get a little bit of a pocket. That's word to people not all freaking out. You guys understand? You saw this a lot last year too. When we got volatility. Again, if it's really risk off, they're going to dump everything. If it's not risk off and then you get a little bit of rotation, unfortunately, this might be short-lived, as your boy Powell would say. Yeah, oil is waking up. And then I'd watch silver. I don't know why Intel just keeps ripping. Who's the other one? Intel. Oh, Thermal. Yeah, so Thermal's already coming down. LAR, again. Who else? Was it SGML? And like ALB. Yeah, anything related to minerals and metals. And even China, too. Just remember that whole Sell America trade. You might actually get some of that. Actually, low-key, I think China might be one of the easier plays right now. Let me see. Because that's what happened last time, if you guys recall. Remember, we were talking the Sell America trade, and then Baba kind of took off out of nowhere. Spreads are pretty shitty. I'm in a call. Oil, Google. Yeah, 1.7 on the Nasdaq. It's a big one. I mean, again, you even had the day off yesterday where futures usually could have recovered, but they stayed down there. They're just like we went over in the morning. There's just a lot. There's a lot of drama, from bonds to the trade war and everything in between, with all the events and earnings coming up. So again, earnings could change this too. I mean, take note, Netflix is already moving around. Actually, those plays are up from Friday. Oh no, they're up, but they're still lower from depending on when you front ran. Is today the first day of credit cards being capped? I don't know. I know they were going to argue with that plan, but I'm not too sure. We did not talk about RTX in defense. But that's a little pocket there that's doing good. Anything that stays up, it's good. And like I'm saying, if you have these staples in areas that could hold up, I mean, it's not too risk off as much as it is. You know, some stuff just kind of had a nasty gap down. So there's Baba now. Baba's back to green. Like I'm saying there, I kind of like those. Baba. Oh, excuse me. God bless and good luck. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think your long-term, I mean, Intel's up, and then a couple of the other value names are holding up. I'll get you guys a checkup in a little bit. But for now, it's not the worst. We've definitely seen worse, but the indexes are taking it on the head. I mean, NASDAQ came up a little bit, so did the SPY. SPY was a little bit worse on the pre-market. Let's see. You think Trump is going to drop a buy signal like last year? Maybe. I mean, I think it just depends on how this plays out. But for now, I'm not really. I mean, personally, I just think a lot of people were bored. You know, we had a pretty boring start to the year. Nothing was happening, but I don't think this was that crazy. As wild as that may sound, I think it was just our first move in a while. But I think depending on how crazy it gets with the bonds and everything else. Yeah, he leaked the Macron text, and then even the guy this morning, one of the Finland president Stubb, he was talking about it and talking about their discussions there. But like I'm saying here, I still don't think this is you know, I don't think you're gonna derail a lot of these economic trades based on Greenland. It just doesn't give me that vibe. I think, and then again, last week too, you guys saw it, you know, they were trying to hammer home this fucking sell America trade with Jerome Powell, and that didn't even work. Jerome Powell gave you a very rare address and nothing happened. So, you know, finally, this was the thing that got things moving. But I am concerned about all the bond yields. It just depends how it all plays out. Yeah, the VIX is low. So that's why I'm saying I do think, I think if it ever got really bad, I mean, I'm sure Trump and Besant would say something, but at the same time, Besant even said, let this play out. Because that's what we talked about in the morning. A lot of people are bringing this concept up that essentially this is very easy to walk back. You know, obviously Japan has its own issue in like some of those yields, but it's been doing that for a year already. It's not as if like it's not as if Japan yields rocketing up and everybody freaking out with gold and silver. It's not like that's a new concept. I mean, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago, but I do think that like if you really wanted to walk back all of this stuff with Greenland, you could do it in one meeting pretty much. So we'll see, though. At the very least, I like waking up to a little bit more volatility and things moving up. I think that gives you a little more excitement. Yeah, Micron is doing good. And SanDisk. I think all the memory and chip stocks, I mean, give or take, some more than others. NVIDIA and Dell still down. So again, yeah, and SMCI, some are actually really clapped. There's like select memory stocks and chip stocks that are doing good. And then SPY still holding. Staples are doing decent, but they chilled out for a little bit. NVO, they're not exempt from tariffs. They have some of them. I think they did say they were going to build stuff with Eli Lilly, but they have some exemptions, some exposure. Bitcoin, yeah, they're down 4. Where's gold and silver? They're chilling out a little bit. Gold and silver is nutty, man. That's a new high on silver. Even damn fucking copper. Copper got a little bit of a boost. Costco on the high. What up, Staples? Yeah, Walmart. So take note. I mean, you have names. Surprise XBI. There you go. XBI is starting to wake up. But yeah, some industries that are just totally in la la land compared to this, they're not really moving like that. So it's kind of good. Kind of good. And then IBRX, that's the cancer one. And then they had some update today. TSM on the low. And now, yeah, Ethereum and crypto starting to move up. NASDAQ still down 1.6, SPY 1.3, Dow 1.2, and Russell down 0.9. So once again, the Russell is trying to come back up. Remember, that was kind of the major theme last 2 weeks, the whole fucking start of the year. But yeah, Russell is starting to move. Chipotle. They're like, oh my gosh, Greenland terrorists, Japanese bond yields. I should buy a slop bowl. I need my bowl. I need guacamole. I didn't expect that one. You. Yeah, those should do good. Again, Sermal, the ones tied into all of these like mineral trades, they should be a little bit better than not. But again, I mean, so far we haven't done anything. We've moved a little bit up, a little bit down, but SPY and NASDAQ are both very sticky at this gap down level. That's what I was shocked by yesterday. You know, the fact that we gapped down on the holiday on all this shit and then it didn't move up. Even this morning, it looked like we were trying to get it because you would make that move in the pre-market. But yeah, it didn't do any of that. Damn, you're in the money on the IBRXs now. Fuck, man. You're grabbing shorts below calls. Well, listen, I don't know if you were here for the first guy, but, and I mean this with all love and respect, but if you can't tell me a reason and like actionable info, I think you're a bitch. Okay, with all love and respect. So please try to include reasoning, information that's actionable. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to probably keep reminding you. So thank you for shopping at the Stock Market Live. We appreciate you. We get a recovery unless bonds freak out. We can recover without the bonds. That's just the thing. I think the bonds, though, like I'm saying in a weird way, I think a lot of people woke up this morning and they're like, tsunami. But I think the tide is pulling in. And that's where I'm like, don't underestimate. Equities could do whatever they want, but there's definitely a setup being made right now with global bonds. Both U.S., the gilts, Japanese. It's something where we walk it back, all is well. If not, and then it turns into a risk off, and then we start watching a dramatic move and that tide comes back, that's going to be the tsunami. But for now, I mean, I think we could disassociate from it today. It's just going to be more about what is driving equities on the short term. Greenland, green guac. KNX. Yeah, Micron's still running. Yeah, France supports EU Parliament's wish to suspend EU-US trade deal. And then Greer, trade deficit with EU may exceed trade deficit with China for 2025. You're getting some trade comments from both sides. And then a couple biotechs, one at a time, are starting to move up. So again, I'm expecting those to be the outperformer today, but some more than others. Yeah, bro, fucking guacamole on the high. And then Walmart too, so those staples are going to run up a little bit. Not the bad at all, Habibi. And then SPY, I mean, see if we could break out. If we could recover the 1% or wait till the Russell. If that kind of recovers half of that loss today, then that'll start doing its thing. Yeah, Reeves not in Britain's interest to engage with China. China didn't even move much too. And then watch banks. Microsoft, that's the first big tech name, but they're still down a decent amount. ServiceNow is waking up too. Again, they had the news in the morning with OpenAI. They're coming up a little bit. What time is it? Oh, it's only been 15 minutes, man. It's only been 15 minutes. Didn't one of these names, I think it was Rich Robotics, I think they had a delayed earnings that came out today. ServiceNow. And then Netflix still holding up. Again, they're off the news with the cash offer. SPY's going up though, 1.2. France supports EU Parliament. That's the one we just got. Zoitis. Damn, bro. IBRX. Okay, this one's just getting ridiculous now. Let me see.
They downgrade Sienna, saying it's expensive, and demand signals are starting to
Okay, hold
top
on, I need to
out.
blow my
They
nose.
also note that the communications
hold chat.
equipment maker may not get many new orders as hyperscalers reduce their capex, and that leads them to a more cautious outlook. Matt, those shares down 1.4%.
All right, so look at the upgrades and downgrades that we've got. Now, let's go to deal news. Netflix making the latest move in the fight for Warner Brothers. It is now offering, as essentially had been expected, all cash for Warner's studio and streaming business. The offer comes as Netflix gets set to report earnings this afternoon, which makes it all the more interesting. Joining us now with the latest is Bloomberg tech and media co-host Caroline Hyde. It's all one industry. Caroline, so
throw a few other industries into that. AI is everything,
telecoms,
right?
and cars as well. So Netflix, does this change to all cash make it really that much better than it was and that Paramount Skydance's offer is?
The market seems to be interpreting that it's got
I
a fair
sold more
chance. Certainly in
IBRX, I'd made
expediting
some
the
more
deal,
free.
certainly
But
getting
yeah,
it
bro, give
over
me
the
a
hill
second,
of
dog.
pushing back on Paramount, which had, again, time and time again, been saying, look, our deal is more appetizing because it is cash, because Warner Brothers Discovery isn't giving us the clarity on what money they'll be getting for the cable networks, which aren't part of the Netflix offer. This gives more certainty on real money they'll be getting because Netflix's share price has been under
maybe
pressure.
then
Look,
go a little bit east. What do you think is the most likely
Well, I keep
scenario
sneezing and coughing,
for
so
Iran
please hold.
in a year's time?
Well, I cannot predict scenarios about countries. I think that what I just mentioned to you is very important. The region is going through a lot of tensions, and of course we cannot exclude what's happening in Iran and with Iran and from these tensions in the region. And I believe that with all this turmoil around us, we need to be more cool-headed and resort to wisdom. And I think that there are a lot of ways to find solutions that can address the problems and address the issues and provide us with the security assurances that brings us and the Iranian people prosperity in the future. And that's what we are aiming for. We always believe that there is a room for diplomacy, and that's been our approach in the state of Qatar, and we will always keep advocating for peaceful resolution. We need to understand that any escalation will have a consequences. This being tried in Iraq 20 years ago and didn't work. I mean, until now, Iraq Iraq and the region is bearing the consequences of that.
And the Americans would probably argue that that's what they have learned from Iraq and Venezuela.
Well, look, I think, I don't speak on behalf of the U.S., but we are in a continuous dialogue with them, and I believe the U.S.
Oh, my bad, guys. My bad. But yeah, I took some more of the biotechs off the table. Just they went up too much. Well, other than that, I'm chilling. I'd still be watching the earnings plays and then see what ends up leading. And then Kimberly-Clark, you think it's too expensive? I mean, I think it could still go down. I mean, but it doesn't really move a lot. Just pull that chart out. I mean, it's a pretty stable stock over the last like 10 years. That's kind of the whole idea. But I do think I think the bad part is the payout ratio. But yeah, man. Even though it's funny though, like a day like today, even over the weekend, I was using a lot of Kimberly-Clark products. I mean, I wasn't using diapers, but Kleenex and some Benadryl, some allergies, dog. You guys know that? Well, it's J&J, or the Kenvue acquisition. So that gave them a decent amount. UNH home builder is starting to go up. Oil futures. Where's UNG, dude? So again, that's the other part of today. Literally, it's chilled. It was at 24 in the morning. Now it's at 17. But you straight up had Yeah, CRVS, that's a biotech, right? I think it was one in the morning. Corvus Pharmaceuticals up 100%. That might be your biotech. That was IBRX on Friday. That was the big one, but it had some follow through. But yeah, I think they had a. Let me double check. I remember seeing that one. It was not up that much though in the AM. Corvus. Yeah, MO and SanDisk are killing it. Yeah, they had a positive phase 1 trial, atopic dermatitis. So not bad. We potentially will get a Supreme Court ruling. I think today is related to tariffs, and then tomorrow I think will be one of the days we'll hear about Lisa Cook. But yeah, so it does just like every other time. I mean, we've done this now 2 weeks in a row of everybody kind of getting hyped up on it, but yeah, it's not going to, it's not guaranteed. Yeah, it depends. I love the depends. But did you guys get the joke? So you guys did ask me though. You were like, Josh, do I use it in the bathroom? And I said it literally depends. So that should have been a good giveaway. But yeah, we started small with it, and then they have earnings next week. So that's why I was thinking, might as well. I mean, it's probably, if they have bad earnings, it'll probably hit the next low level. I mean, this stock does not move a lot. So I think you'll probably go back to a maybe a 12, 15-year low. And then if they do have good earnings, I think 5% is where it'll probably tap out. Speaking of top, and then Intel's still going, bro. That was an odd one. Agree inflation trajectory in check. SPY going up now, though. Watch the Russell. Watch if that could start to take off. I think if the Russell gets around like 0.5% or lower, things will be chilling out, and then we might repeat what we did the last couple days. But definitely a little bit of scarring. Just depends on how the next headlines come in. And then again, watch the bonds too. Like I was saying earlier, I don't think the market needs the bonds, but that is one of these bigger topics, or it might play out over the next couple of days. Iran got clapped. Oh, they're still up a lot though. Let me see. Where's Iron at? I heard somebody told me this. Oh, they don't even have a PE? Yikes. I heard the craziest thing about Iran over the weekend. I had one of my tech friends explaining. He was like, they're valued like a Bitcoin company, not like a data center. So one of my friends was very, he really likes Iran. Because I told him, I was like, yeah, I heard he didn't even care about the rumor. But that rumor has not materialized. Then Saidu, that's the little shit space stock from last week. Yeah, bro, fucking Intel. Intel said, hi, good morning. Global problems? No problem. Yeah, well, I think this is all just BS today, a lot of it. Because like I'm saying, I mean, if you guys were here last week, you probably heard me talk about the whole, like, Sell America trade. And that's where I think a lot of this is coming from. You know, they were trying to get the whole Powell thing to be sell America, and that didn't work. And then now, you know, kind of letting Trump kind of play out and kind of blowing it out of proportion. Like, that's literally what Besant said this morning. Besant compared today to some of the days in April with all the tariffs. So we'll see, but I do think I don't think this was that crazy. DJT, that's me. Banger. Yeah, Intel's still going against Saidu. IBRX, that chilled out, but still up a lot. And then Corvus is the other biotech that's running. Let's see. What the fuck are these? Yeah, USAR had the France one. Thermal chilled out now, though. So all the mineral plays, even LAR, they calmed down after that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think the tariffs. I think the real thing was the other countries. So, like, I didn't think that, like, Greenland would be that big of a deal. But the fact that he brought up, like, what, the 8 other European nations, that's kind of what added it there. And then you had the Japan thing. Then you had our bond yields. And then it's been a while since we moved. So, it was kind of the nice little perfect storm. But I still don't think it was that crazy. So, again, for now, I mean, it's been, what, 30 minutes and we haven't gone anywhere. We're still kind of holding. Russell recovered a little bit, but SPY, Dow, NASDAQ. NASDAQ's actually not that bad. You had a couple of names take off. DJT, that's me. Hey, I'm Dizzle now waking up. So again, a couple of these chip makers are good. The bigger ones and bigger earnings, except Netflix, they are all lagging. A long term, does that count as a Roth? You can use that, but you know, with all of the new tax breaks and some of the stuff, I mean, I would definitely have an account that's liquid with a little bit more flexibility. Just kind of your own separate account from trading that you hold for 10 years minimum. Telling you, it's good. It's very, very good. I think a lot of people are starting to see. Just, you're going to go through this time anyways. You should have one account that just goes straight up all the time. XLP's selling off? No way. Habibi, le kida. So yeah, I'm surprised on that. XBI too. XBI came up, but they should have been up a lot better. They were all looking very strong in the morning. Kimberly's chilling. Walmart's starting to go down. That could be the staples getting brought down by Wally World. Yeah, you do have the potential in the next couple minutes on the Supreme Court. So again, if it's a big action, you'll get a reaction today, especially with all the volatility. But if not, then I mean, be prepared to dud it out like we have last time. Is that oil on the wall? Where's silver? I think copper chilled out too. Yeah, copper's not up that much anymore. Cop. Actually, silver is holding up pretty decent. Silver, space. The thing bouncing back in no time. It just depends. It could go both ways. I mean, I guess I wouldn't put no time, but I wouldn't call this a big issue. I think I could say that confidently. So, like, I mean, think about it. If you asked me at the beginning of this year what my what my biggest risk of the year was, I wouldn't answer Greenland. So, you know, I'm more concerned with the bonds, and that should track every time, because that's something we talked about a lot last year too. And if you were paying attention, you saw it play out in real time. Every time the bonds got to this level, we kind of had an issue. People would freak out. People would be dramatic. So that's what I chalk it up to. Because again, you have everything else going on with the Supreme Court and all these other things, and the bonds are, I do think, probably the bigger issue. Even tying it into the midterms, the run it hot theme, all of that. Yeah, Supreme Court's today. I mean, literally in the next couple minutes, we should start to hear from it. Nike's going up. So again, give it like a couple minutes, and then depending on how that all plays out, you'll figure out whether or not we have a tariff decision or not from the Supreme Court. And then I do believe tomorrow we get the Lisa Cook one. Oh, and right now we get the peach, baby. Oh, no, are you kidding me? Bradley Frizzle. Oh, happy Greenland Day. How do you feel about Greenland? How about we should make a bid for Peachland? You know that? We should turn Greenland into Peachland. What do you say? I'm down. What up, baby? Good morning. Happy long weekend, brother. I hope you had a good one. Oh, man. You have a theory precious metals are running since importing has no tariff. Yes and no. I think it's the run it hot theme. I see what you're saying. I don't think that's the main reason for, how the outsized move in metals. I think it has to do with policy, government stockpiles, central banks, dollar debasement. There's a lot of things. But do you guys remember me telling you, again, I think I showed all of you in the morning, but you guys don't remember me telling you, I think I could find it. And I was trying to explain to y'all how gold, when gold goes down, gold is going to go down when Japanese yields go down. I think I told you guys that in the morning last week. So for now, I think it's related to bond yields. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people want to focus on, they're like, oh, U.S. bond yields are bad. Oh, Japan bond yields are bad. It's take a big step back and you're going to realize everybody in the world, their bonds are fucking clapped. And then now look at commodities and the dollar debasement or any debasement. So yeah, that's kind of so I think it's a lot of factors. Silver's taking off now, so watch out. We're going a little lower, so that's kind of the same trade from the morning with silver up, gold, and that's what I'm saying. Some of this freak out, people are more willing to go to commodities. This is a fear trade mixed in with, again, a lot of demand trade coming from whether it's AI or, like I'm saying, central banks and other stuff. Peachland, you guys like Peachland? I like Peachland. That's it. We'll negotiate at the WEF. We're gonna change the name of Peach Nation to Peachland. We must secure a strategic peach position. So it's for the airfare. What's it called? Air dominance. Mining names are going up again. Silver is starting to run. SPY coming down now. So a lot of this short-lived. Again, you have a little bit of. You got a couple pockets doing good, and some are still literally. Intel's up 5. And some of the other ones, but yeah, that's it. The Japanese issue is worse than the 24 carry trade, how the market is not dumping. I disagree with that. I think the problem is you'll know when it's bad when the yields come down. That's what I was saying. It even ties into gold and silver. I know there's a lot of people, fear mongering about Japan, and I think a lot of people just don't understand it. But if you have been listening to me, I have said this for a very long time, and it's been over a year of Japanese yields just going straight up with nothing happening. And this is exactly why. I think the tide is pulling back, but you haven't got the big wave yet. You want to see a carry trade blow up, it's going to be with lower Japanese yields. And a lot of people have trouble understanding that because they think the high yields is a bad thing, and it is, but that's not what breaks the camel's back, essentially. And that's what I'm saying. You'll even see it on our bonds too. I would be more concerned with an aggressive move down in yields than waking up to yields rocketing up how they are today, especially after the yields go up substantially. So that's why nothing's happened. If you guys haven't noticed, I mean, the Japanese yields have done this several times so far. So let's see. Yeah, I've been saying this one for a minute. You guys don't remember? Literally all of last year. So remember, it would start to break above 2-ish and people would go crazy, 1.8. Same exact story, right? This one's a big move, but I'm telling you, look at what happened in April. The same thing happened to global bond yields. Don't ignore this. The problem happens when the yields rocket down. That's what I'm even telling you. You know what's going to happen that day? When that happens and the Japanese yields and the U.S. yields go down, you're going to watch gold and silver go down. That's what I've been trying to tell people, because for now you're like, oh, buy gold, buy that, but it's no, that's when you're gonna watch it kind of break. It's when the yields spike down. That's what's happened every time. So for now, yeah, this is part 1 of the carry trade, but the carry trade blowing up, it's gonna be yields rocketing down, and then when those yields rocket down, then the show is over. Pizza. And then LPTH. Didn't we make a play on that the other day? Light the path. Oh, yeah, I think those expired. Netflix introducing real-time voting? What? For what? What are we voting on? Russia, Dmitriev began series of business meetings in Davos. TKMS working with German Norwegian firms for a multi-billion investment for Canada. Submarines. Feels really slow, yeah, 100%. All things considered. It was. I'm just surprised the drama held for longer than a day with the holiday. Oh, excuse me, guys. Please hold. Oh, very, very mucusy today. I think I got allergies. I don't know what happened over the weekend, bro. But yeah, I don't think this move was that crazy. It's more surprising that it held up, but we have a lot in store today, and it's past 7 right now. So it's been 6 minutes. You haven't heard from the what's it called? From the Supreme Court, so we might not get anything. I can't tell if I'm sick or if it's allergies, but I had a good weekend, and then like literally like yesterday, I just kept sneezing, and then I'm very stuffy. Was coming out right at 10, and then there's no decision. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Usually if it takes a couple minutes, then probably not. Now, every time they delayed it, and then people... You could go check the Supreme Court website. DJ, that's me. Qatar to encourage champions to be global players. Yeah, well, the premiums are just rocking it up on Friday, so this kind of slowed it down even with the earnings. That's what kind of sucked. But then, again, I do think earnings is going to be a little pocket. I'm just glad that we got to move. I mean, remember, we were talking about either staying in this box or not. So that's a fat gap down. I mean, like I said, too, once the dollar starts moving, that's reminiscent to the beginning of the year. But just like I think this is bullshit. I mean, like I'm telling you, it feels like as of last week, they were trying so hard to hammer home a Sell America trade, and then Powell's surprise video didn't work. And then now you're, again, now kind of being dramatic over Trump's decision. It doesn't really track well with me, but at the same time, it does highlight the global bond yields. So, like, if you ask me coming into today, am I worried about Greenland? No. Yeah, Supreme Court does not issue ruling in challenge to legality of Trump's tariffs. So yeah, nothing. But like, if you ask me this morning, I'm not worried about Greenland. Not like zero, like maybe 5% I'm worried about Greenland. I don't think, remember, the tariffs, the trade, you guys don't remember middle of last year when Trump, after the whole freak out, nobody gave a shit of any tariffs. I mean, it's not a real effect. I mean, it's real, but it's not this dramatic. It didn't kill us. I just think the global bond yields are a little bit more worrisome than not, and that Sell America trade is more destructive to the run it hot theme. It's destructive to affordability. It's destructive to Trump. That's more destructive than a fucking tariff on Greenland or trying to take over Greenland. I don't think that's the issue. But SPY's going down, and yeah, that's confirmed. No ruling. No ruling. DJ, that's me. Is this back to the open? Give or take. Saying, bro, it's not. We haven't moved. We got a little bit higher there earlier, but it's not really moving too much. But all right, you got one little set of news out the way. Again, you're going to deal with the Supreme Court stuff tomorrow as well. Then we're going to have the rest of the Davos stuff, and then a lot more of the announcements from Trump come in tomorrow. But you are going to hear from him today, I believe, too. DJ, that's me. Abel. It's so funny what's like up and not today. It's a mixed bag. Let me get you a checkup. Let's see, actually. Show me what you're working with. Save it fast. Woof. NASDAQ has 85 in the red, 16 in the green. So yeah, Micron, Western Digital, Seagate, Monolithic, AMD, ARM, Intel, Melly, Dexcom, Netflix, Monster, Lam Research, Marvel, O'Reilly, Comcast, and Take-Two. Those are the only names green on the NASDAQ. 86 in the red. Dow Jones, 28 in the red. 2 in the green. PG and UNH. So yeah, everything's still majorly risk off. And then SPY, 437 in the red. 64 in the green. So it's probably half of that list coming from the other one, the NASDAQ. So yeah, you're still going down. I mean, it's about 90% in the red. There's only you got your little pockets that are holding up, a couple of small caps and bios, but yeah, most of the stuff gap down and is staying down. No, delayed. They haven't issued a response yet on the tariffs. So you're still going to hear what the Supreme Court has to say about tariffs, just not today. Or they have not yet to make their decision. ACHC, Bitcoin, silver is held up too. So again, silver kind of preceded the move back down. IBIT. City says airlines, restaurants will be very affected by cap and credit card rates. Oh, there was Trump to. This was in the morning.
Great game tonight. Congratulations to Indiana. It was really turned out to be a great game. Two great teams, wonderful teams
2 hours ago.
with a lot of talent. We enjoyed it very much. Our country's doing very well. We have many buildings opening, factories opening. We've never had anything like it. And I think you're going to see results very soon. You're already really seeing them. But we have more money being invested in our country than any country in history. As you know, the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's with me right now, has a lot to report. I don't know if you want to say a couple of words, Doug, but you might want to say how well we're doing as a country.
Well, with President Trump's leadership, we've got inflation coming down, we've got investment going up, we've got taxes going down. We've got energy prices down. Everything is aligned for us to have a banner year in 2026. And the interest in building and investing in our country has never been greater.
There's never been anything like it. The money being invested in our country is unparalleled. There's never been anything even close. By many times more than China or any other country. Do you have any questions?
What will President Davos, or what will be your message?
Well, I think I have a lot of messages for Davos, but the primary message is how well the United States is doing. And I say it all the time. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we have the hottest country in the world. I mean, you're beneficiaries too. And you look, some of you have 401ks. You don't have to tell me your numbers are the best they've ever been. And the stock market's at an all-time high. We are just doing great. So I think the message at Davos, we're leaving, going to have an interesting time. We have a lot of meetings scheduled, but the message for Davos is how incredible our country is doing.
Did you see your letter that you wrote to Prime Minister saying that the Nobel Prize has influenced your thinking on Greenland?
No, I don't care about the Nobel Prize. First of all, a very fine woman felt that I deserved it and really wanted me to have the Nobel Prize, and I appreciate that. If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But I really don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. And I think I've saved tens of millions of lives. If you look at India, Pakistan, just as one, 2 nuclear powers, you look at so many
the market
of the
gap down today?
countries that were in a 30, in some cases, a 35-year war, and I got it done.
Thank you. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Wow, that was a loud jet. Run it hot, baby. The mortgage rates aren't going down because of all this drama, but let's see, give it a couple days, because I think today just kind of put a spotlight that this isn't just the United States. Every single global bond yield is kind of getting clapped right now. And I think that's a little bit more concerning than not. Yeah, ALTS, you guys had that Mar-a-Lago news right before. I don't think that one moved. Did Katos, and that one's still up? There's only a few names. Literally, there's like 15, 20 names that are up right now. You're not looking at your portfolio today? So it's not that bad. I mean, I just think it's exciting. We had a day with actually moving, but I don't think this is that crazy. Our portfolio's up! What up, diversification? Yeah, your long term should be up today. I mean, shout out to Intel. And then, a couple of staples out there, but yeah. No worries, Habibi. No worries. It's funny, the big account is up, but then the small account is down. Well, I guess they're the same size now, about to be. So don't miss the rebuild. They are in Switzerland. So I'm nervous though. You know why? You guys want me to give you 10? My girl was just in Davos. She was there a couple weeks ago, and then she got sick in Davos. And then I think she got me sick. So be safe out there. Be safe and I don't trust Davos. But yeah, they're all in Switzerland. Did you see the fucking jets fly in and shit? It was pretty dope. The run it hot is basically only worry about macro news. Not just, I don't know if you watched the video, it's just pretty much higher growth where they're not going to kill inflation, but they're going to try to grow the economy, and at the cost of slightly higher prices. But the whole idea is, from policy to central banks, they're going to run everything up. Again, it's to get political capital in the midterms, as well as just the economy in general, where, again, if you want to get rid of inflation, it's going to come at the cost of the economy. Whereas they're kind of saying they'd rather gamble and grow out of it than shrink into it, I would say, is the best way to simplify it. All right, bonds coming up now a little bit. I wouldn't call that a fear reaction. Then Eli Lilly as well, and then banks, Bank of America, JP Morgan. Adabe. I put Adabe in the video. So I put the video what I bought for the long term, and I talked about some of the other names, but we'll see what happens after Kimberly-Clark earnings and a couple more months in this year. But if some of these growth names are still out there, I'm really down. But yeah, Adobe is getting clobbered. I saw an Adobe ad the other day. I think you already missed the dividend on KMB. That's the only thing that sucks. AMCI silver coming down now, so watch out for this. This one's weird because bonds went up a little bit. SPY's still near the low, but now this time silver and gold might be coming down. That one's a little weird because, again, 5-10 minutes ago, you just had silver going up while the market was coming down. That could be off of the bonds. And then you got no love out of any tech. Again, you just got these little pockets that are holding up. Then a couple more bios are moving up too. Solventum. Hi. Pola. I added to the long term on Friday. And then I put out the video last night. Yeah, I mean, Intel, I'd expect a pre-earnings move, but I am a little shocked by another 5% the day before on a day like today. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Immune Bio, again. XBI is still doing good, but everything's still in the red. I mean, Russell's even back down to 1.2, NASDAQ 1.8, but it's still practically the same setup from the morning, and it's been just under an hour here. Where are the banks? Yeah, JP Morgan, XLF, still down 1-2. Edwards, then they have earnings. Again, that was on one of our lists last week. And then Eli Lilly waking up. They're back to green now. That's a name going red to green. NVO's still down. Is it? And I think NVO might be going down because they're Danish. Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they Danish? Don't they get, I think all their earnings are in the, was it the Deutschmark? Or is that German? I'm a little slow today. DJD, that's me. Sap. Oh, man. Excuse me. I didn't have time. My bad. That's your sneeze of the week. Alts, Don Jr. That was, again, they were just pumping that 10 minutes ago. So I was coming out again. Literally, right before I went to that last bathroom break. So if you want it, and then IBRX, a couple biotech. SPY just took a stick up. Hi, good morning. So let's see what we got. If that could hold up and get follow through, that might wake everybody up. Syrian reached a deal with Kurdish forces. I don't see any. Oh, Lutnick's talking. No, is this old?
We can have policies.
This might be old. But yeah, you're starting to make it move up. So be on the lookout. Anybody talking, a Lutnick comment, or again, we are going to get Trump in a little bit. U.S. to press ahead with trade deal despite tensions, Bessent says. That was in the morning. But yeah, you got your first little stick. So now the silver move. Silver's like, bro, silver is like literally at like a 5-10 minute lag. What I'm saying is, was weird. Silver went down and we were still down, and now look, now it tracks perfectly. Yeah, NVO is Danish. Macron says no G7 meeting is scheduled for Thursday. All right, you're starting to go up a little bit. PBYI is another biotech. So yeah, NVO, I think, because Eli Lilly went up, but NVO is Danish, so that could be some of the extra lag. Yeah, no tariff news was about, what, 20 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago? But yeah, SPY just had that pop again. I'd watch gold and silver. I think low-key silver might just lead it for you, because now that's matched up, but we're still not out of this range from the morning. But SPY is looking good. ACHC. You remember those? There's no news for now on that. Again, we got a couple of comments on Macron, the Syrian president. I have a video of Lutnick, but I don't know if this is live. Do you guys know if this is
national
live?
security people to address.
I don't think it might be, but I don't know.
Right.
Right.
The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick would like us to have?
Do you
them?
know if
Does
this is live?
logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago
this
now
could
that
be
I
it, though,
gave a
honestly.
speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building
I don't see any
security
other
and
headlines
resilience
on it. Let me double check.
in your economy.
But it's just not
And
hitting
the
live,
days
like,
when
you're not getting
it didn't matter
quotes
where
from it.
things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad. And then again, when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs.
Yeah, I think this
are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, and nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always has been,
to do a
and
deal
always
with us,
will
and we
be.
love you. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those.
Sure.
Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. But we're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it's
but
things
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example.
And I think silver is going to lead the way.
We have some reserves
as long as
of
silver
lithium
keeps
and
going down, the
tungsten.
market's
We're
probably going
not
to pick
gonna
up.
be a big global supplier of
I think it's a mix of these Lutnick comments, and then you did have that Besant update too.
And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come, but we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security, and we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared
you're starting to break out a little bit, but I mean, it's all within 1%. Look at the Russell, though. Is at 0.6, like I told you, 0.5, kind of the signal for this morning.
Others in the administration,
and then just see what happens with silver or gold. That'll also give you another signal of whether or not this bounce will hold.
Achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward.
Sound like
and one thing, and
it
goes
sound
back
like
to
a
Howard,
Sesame
I think
Street
that the world see a
WEF.
better, clearer nexus between
sound
food
like Ernie?
security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resiliency in the system? I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say you have to go back to 1945, the fall of
All right,
the
man.
Berlin
High Tinker's
Wall. It's
almost
everything.
fully
It's
gassed.
geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply
I don't
chain.
know if you guys
it's
realize.
AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time.
Chips, any of the
And
18
when
that
you
were up, I
realize
think a
that,
couple
as
flipped right
we've
here, bro.
done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners.
Yeah, Dow,
allies,
you
and
had
friends.
4
We've
more
been
names
blessed
go
by geography.
green. NASDAQ,
We
about
share a
10 more went
continent.
red,
We've been
or green,
trading with
excuse
each
me.
other. We've been
And then
exchanging.
SPY,
Actually,
60 names
we're
going
one
green
of
on
the
that
biggest
move.
customer of the
So
United
again, it was
States. We buy
Lutnick
more from
comments
the US
mixed
than
in with
China, Japan, and the UK
update
combined.
from
So
Bassett there, and
2/3
then
of the
just
United
overall
States of
silver
Canada
and
is their
other things
first
chilling
export
out.
market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do for us, you know, do a step change. How we're going to be, you know, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale, because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say, when I look at Canada, you know, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy, and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. And I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we, you know, make sure that we improve the resilience in the system?
Greer,
and we've
I
seen
might
what
meet
other
with
actors have
Chinese
been trying to do
officials
with critical
before Trump
minerals.
Beijing.
So we need to learn from that, and we've said let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, at the point of our in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So
give it a couple minutes.
I think we're in a unique position to work in a
very
very concrete way to build the resilience in the system.
And then Nasdaq came about 0.5%.
I think going back to the worker, the point of our, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent at 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for the U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8. We're bullish, and we think that's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling them these aren't going to work, these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country.
Trump will not attend
at the same time protecting our citizens. The thing, and it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. You're talking about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that?
Yeah, you had a solid 60 names turn up on that.
Is becoming a real problem.
But still, I'd watch silver. If silver bounces, I think this little mini rally stops. And then if silver keeps dying, I think you'll be able to move up more. Well, you didn't really get anything, to be honest.
There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies.
It's more bond yields than anything.
You think
today,
there's incremental value, but let us explain. What do you really want?
Your first big gap down in a while.
But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people. Because by the way, the rest of the people are just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best? How do you think about that? While protecting your citizens from big bad banks, or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that.
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with How do you deal with local rules and regulations? It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape and, the geo-strategy of companies has been elevated.
They just give about 10 a.m. is when they have their opinions.
To be a
so
board-level
conversation. They post them.
94%
so
of
tomorrow
our
we're going to hear about the
that
either
we
tariffs
survey
again, but then also
really
first available date to hear
money,
about the Lisa Cook case.
To really games, and scenario plan, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency you talked about. I mean, that's what's so important for these organizations.
I think they're still
just
gassing
being here
though.
last year.
Again, silver's kind of chilling. Intel, any of those leaders
uncertainty,
are still doing good.
Compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see, and we'll take some time to see how we pivot. I think now our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait. So they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about it, the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay, that's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done.
Silver going up
Absent
now.
the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and
urges
all the
allies to
deployments
work
and
together.
investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle with. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates
a couple mineral plays are going up too, and then some tech that was hot last week, and even space stocks are coming back
in a lot of ways, and so deals can get
done.
done.
There hasn't been
like
anything too decisive yet.
Is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing, focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's ISSB, the company set standards. We're happy to agree with those, and those are developed with business. The firms, the major firms developing, so business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y, you are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with a facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Janet, this corresponds to your experience.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession. We've got different standards for different companies listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute to critical minerals. What we need is speed and scale. This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role, and the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in the way the interaction that you can have. And honestly, when, there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and, the background what we're trying to achieve. Because if you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that, were long-standing that we needed to do. And Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these investments that are waiting, I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I'd love to go out to the audience with some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, at the time.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for American First, and specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence, and what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
All right, so silver up, it's starting to slow down.
I think there was let's see, another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which we've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row.
Yeah,
we'll start around.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions. Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us, right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically define mediocrity one way or the other. And President Trump thinks quite differently. We are the best credit in the world. Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high. It's just binary. Our rates should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion U.S. economy. And if rates were lower,
so that's part
you
of
would
running
see
hot.
us hit 6%.
Think about it. That's
what
a
is
crazy
holding us
GDP,
back
you
is
guys.
ourselves. Okay, we are going to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and
high
success,
nominal growth.
and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows our energy policy, follows our digital policy, so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act.
Yeah, bro,
the
that
digital
silver
this, the digital
indicator
that.
today is going to be fired.
Europe has
silver has like a 3-minute jump on everything today.
With fines.
So silver goes back up, we're going to dump. Silver comes back down, you're going to keep ripping.
More than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here, they tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build, and let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether they should hire or right? Should it be independent?
Von der Leyen proposed Iran export.
Well, thank you for putting me in it. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The president has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense, but he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating
it's hard to run it
answer.
hot if the
It segues
Fed
very well with the AI discourse
like
as
they're
well
scared
about the urgency
when
of
they
the
cut
current
the
moment.
shit.
And
They
the
ran it hot
coincidence
when
of the
inflation
AI
was at
boom
9.
with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Marine Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and indeed respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago the previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation.
I think SanDisk is going to keep, and all the memory stocks are going to keep doing that, but
target by late spring, early summer,
I think it's already
and that
up
will
a fuck
enable
ton.
the Bank of England.
If anything, you
to
just
not
get
take
lucky with Intel
shortcuts,
now, but
enable the
again,
bank to,
I'm not really a
cut
buyer of
interest
Intel right now either.
Well, actually, on Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation.
Greenland. Wasn't that the one last time, the SPAC?
Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex?
You saying horseshit?
Where you had some microscopic snails that as a result were stopping any houses being built. You know, in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now.
This is live. The Letnick comments are hitting now.
We've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure,
She said we cared more about microscopic snails
you name it, the data centers. And, you know, Ruth Porat, who's here this week, and others at Google, and all of your big US companies are building data centers in Britain because we're making it easier for them to do so. And we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain. But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Marine's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier today, and we've missed out on opportunities for British businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America do business in China. We want to help British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest, but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you're unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here smiling at me with the tie, woman here in the check top, and then
America.
Gent here in the middle. Oh, have we got over here? We'll do 4. Okay, where you go.
John Hills from ITV News. A question for Mr. Lutnick, if I can.
Mr. Lutnick.
From the UK, Mr. Lutnick. It is said that President Trump rather likes and admires shows of strength. What will happen if Europe does decide to respond with tariffs?
Lutnick's face.
Lady here in the red checked top.
Lutnick's face.
I'm going to ask exactly the same one about retaliatory tariffs, so I'll ask a different one.
This is a good question.
Isn't there likely to become a point at which financial markets, this is one for the Trade Secretary, isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets start to become concerned, as they did a couple of years ago in the UK, about the credibility of institutions, about whether the US is a reliable place to go to do business, whether they can trust the rule of law, whether there's so much uncertainty about the sort of trade environment and so on that it becomes a riskier place to invest?
I'm going to take 2 more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and failed the United States. And you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter
this is
or
the
not?
reason we're tripping out today. Part of it.
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime on April 2nd, the world was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then,
no, they're just doing the questions. They're doing them like 2 or 3 at a time. That's why it's
you
like
will
a weird
see
delay.
all
Sounds
of the
funny.
key indicators are up. The UK stock
Yeah, that
market's
iridium
up.
stock's
Europe's
still
stock
going.
market is up. Japan is up. Korea is up. They are all up because, as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between 2 countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people are talking and paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to
Iridium,
the way it was
they got some
in April.
upgrades
I just
too.
don't see
I don't know
that
if that's a
happening.
SPAC,
What I
but
see
they did
happening
get mentioned
is
on something
diplomacy
related to
and talking
the Greenland shit, and
at
then
the
silver's
table
coming
rather
back
than
down.
action, which is
So that's
something
gonna
I
be
think the
good.
president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States allowed it to be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe. That all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same. right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history. And Sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it,
now.
The critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong. And now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals to fix it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone.
Google's starting to move now.
Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
And what happens if Europe retaliates with tariffs of its own, Mr. Lutnick?
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began. And it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States and Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great allies. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree, but it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner that, in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change, I've just said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 2026.
Run it hot.
That's just my opinion. But so far, in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%, and the whole world said, you gotta be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy, winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
As he went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all content, even though we're a very services-oriented economy, it's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of
that's Bank of America,
national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier, which did pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned a lesson in COVID. When you woke up and you didn't have personal protective equipment. The idea that all the masks
all the Europeans for
surgeons to conduct business in every hospital in the world were coming from like 2 places. And that's not a sensible way. And was it 10 cents cheaper, 15 cents cheaper, $1 cheaper? So I think the question is really job content, which is the workers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and so I've seen that happen. It's job content. It's also what you need to make sure you really have ownership of, and then the other stuff. This shirt you can be more flexible on, and that's the history of the Northeast having the shirt-making industry, the Southeast having a shirt-making industry, and then offshore. But the designers and the thinking about it, making it wearable, you want that on your shore. And I think it's, but our country's been successful. There's no question. The question is, can we be successful in the next big arc? That's the question, and that's what Howard's trying to articulate.
Yeah.
I think. I don't want to I would never put words in the hammer's mouth. But I think that's what he's trying to say.
Can I give you the last word? No, and honestly, from my perspective, I look at what our clients are coming to us on, and they want, greater collaboration across the globe on things that matter to them and to impact them. And they want us to have a stronger voice to help bring that type of collaboration, to our clients to make it easier for them to do business. Brian said it earlier.
Larry Fink asked us in his opening address to kind of raise the tone of the conversation here and to be willing to engage in, if necessary, quite forthright argument. And I think our panel has squarely met that challenge. I'd like to thank everyone here for contributing, and thank you very much for the fantastic questions.
At the worst time. I think we're gonna get another one soon, so that's gonna be on all day, and then you're gonna get they're gonna take a couple of breaks, and they're gonna get Trump. But for the most part, you had that little rally there. I think it had to depend on it was like 50-60 names coming up, and then a little bit of the minerals or metals chilling out. But other than that, man, again, I hope you guys are seeing it. It's still the general vibe. You see the questions that they asked about this whole economic warfare, the Greenland, the tariffs, but do you guys see, though, like what people were saying in the morning, where this could easily be walked back? Because, again, you got to hear from Carney and a couple of others, and then you had everybody at that meeting. It doesn't seem like it's beef. That's what I'm saying. I think it's all just drama, but I do think global bond yields are probably the more concerning part about all of this. So, not too bad, my friends. DJT, that's me. So, other than that, good morning. What time is it? 8:07, so we're about like 23 minutes away from Euro close. We'll see if that changes anything. You'll get another one of these meetings probably soon, and then we'll see where it leads. I think, what's her name, though, actually? Oh, damn. No, they're already going to the other one, and then your girl's going to come on here soon. Oh, no, they moved her back to 10. So, yeah, here's Carney.
To improve the welfare
I'm only
of
playing
the
these
people
because it's
of,
better than
Palestine.
me coughing.
But we want to see it delivered direct.
I hope you are listening
to
for any
those
call.
outcomes,
I'm just
those
watching
outcomes
Silver at this
promoting
point.
peace,
I think that's
and
going to do everything, and then some of these other plays that have popped up.
Final question.
There's DJT News, Iran, or Iridium.
President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing? And is it over?
I think, well, look,
why do you go,
understanding how the world works, having an appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives.
Micron Intel, they killed it.
That's a good thing, and it also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now, and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global, it won't cover the globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
All right, man, Davos. So other than that, man, very dramatic start to the week. But nothing got worse from literally Monday. I mean, think about it. The news really hit last Friday. So yeah, we've kind of been in here. Greenland's saying to prepare for potential invasion, for possible military invasion, even though it's unlikely. I don't know. Where'd you get that from? But be careful, because like I'm saying, after hearing some of these speeches so far, it doesn't seem like they're beefing. I don't know. Like I'm saying, I think there's more drama around the bond yields, but this doesn't seem like everybody's like tripping. You got that headline too. Greenland saying to prepare for potential invasion. So see, that sounds like a way more dramatic one. And then again, watch the Sell America trades. So that's going to be part of it, especially if the bonds keep getting clapped. And then we're up here, silver and SPY kind of moving in tandem. Like I'm saying, silver down I think is bullish. Silver up is a little bearish. That's kind of how it's been playing out. Why they wouldn't want to sell to create a full funded Norway style. I think they just don't like the approach. I mean, nobody, it's kind of emotional. And like nobody wants to just give their territory to this guy who keeps saying, give it to me. But that's what people are talking. I think JP Morgan put it out. But essentially, I think they're just gonna agree on like a strategic partnership. That's what I was even saying last week. It seems like that's more realistic than not. But I don't think I think it'd be actually shocking if we were able to fully buy Greenland and turn it to the 51st, 52nd state or whatever. But yeah, I think this is just all drama leading into it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think, I think the shock and awe gave us a reaction, but more so the bond yields and other things around the globe. And the fact that we haven't really had anything to react to, I think that's what's driving it. Damn, GFS, that's running alongside Intel. Yeah, XLP has done good. Again, the biotechs took off. So look, SPY's starting to break out again. I mean, ever since that first little 10 a.m. rally, we've still been holding up. The Denmark, it is. I do think it's a big distraction. I mean, again, you woke up to it this morning. Everybody saying, sell America, sell America. You remember, it's kind of what we were talking about last week with the Powell trade. That's why I was like, just be on the lookout for it. But then the Powell thing faded, and it didn't really cause the sell America trade. But this stuff today, it really did. So we'll see. And then again, though, that all just comes right back to the bonds. And remember, the bonds, just like last year, the bonds going to that danger zone, that's what gives us problems. That's what gets us political volatility, stock volatility, all of that stuff. And that's, again, it's kind of happening again. It's just first time we've seen it in a while. Remember, bond volatility has been extremely low, pretty much up until this opening of the week. Yeah, Greenland's army. I mean, dude, Greenland, it's 50,000 people. It's not big. But, I mean, it makes sense that Trump wants it for location-wise. But at the same time, it's just like the only thing I don't agree with is like being aggressive with like a NATO ally, where it just seems kind of pointless. But then at the same time, it's like if these guys are very timid, I mean, and it might be just as easy for Russia or China to exert an influence there. But for the most part, I do still think the market is tripping way too hard on Greenland. But then again, I just think that's the big distraction, the big noise today. But you start sifting through everything we got this week, from the earnings, the Supreme Court, potential new Fed. We got the Fed next week, and then also the global bond yields. It's like there's a little bit more to this story. And then it does seem like, just like last year, people are trying to get a dollar moving and get the dollar moving, and then talk about this whole Sell America theme. Kimberly, very good. Yeah, GFS though, they're actually launching. So again, Kimberly has earnings, I think, next week. And speaking of Denmark, NVO, not too bad. They were on fire last week. You want BlackBerry? I remember back in the day when BlackBerry, did you remember BBM? Where like BlackBerry was like the first iMessage, but we've seen it come and go with like the hype. I think last time we played these was when NVIDIA, we did the Nokia plays. So for now, I wouldn't really add this to the long term though, unfortunately. But good luck with it. Coca-Cola, more staples going up. ACLX is another bio. I think. That is a good point. If you added Greenland or Canada, it would change the composition of Congress. I think you're really correct. Those Europeans are hella liberal, dude. European Canada, very, very liberal. FDA announces draft guidance for MRD as primary endpoints of multiple myeloma. That was early in the morning. That's for ACLX. It would be added as a territory, no Congress representation. So yeah, it'd be like Puerto Rico. Ionic going up, Rigetti, RR, all of those other ones. I mean, Russell's doing the best today, 0.4. And then you haven't really moved out of here with silver yet. INDV. What is that? Defense? Defiance long? I remember we were listening to it last week. I think they're going to get it's just going to be some sort of collaboration, strong collaboration with the United States, and then that's it. And then then we're going to go, think about it. You should ask yourself this too. Because if you are trying to make plays around this, like, what are you going to do if by the end of the WEF here, Davos, what happens if we solve this? What's the next thing? And then that's where I think all these bond questions and everything else come into play. And then staples are starting to run here a little bit. XLP's down, I think, because of Walmart. Walmart's adding drag, but a lot of the rest of them are going up. I'm seeing a lot of random ones popping up. Kimberly, all of them, Habibi. And then Intel chilling, not as up, but GFS, that's the one that keeps running. Then SPY still had this little pop from the morning. We're just like slightly higher. It's the Russell. That's like low key the only thing going up here. Let's see. Dow Jones, 25 in the red. 5 in the green. NASDAQ, 71 in the red, 30 in the green. So it's about like 10 or 15 names that went green from earlier. And then 355 on the SPY, 143 in the red. Slick Charts LT picks killing it. Yeah, bro, if you had any of those cheaper value plays last year, I mean, at the end of last year, I mean, the staple rally to start off this year has been hot. So I'm glad we got to get some. I'm glad we even got to add the Kimberly. So we'll see where it leads us. And then again, after these earnings, they're either going to keep ripping up or we'll get another shot at it. And then again, I hope you guys see it. I mean, that was besides the word kerfluffle, I think you heard your boy talk a lot about Lutnick talked a lot about GDP, and that literally relates directly to everything we were talking about yesterday. You know, the whole run it hot trade. You're going to get Chancellor Reeves. There was a time when they were letting people buy silver for $20. Most of the history. That's what it's crazy. But unfortunately, we just don't know where it's going to settle. Because that is the biggest fear that I have of silver, is that if it does what it has done since like the 1850s, it's going to be in like a 10-year minimum bear market. And then you're going to look back in the same way you're like, I can't believe they were letting people buy it for 20. You're going to be like, I can't believe motherfuckers were buying it for 100. So think about it. That's why most of the history, if you said buy silver, like right now, if I said I'll sell you silver at $35 an ounce, you would be like, that's a great deal. But if you ask most people throughout the history of time, they would say you're a fucking idiot. Because why would you buy silver? Again, silver just has not moved. But then again, related to the dollar debasement, all these other things going on, it's just like, yeah, we are in a new era, but it depends where things chill out and where it kind of all settles. I mean, again, same thing goes with like fucking RAM and computer products. Hard Cat, Wayfair on the low. We're chilling though, bro. Kind of boring with how much drama we woke up with, but I'm kind of grateful we got a move today. It's nice, bro. We started off the year pretty slow, so we need some drama. Where is the VIX? Wow, highest VIX of the year, dog. The gap down looks pretty violent when you look at it on a daily chart, but yeah, the continuation today still been pretty minor. Doesn't it just put us back into the box? Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we moved. I mean, again, the more we get these shakeups, it just sucks because, again, remember last year, like a lot of these shakeups were bullshit. You know, they just either manufacture a narrative or Trump does something and then they make it seem way bigger than what it was. I mean, that's literally how but then again, it offered us a lot of discounts, gave us volatility. So, it's bittersweet, but before you know it, I mean, the sad part about all of this is just fucking up the bond market. This is fucking up the bond market. It's fucking up mortgages. I mean, people are talking about what everything this means for, your mortgages aren't coming down. Like, in a weird way, this threatens the run it hot theme. As long as bonds keep doing this. But then I think the real issue, especially after the whole weekend and looking at it, this has nothing to do, or it's not only the United States. And I think a lot of people want it to be only the United States, hence the Sell America trade, but it's just not. I mean, everybody, Australia, Japan, Canada, you name it, they're all terrible in terms of bonds. I mean, Japan, again, I think I already said that. But yeah, that's the part that gets this kind of more fascinating, because no matter what's happening right now, spending, tariffs, you name it, I mean, these bond yields are all pretty terrible. So it's not like, and why? You really got to ask yourself why, especially how things have played out over the last like 12, 18 months and where actual real inflation's at. We're even talking about run it hot and, willing to deal with higher inflation, but it's not like, it's not like it's going too crazy. You got DDR5 RAM for 110, not bad. A multifamily you think I'm making an offer on? Sure. Just all you got to, I mean, right now in real estate, you just got to make sure you're comping it fair and just don't over assume too much on that. And then you got to think about repairs. But I've been seeing good deals. Somebody sent me one the other day. I need to get back to you. Whoever sent me that one in, like, was it Michigan? PWR, Illumina, a couple more biotechs. SMCI's running. Where's NIVDA? And silver just chill. I mean, this is literally going to be my indicator for the day. Yeah, I got the Bank of America. Idlewild, a good one to buy real estate. If you could get an Airbnb license. If you can't, then they just don't have high rents. That place bubbled out. I don't know if you saw Idlewild in like 2020 to like 2022. The prices like tripled, and then they cracked down on Airbnb, and then it turned into Palm Springs. The same exact thing happened in Palm Springs. Oh, did you guys feel that? There was an earthquake in Palm Springs yesterday. I didn't really feel it, but I saw Twitter go crazy. But yeah, that's the other part too. Some places are still driven by Airbnb demand, and then either the lack thereof, it does affect it. Rhombus. Where is it? Broadcom on the low. I mean, the bigger tech stocks are down. You had an earthquake in Illinois. Tariff news, we might get some, yes. like later today, and then I think Trump is going to be speaking there. But you're not going to be getting the Supreme Court stuff. You have to wait till tomorrow for another potential update on that. But yeah, SPY came down a little bit. Silver hasn't moved again. I think it's a couple of bigger tech names that are moving down. And then a couple of other consumer staples, even discretionary. So we're still kind of holding the same setup from the morning. I think staples will be green without Walmart. But yeah, you're right back below VWAP, just barely above where we opened. Hayes Therapeutics, another biotech. Habibi. Maybe that's why. You have Anthropic CEO. Again, weren't they just talking about that earlier today with Claude? People were going
to make
crazy.
Frontier AI reliably safe and controllable in real-world deployment.
So yeah, bro, every 10, 20 minutes you're going to get one of these.
I think we need to make more progress on mechanistic interpretability, which is the science of looking inside the models. One of the problems when we train these models is that we don't know, you can't be sure they're going to do what you think they're going to do. You can talk to the model in one context, it can say all kinds of things.
SYPR
just
is
as with
a
human, that may not be a faithful representation of what they're actually thinking. If they tell you, I'm doing X because Y, they might be doing X for a completely different reason. They might be lying about doing X. Like, we're very used to these problems with
they
humans.
Received award
but
for
they
global
exist
truck
with AI
OEM.
as well. And so any kind of phenomenological testing or
Advanced
training,
manual
we can't be
transmission
certain
for
of.
heavy trucks in
But
North America.
Similar to
Kinda
how
random.
you can learn things about human brains
Again,
by
Apple-
doing an
again,
MRI
that's why I'm
or
playing
an
this.
X-ray
Apple and
that
Broadcom
you
started
can't learn
dropping,
just
and
by
then you have
talking to a
Anthropic
human.
CEO.
The science of looking inside the AI models, I am convinced that this ultimately holds the key to making the model safe and controllable, because it's the only ground truth we
Kujan
have.
said to weigh strategic options amid
Okay.
interest.
I have another question here from Jim O'Connell. How will AI affect current K-12 educational achievement gaps?
Can you
A
trade them,
practical
Kujan?
question there from no doubt a
Yeah,
parent.
yeah. So there's
four,
kind
it's
of the
not really
short-term
new. I don't know if
stuff
this is
about
it, it's
people
ADR.
using AI for cheating, which I think
It
is
kinda has
I
a
think
stick,
is
low-key.
problematic. But in relative terms, okay, fine, you can have a kind of a different
TripAdvisors
way
to
of
study options, including sale.
of teaching using AI, and we've thought about
May
that.
not
We've
lead
released
to a
versions of Claude for education that are kind of designed around that. But I think the harder problem behind that is, okay, what skills are we actually teaching in the world of AI? What does education look like in the world of AI? And it's not so easy because the disruption is broad. And we don't, if someone asks me what career should I go into, the uncomfortable
Do some
truth is
push-ups.
I'm not sure. I can't tell the direction that it's going to go yet. I will say that I think we
And
should
then
go
HII
back
got a
to
contract,
some
too.
concepts that we had earlier about
Something about a
education. Like
military
we've had a
contract.
very kind of
Is
like
QGen halted?
like economically inflected, almost mercenary
Oh, yeah, shit. That's why I was like, it didn't
notion
move.
of education.
So, yeah, that's the play then.
And
It's just not
I
moving.
think one of the things that we should do is we should maybe move away from that notion back to the idea that education is
Twilio had some
designed
news,
to
and then
shape
again,
you as a person, is
HII
designed to
had
build
another,
character,
it was like a 23 billion military contract thing that they're
is
competing
kind
for.
of designed
But it
to
didn't move.
enrich you and
But yeah, watch
make you a
QGen
better
when it
person.
unhalts. They said may
I
not
think
lead
that's
to
actually a safer
exploring options.
foundation for education in the future.
That sounds. I'm rather envious of the kids who are yet to be educated. It's the kind of education I think we'd all have liked to have. So to be fair to everybody in the room, then I think we've got time for one question. If anybody would like to ask a question, yeah. This lady here. Yeah. No. Here's the mic.
I wanted to ask, from a point of view of the AI labs, what kind of responsibility do you hold when there are economies, countries, and people that are being left behind? Would that expand into structurally involving them, slowing down, or actually making sure that they're not being left out?
Yeah, I worry about that on a whole bunch of scales. And it's not just country versus country. Certainly I worry about the developing world versus the developed world, where sometimes the developing world will get passed by technological revolutions. But I also worry about divisions within a country. It has occurred to me as I've looked across our customers, as the startups are so fast to adopt AI, And the traditional enterprises, because they're bigger, because they do a specific thing, they move much slower. And we can see it in our economic data. We can see the diffusion of the technology from states within the US that adopt it quickly and states that move slowly. It is diffusing, it's getting out there, but there's no question that there's a differential here. If I were to describe the nightmare, and then I'll try to describe some, what I think of as the solutions. The nightmare would be that there's like this emerging zeroth world country of like 10 million people that's like 7 million people in the Bay, in like Silicon Valley, and 3 million people kind of scattered throughout. That is kind of forming its own economy and is becoming decoupled or disconnected, right? Maybe the 10% GDP growth looks like 50% GDP growth in that part of, like, this technology is so crazy it can pull things apart that way. I think that would be a really bad world. I would almost say that it was a dystopian world, right? And we should think about how to stop that. There are, a number of things Anthropic is thinking about.
Germany's closing down one.
One is, as regards to the developing world,
so watch what happens after the
Euro.
Euro.
A lot of work around.
Let's see, we might get a little bit of
we've
action
announced
up
stuff
or down.
with,
I watched
Ron
Silver
Ministry
too,
of Education.
It wasn't even that
doing
bad for Germany.
a lot of work
Granted,
with the
they had
Gates
2 extra
Foundation.
days.
I wrote about this in Machines of Loving Grace. It would be really great to get these fast economic growth rates, which in theory should be even faster because it's catch-up growth in the developing world that I predict we're going to get in the developed world. Within countries, we need to think about how not to have a part of the world that just kind of decouples, right? How do we get the economic growth to Mississippi that is coming to this contained area of Silicon Valley? And so, there we've done work around kind of economic mobility and economic opportunity. But I think both of these, again, are going to need to have some involvement of the government. We're going to find that ideology will not survive the nature of this technology. It won't survive reality. The things I'm talking about,
high ticker's still been mad active,
while you could today say,
Feels like it's been
they're
like
like
that
politically
after that little
coded
pop.
in some way,
But you're
they're going to
generally
become
holding the same
bipartisan
price
and
for the last
universal
hour.
because everyone will recognize the necessity of it. Just mark my words. We come back, if not next year, the year after, everyone's going to think this.
Well, you've managed to end on a more or less positive note, so I'm going to draw a line there and say thank you very much, Dario. That was really, really fascinating.
Thank you for having me.
And folks, if you could just stay in your...
So if you could just stay in your seats, we're going to hand everybody AI bot. Thank you. Thank you. There was something again. Oh, there it is. There's QGen. Damn, up 19. So yeah, that one, there's no guarantee of sale, but there you... Oh yeah, those are all crazy. You can't even play that one. They're literally all at $10. All right, now 5. But yeah, the last trades on those were like 40. Surprisingly, though, no crazy options on QGen. So remember, last time we saw one of those buyouts, we found one of those little front runs. But yeah, there's actually like no crazy options activity. That one just hit. Well. Oh, what time is it? At like 9:30, I'll get you guys an update on that. Yeah, now it's down 12. Microsoft's starting to go up. Again, if big tech could play along, that'll change it here too. But otherwise, you still got about like 60-70% of the market still in the red. Again, Germany, Europe down about 1%. So now we wait and then see if silver moves. Visa. Pang, Wolf. Excuse me. All right, man, a couple more names. Dude, the high ticker is actually like fully gassed. What is that? BRO? Non-alcoholic beer by British actor Tom Holland. Leading investment for food. Intel Barron's article. I don't see that one. I have to search it. Lutnick, I don't see European deal changing. Can disagree with allies. Does not make them not allies. Where is he? He's probably doing an interview afterwards. Yeah, you got more Lutnick comments coming in. They're playing another panel. Trafficking financials are still going up too. Again, the Bank of America guy, he keeps having them, but financials still down 1%. Lulu starting to drop again. They had the news this morning with Chip Wilson. Apparently, he's trying to fire people from the board. The QGen options chilled out too, but they're still up a shit ton. I mean, it's only up 9%. It was just literally up 19. Then Lunar, not all the space stocks, and then SPY starting to go again. We are 5 minutes post Euro. Lutnick says, I don't see trade deals changing. Oh, he's on CNBC right now. So yeah, he is doing a follow-up. $1 million.
High bandwidth memory, right? In upstate New York. When was the last time upstate New York had any investment, let alone one that's going to bring in 25,000 jobs?
Hey, yo, DraftKings launching. DraftKings 1.9.
It's going to bring in 90,000 jobs to America.
Check DraftKings. Penn judge allows Massachusetts to prohibit Kalshi from offering sports contracts in the state.
This is how you do it under Donald Trump.
It takes time to do that.
So that's why it's at 1.9.
Secretary Lutnick, we've seen job growth deteriorate in the manufacturing sector. Why do you think that is?
That's a housing thing, okay? You have high
Penn and DraftKings.
High interest rates mean our housing starts, right? Our new housing. We're just not building new houses because interest rates are high. That's why Donald Trump talks about the fact that our interest rates are too high. But what you will see over the course of 2026,
a couple more staples are coming up too, like KDP.
I saw a report that there were 30 groundbreakings.
Yeah, Ionic went up. It lagged, and then it started to run up, and then more staples.
Projects. And what happens
that did good today. That and Lunar,
construction,
they woke back up.
And then ultimately it's the factory. But
and then
don't
Ford on the low.
Deny the fact that when you build,
and then DK, Ford, GM, and Industrials dropping a little bit.
That's GDP. That's construction.
Yeah, the news for DraftKings and Penn is the states banning the Kalshi prediction markets from getting involved.
Interest rates.
75 basis points. That's
so DraftKings, Penn probably on the way up.
That's not like the real thing.
Well, they chilled out. That was 1.9 and then stopped.
The United States is the greatest credit on earth, the best credit on earth, and we have the highest interest rates.
XLP, Coca-Cola, soda. Again, Ford, GM, and a couple others on the low, and then Caterpillar, Industrials.
And not as high inflation.
But no. We have very low inflation, and everybody knows it. The fact is our rates are much, much too high, hundreds of basis points too high. What used to happen in America is when we would grow, they'd raise rates to try to put the brakes. And when we were having trouble, then they'd cut rates to add a little gas. But basically, it was designed to have the United States be mediocre. And Donald Trump thinks, make America great again. Why can't we have growth if we have low inflation, have low interest rates? And if we cut interest rates 100 basis points, you're going to see the United States grow 6% or more. And that is something that no economist has ever thought.
I swear he just keeps going up by 1% every fucking time he gets asked this question.
In the back end of 2026, when rates finally start to get cut.
I don't have to tell you this, but you know, the market has to. It's not just the Federal Reserve.
Next time he'll be like 7%.
We had the stock market sell-off today, and also a bond market sell-off, and a dollar sell-off. So there are questions, about whether there's a changing attitude around long-term debt right now.
One day.
A Scandinavian pension fund today said that it was getting rid of treasuries.
Oh, sure it is. Sure, I get rid of treasuries because and I buy what? European government bonds? Right? Like what?
Yeah, tell them.
Stop it. The fact is, the United States has hit how many record highs?
I want them to talk about it, bro.
Highs this year since Donald Trump took office, right? Oh, and the market's
for real.
down
How
today.
come no one's talking about? Yes, our bonds are very. We were talking about it last week with the whole rates and affordability, but like, dude, every government bond around the world is getting wrecked right now.
Higher when I next see you and I'm next on the show, right? Interest rates are going to come down in America. Inflation is low. The United States is in a good place because Donald Trump understands the economy of the United States, and he's working for the American people and our economy.
Well, clearly there's been a push to make things more affordable and more accessible for Americans. But I do wonder what's with the sort of measures around economic populism, taking the private sector out of home buying, for instance, capping credit card rates, which, we just heard from Jane Fraser, would actually starve the economy of credit. These sort of measures feel more like they're from the left than from the Trump administration. What's with that?
It's a weird thing when in your neighborhood, a big hedge fund or a big company comes in and buys up all of the single-family homes that are available, right? And it creates like a weird event for
WBD.
you. And if you look at it macro in America, oh, why is it good or bad? But I tell you what,
It might be a weird event, but doesn't we were talking about it in the morning. I even put it on the video, but I am glad Kimberly, again, any of the names that are beaten down, if we get more volatility, they should hold up.
That's fine. That's
Howard!
Fine. You can hire them to build for rent. But why are you buying the houses that are there that a young family's trying to buy and taking them all off the market and making them all not affordable?
You would like to announce
so
you made $22?
Build to rent.
That's awesome, but it might be $12. You have to pay your Chad tax.
Out from in front
Welcome to
of
the
and paying a little
Chatterpean Union.
extra in front of
I'm
the
sorry,
young
I don't
family
make the
trying to
rules.
get it.
I do,
Look, when
but
Donald Trump left office,
we gotta
the
protect the
average
snails.
age of a single home buyer was
That's
33
that's
years
reality.
of age.
I know, it's so
And now
hard.
with Biden's inflation, it went
luck, man. Good
to
luck.
40. That's just so wrong. So we've got to get it down.
Okay,
right? One of
space
the
stocks
ways
are
is
going
to
up, man.
stop
They all
these
lag. You could have got a
odd
nice
things
dip
from
buy on
happening.
those.
But basically,
Even the fucking Iran.
interest rates need to be lower so that houses are more affordable for young people to buy the homes. We need to bring that down. You bring interest rates down 100 basis points, you're going to bring the average age down 4 or 5 years. Seriously, it just makes it more attainable. And Donald Trump is on it. He's been talking about it his whole term, right? But now it's crystal clear. He's got to bring interest
And the
rates
solution
down.
to that is what? A new Fed chair?
Well, a new Fed chair certainly is going to help. That's for sure. Because Jay Powell, as he says, is too late, you know. And why did
Too
Jay
late
Powell
to
cut
apologize.
50 basis points just before the election?
They were
And
worried about
since
the job
then,
market.
he was worried about trying to get reappointed. And now it's 25 here, 25 there, 25 here. We don't have inflation. Everybody knows we don't have inflation.
It's not at 2%. I mean, we're closer to 3% than 2%.
Okay, well, it came down from 9% down to below 3%. And I think we have a great economy that can well handle lower rates, which will allow people to buy houses, which will allow a lot of growth in America, which is jobs
more
for
staples are going
Americans,
up, even a couple
which
food
is what
places.
we're about.
But
It's
Spy
what
just
this
dancing
administration
around
is
that little
about.
rally
Bring
point.
those jobs back to America. Bring industrial policy back. I mean, I know industrial policy sounds boring, but let me give you a hint what that means. It means build a factory.
QGen
in
coming back
Syracuse
up,
and hire
too.
25,000 people. Build factories in Arizona, build factories in New Mexico, build factories across the United States of America, in Tennessee and in Georgia and in Alabama. Huge factories, huge jobs. Great.
And this is what you're working on all day long.
All day, every
I
day.
know.
And the other thing that we're doing is power.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of power. Because we know if we build power in America, our objective is going to be to bring the price of electricity down.
Yes, that has
Right?
been rising.
Well, because we've got to build power. You know, if you don't build power, everything is a draw on your power. But if you build power and you're focused on building power, which we are really focused on building power. I mean, my objective is to build 100 gigawatts of power. And what that means is driving down the cost of electricity for Americans. Try to get it down 10%. Let's try to get it down even further. That's our objective. Drive down the cost of electricity for Americans across the United States.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, thank you for the time.
It was great to
It's
be
fun. It's fun. You've been at Davos many, many times, but
This is my
not as
31st
not
year.
as Commerce Secretary, so it's a little bit different.
First.
Yeah.
A first where, you know, they treat me nicely.
Yeah, you get to cut the lines. That is the Commerce Secretary. Over to you, David.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Coming up next right here, the CEO of Pfizer, the impact, of course, of the Trump
We're going to
administration.
get the Borla, and then you have Microsoft. They're at Davos right now, too. One of the heads of Microsoft. I don't think I'll play that one. But Chad, and then Industrial's still dropping, man. Caterpillar, that was going down there. SPY's actually drawing down back to VWAP. We just cannot get out of this. Again, you even had Europe close a little bit ago, so everything is settled. I mean, I don't think silver, dollar, even bonds. I mean, bonds are actually kind of recovering a little bit. I think the more people jawbone it and talk about it, I mean, today, it does seem like people want there to be a problem with fixed income, but it looks to be a global problem, not just Sell America. Yeah, the QGens, bro, those came down. Like, you could have hit them. Like, low key. I mean, you went up. It's actually still has a little bit more room, but you went up 19, down to 9, and now you're up 12. But those are pretty decent sized moves. The 50 basis points before election, I know. That was my favorite one, too. But like I'm saying, though, I do think at this point, whatever we see in bonds and what we want to look at, it just seems he talked about it, but not as much. I think they're gonna let Bessent talk about it. That's why. But he just said, like, what are you gonna buy? Like, if you want to complain about U.S. Treasuries, Like, if you think U.S. treasuries are weak right now, what the fuck else are you going to buy in fixed income? And maybe that's why gold and silver is going up. I mean, people, maybe they don't want fucking any bonds. Apple could keep AT&T feature, Paris Court. And then Mobileye. Mobileye kind of getting a candle. Remember they had that robotics news? That's a shitty one. There's GFS, Intel, and then Mobileye, but GFS, Intel been going. Electricity with the Z. Electricity. I think, I don't know, he might clap utilities. Some people are thinking if they really want to push these socialist moves for affordability, some people are thinking Trump might just directly ban fucking utility companies from charging a certain amount. Supreme Court conservatives appear skeptical of Hawaii law restricting the carrying of handguns. Huh? Something about Supreme Court in Hawaii handguns. Yeah, Mobileye's still climbing a little bit. Just like Elon, you got to know what to buy if you sell it. Exactly. If you're going to sell America, at least in the fixed income world, like, there's zero alternative that's not in the same exact scenario. That's the part that's a little weird, because even as we talked about it last week about bonds, you know, remember I was ranting on the affordability, and we were talking about how people are, you know, just first time in a while, even though we're cutting rates, the bonds aren't showing that. That's why, too, buying some of these dividend stocks that have good yield above everything, I mean, it's not that bad of an idea right now. Just because it's like you're getting way more than the bonds. The lower Fed funds rate is happening, but then you go look at anything on the long term with bonds, they're higher than 2022. That's the crazy part. I mean, again, go look at TLT. The long end of the curve is really high, even though we've cut 4 times already in just like 12, 18 months. I think 3-4 times without including the other one. Apple, they got the money laundering one. But yeah, here, let me see. But that's the weird part. It's like, this isn't just a U.S. thing now. Even though U.S. is the one spending, you would think U.S. with all the Donald Trump drama. But yeah. Like, look, dude, every single bond is just getting blown out. So look, 10-year bond, this is U.S. 10-year bond, the gilt, blown out. The Japanese, obviously, blown out the most. Australia, blown out. These are all 10-year charts. Every single one in the world right now. So again, it was all there, and you could argue that the U.S. leads the way. And then Germany, every single one. So like your main countries right now, it's just getting to this point where as much as some people don't want to admit it with all of the trade drama, but it's like we clearly have something going on. I guess Brazil's the only one that hasn't peaked on the last 10 years, but then again, that's more of a emerging market than not. Yeah, Russian bonds are worse than the war. So factor that into the equation. India, they're chilling out a little, I think. Yeah, India probably has the best bond deals right now. So if you don't want to buy America, or if you want to sell America, your best option is India. Italy. But then again, Italy and India both have their own little risks. Yeah, France is blown out. South Africa. So you got India, South Africa, and Italy. And then the Chinese, but theirs is, again, literally they're going through deflation still. And then the Swiss. I think Swiss would probably be your best option. Wouldn't you want to buy the higher rates? Yes and no. It all depends. Why? So, but the whole idea is that all these countries are going through what we're going through. And the difference is that all these countries are really different, right? Like, we're making up all these stories as to why it's happening in the U.S. Why is that happening to 80% of the nations right now? Both, emerging or large nations that are more stable. So, yeah, people do want higher yields, but remember, you don't want high yield with too high of a yield. And then, like, what's causing this? And that's kind of the issue, and that's kind of why I think gold and silver and a lot of these other things are up. I don't know if we need to cut more, again, if you get the economy moving a certain way, but at this point, this is what I was talking about last week. I think the story and the fear-mongering, and there's something going on that's causing all of these rates to pretty much rocket up, even though at other times, like I just showed with all these charts, when there wasn't as much risk, or if there was more risk, the yields were nowhere near this level. It has to do with perception. It's either perception or somebody really fucked some shit up, but I would argue it's more perception and jawboning than anything else. Bonds were in the 16s, in the 70s. Yeah, that's Volcker. China's not bad, but China has deflation, and then you may get a better yield, or it's lower, but then again, the currency effect is going to change it. Damn. I think Kimberly's moving because of Kenview. But yeah, I got a little pop there, but I don't think it means much. Again, if silver comes down, I think that's more bullish than not. What's the point of monetary policy if fiscal has all the power? Well, that's probably what people are going to ask. I mean, I think it's eventually going to level out. But in the meantime, it's like, that's why I wouldn't make a rash decision. And I wouldn't be so quick to, because what I've seen people do, they're like, oh, houses aren't affordable. This, that, America, Donald Trump. But then it's just like, go look at every country right now. And I think today, the weekend really highlighted this, that, yeah, there's something, it's something bigger than that. And I think it's more or less, it's something fiscally around the world, rather than just what our policy is. Because this is a pattern now. This is a theme. That's why I'm like, again, I love what he said, where it's just like, if you want to sell America, sell treasure, like, what are you going to buy that isn't exposed to this right now? It is geopolitics, but then it's like, before the geopolitics, you go pull out those charts, they're all still kind of up. But then again, last year was the year of geopolitics, so it is kind of playing into that. But then again, like, not, why are our rates up? People are saying because the big beautiful bill, the Fed, all these other reasons. I don't think all those other reasons apply to every other nation that we just went over. All right, man, you just came back down. UBS need to prepare for more volatility. Sergio Armati.
Yeah, thanks for making time for us.
Thank you.
We'll get you.
All right, that was UBS CEO Sergio Armati speaking with Bloomberg Television's Jonathan Ferro in Davos, Switzerland. UBS, Mr. Armati saying they've got enough to.
They say more volatility. Is Nvidia and Broadcom still dumping? So again, that could be what's taking us back down if you don't watch any broad macros. Look, silver's kind of holding, but then silver might launch if we start going down. Apple and Nvidia on the low. NASDAQ down to 1.5. Russell's below 0.5, so that's not too bad. But then a couple of staples are taking it on the head. STGW, Stagwell. Bonds are catching a bid too. Bonds have recovered what, 0.5 today? TLT. Everybody in the TLT. GME, remember they had a Michael Burry comment over the weekend. A couple of staples are getting clapped right now, though. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. I keep getting stuffy. Ngozi on Greenland dispute. We need to find a way to avoid escalation to trade war. Attempts to dial down conversation. Yo, gold and silver is rocketing, so watch out. It's mainly gold, but that's not a good sign. So gold's moving more than silver, but if those start to launch, I would say some of that volatility might return. So just keep your eyes out for it, though. Silver hasn't moved yet. Silver has been more reliable, but literally 52-week high on gold. I can't believe it. Wait, where is it, bro? Where's mine? Bro, where are my gold coins, dog? Where's my silver? You guys, I think I lost my silver. Fuck. I'm sad. I can't find them at immediate. I would like to hear some silver. Bing. Yeah, bro, where are they? All right, now you're bouncing back up, and then UNH. Trump, if I didn't come along, there would be no NATO. Truth Social. What time is it? 8:50. We're getting through the day. All right, give me a sec.
Finland, and we've seen.
That's the Ukraine one. This one has Macron, I think.
China probably has the ability to go faster in some ways when it comes to bringing electricity online and getting infrastructure built. You go to Africa, wow, there isn't electricity. We need more electricity and we need more data centers.
So, Ashwini, when you think about how AI can be used, I mean, technology, India already did an incredible job with the Aadhaar. Suddenly, you're able to bring public services to people, and you're improving growth, and you're improving their per capita income without actually blowing out the budget. What can AI do? How are you deploying AI to further that message? How fast are we going to see it? Where are we going to see it?
Absolutely. Every sphere of life and economy, we are focusing on diffusion of AI. And in a very systematic way. So, okay, what is the biggest constraint? The biggest constraint is availability of GPUs. How do you solve that constraint? To solve that constraint, we decided to have a public-private partnership in which we empaneled 38,000 GPUs, which are a common compute facility available to the entire population. Unlike in many rich countries where the big tech basically controls the access to GPU, we decided to create a public-private partnership in which the common compute facility is enabled by the government and subsidized by the government so that entire population, all the students, researchers, startups, they all get access to it. And the cost is practically 1/3 of the cost in most other countries. That is first. Second, having a set of free, a bouquet of models which basically meet most of your needs. Third, making sure that people understand this technology, learn this new technology. Already we are going through a program for 10 million people to be trained on AI skills. Four, making sure that the IT industry, which is a very significant industry in our country, pivots in a very systematic way towards providing services to Indian companies as well as to the global companies, using AI as a very effective enabler of efficiency, a multiplier of productivity in any operation that they do. So that's a very systematic way we are moving.
Thank you. So, Khalid, I want to ask you to look inside the country. Last time I asked you to look outside on winners and losers. The crazy thing about Saudi Arabia is that you're kind of starting from scratch, right? I mean, 10 years ago, you go to Saudi Arabia, and I mean, diversification, they'd talk to you about petrochem. And today, like, the economy is suddenly truly becoming diverse. It's healthcare and it's tourism. It's 10 years ago, you barely had women in the workplace. And today, like, it's an astonishing involvement in every part of society. So, given that, like, where are AI is kind of hitting your economy almost from scratch as a diversified and integrated society with what, 30 million people, whatever it is. How are you deploying AI with people who are looking completely differently at the world today?
Well, first of all, I would disagree with coming from scratch. You'll be surprised how tech-savvy and tech-native the Saudi population is. 70% of the Saudi population are below the age of 35, and the majority of them are as comfortable with digital technologies as any other country in the world. In terms of policy and regulation, when Vision 2030 was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we identified technology as the key enabler, AI included, and started building the policy, the regulation, the platforms within the country, the data centers for the sovereign.
Yeah, healthcare is all going up right now. I found it. We needed one of these. Look at that. What's better than global bond yields, huh? Oh, can't do that with your bonds. So here it is. Yeah, a lot of biotechs are going up. Biotech, healthcare, UNH. Again, UNH has earnings right around the corner. Again, we even have what's it called today? Netflix. Your Netflix earnings are today. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, then you just had that Trump Truth Social earlier. Oh, excuse me, man. Is what's his name up right now?
It had
no. They're talking gold and silver, but Pfizer CEO is going to come on. But then again, literally all those healthcares are starting to go up. Coca-Cola, Staples doing very good, Habibi. Yeah, XLP back to green, and that's even with Walmart struggling. Those food plays did good today too, and I hope you guys see that. I mean, that was the part of it. You know, that's why I didn't want to hesitate too much on some of these staple plays. But notice how they, you know, a day like today, first big volatile day of the year, any of those names that were down, I mean, they didn't, or that were like value, they didn't do that. So silver going down, I think that's going to be bullish. Only weird part is gold. Again, gold hit that high, and then, but literally, if silver's going down, healthcare's running. I mean, high ticker is still 75%. A lot of stuff just opened up down. So not bad. And then you just got the NATO comments from Trump. But still down 1.3 on the NASDAQ. 0.3 on the Russell, though. That's really not bad. Yeah, Trump saying Department of Homeland Security and ICE must start talking about the murderers and other criminals they're capturing and taking out of the system. Arrest dog, dude. Did you see that? I think they did. I think they did arrest him. I mean, I didn't. It kind of makes sense now. I think I know why maybe we pissed off Don Lemon Demon, whatever his name is. Because yeah, I guess I didn't know he was that much of a demon. But hi Don. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you understand geopolitics, the global economy, and are watching silver. I think he would I think he would disintegrate at Philo time, dog. What do you mean? Like, I think he tried to listen to Philo and then, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, it makes a lot of sense. But you know, hey man, everybody has their journey. We'll pray for him. Ryanair just called Elon a big idiot. I weren't people saying they're like, I think he's trying to like bait Elon into buying the company, and then TAP going up, some more value. No Intel earnings play. I mean, I have a lot of options on it from last year still, but yeah, I haven't added anything new. But I mean, we could get disappointed, but I do think that update from the SEC and how they recognize all the cash from the investments, then we're gonna find out if that could really be the big driver. But for now, I mean, do you guys understand why Intel has been going crazy? You had the little Trump updates a couple weeks ago and all these little things, but it's literally just playing alongside the whole memory demand and all these other things, because even though they don't make all the I don't even know if they make memory. I think they make a small portion and it's used in there, but Like, people are talking about a lot of like chip activities being sold out. So they're just kind of benefiting off of this. If their earnings can confirm that scenario, then they're gonna do really, really good. But other than that, it's the SEC thing, and then it's up like maybe 10%. How much is Intel up on the year? Yeah, bro, 37 to 50 bucks just on January 1st. MNST. Come on, bro. We have not moved. Post-Euro close. Got a little lower on silver. You got staples and healthcare. Oh. The media pumping GME. I just think there's a lot of GME pumpers in general. I haven't heard too much mainstream. And then Michael Burry made a reply to somebody over the weekend regarding GME. But yeah, other than that, I mean, it's always fascinating how many people are still involved in GME. Like, there's people who really believe, they still believe the same way. Russell's going up, man, only 0.3. And then again, Constellation going up, Bud, Tap, more of the value. So yeah, good day for value. UMAC, you guys called that one out earlier. Now Mara and Clear Spark. Who's the other one? IREN and then RR. These are all Russell plays running. Macron. When's Trump gonna come on? I don't know. He might be towards the end of the day. We've got a lot of these Davos talks already. Action-packed, and more of the move was still pre-market. Ironically enough. Chip foundry demand is high. That's pretty much the idea. Just chip foundry, memory, a lot of backlog stuff, and that's what's driving all of this stuff. So as long as Intel does not deny that, and, you know, because Intel has a habit of doing that, where, you know, they'll have everything working in their favor and they'll just drop the ball. So, but as long as they play into it, and if all that matches up, you know, mix in, you know, being sold out on certain products and having that backlog, I think it's going to do phenomenal. And then you add the SEC stuff, but even without the SEC, if they could uphold that narrative, I think it'll be fire. So we will see. Still believe in GME. You've been here a long time. Call me brainwashed. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of opportunity cost. So that's all. Like, a lot of people, that's like, some people have came to the realization. Ionis popping? What the fuck is this? That thing's up almost 60, 70 cents on volume. Ionis Pharmaceuticals. But yeah, it just has to do with opportunity cost on GameStop. And some people have realized that, because, like, I mean, the only person who became a millionaire was fucking Ryan Cohen. And then your boy, Roaring Kitty. But, like, a lot of, you know, it was sold to people, and people pumped it in this idea that it was going to be this crazy value. And there might be some value in it. I always get shocked how much money they even make still, considering it's a very old company. But, yeah, I mean, just don't. Remember, 5 years. It's been 6 years. You could do a lot in that time. Barrel. I don't see anything on Ionis, but that just popped. And then Thermo Fisher. Actually, I want to see something on trading economics. Interesting. Where's oil? Then more staples, CLX. I was looking at the Naira. Seeing on a day like today if that made a move, but it's actually strengthening rather than weakening. Yeah, oil's still pretty low. AVAV, a couple of those space stocks, Rocket Lab, AVAV, and then Broadcom. It's not space, but Broadcom's been dropping. That GME is becoming a holding company. Hey man, y'all could do whatever you like with it. Just, I think as long as you're not like forgoing opportunity on some good names, right? Like the last year, end of last year, there were some really good pickups. Again, like the Kimberly-Clarks. As long as you're not stacking your money on a GME instead of buying, you know, kind of more solid plays, I have no problem. You do whatever you need and let your portfolio do what it needs to. But you know, that's just the part, like opportunity cost, where a lot of people in like 5-6 years, they kind of just, you know, they kept stacking and buying on this hope that it was going to come back. But you know, I'm always down to risk a little bit, but other than that, it's not when there's other good opportunities though. The spreads, it just depends what you're trading, but I have noticed a lot of spreads on certain options, some more than others. But I mean, this is our first volatile day of the year. First day the VIX actually jumped, highest the VIX has been all year, and then we got this drama. But other than that, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's very calm for how this all played out, bro. You had 2 days, you had the day off, everybody was freaking out. You had so many reasons to like freak out, but the intraday move has been nothing. That's why maybe end of the day we'll get a bigger move, but we'll see. And then I know some people are waiting for Trump. We'll see what he has to say. Where does the FIs at? TSM earnings a high bar or tailwind? For Intel, I think it benefited them. Twilio on CNBC. Again, the space stocks just fell off out of nowhere. Not all. I don't know if Lunar's up. Yeah, some of them are doing better, but some of those that were doing good earlier just got clapped. Bro, the high ticker I feel like has been nonstop. And then Russell, man, only down by 0.3. Germany to cut GDP growth expectations from 1 to 1 from 1.3. I said that looked like it'd go up. Ups, hymns. You have random ones popping. I'll get you a checkup. Is it the guacamole still up? Guacamole did good this morning. Adobe? I think Adobe, I'm just keeping it on watch just in case we've run out of good value plays. So, like, hypothetically speaking, if, like, TAP keeps going up, again, that's a great value, great dividend, stable. That keeps going up. Let's say Kimberly-Clark recovers, you know, and those both yield 4 or 5%. And then, you know, the Procter Gambles, the Hershey's, Pepsi's, if all those plays keep going up, Target, UPS, you know, any good value, like, related to the economy, and then could benefit off the run it hot theme. If those kind of disappear and they're up too much, then, and you know, I'm just going to be watching out for Adobe to be able to take advantage of that. And then that way, because I do think that if those companies keep going up, Adobe will probably keep going lower. And forgive me for saying Adobe, but it's really fun to say Adobe. You know, I do. You guys like saying Adobe? I think it's way better than Adobe. But Adobe is one that I will be watching. But That's why I didn't buy it yet, because like going back to what I'm saying, I think you have great value that you could pick up. I've been saying that since last year. So it's like as long as those other plays are chilling, or we can't buy them, then I would consider, we'll see where Adabe's at. But if Adabe bounces too soon and then the value's cheaper, that would kind of be a better scenario. Trump will be at the 1 p.m. press briefing? How? So that's in 45 minutes, but damn. CLSK, Cypher, a bunch of plays just popped there. DJ D, that's me. DJ D, that's me. Banger. That was a lot of fun. How, I thought he's in Switzerland then. How is he gonna be there? Do I really like Chipotle? The review is averaging 3.5 stars. I don't look, yeah, man, I don't look at reviews. Like, I think Chipotle's a good company. It's actually one of the best performing restaurants over the last like decade or two. Again, I think you had a better price you could have got it at for a little bit, but I just don't think it's going to disappear in the next 10 years. And then, you know, personally, the best plays in my long term have been the plays that I go to and I use. Like I'm saying, bro, I got mad literally here. Let me blow my nose, bro. KMB right now. Did you hear that? That's KMB right there. Thank you, Kleenex. But other than that, I probably have Chipotle like I have Chipotle at least once a month here in California. You know, it's a great post-workout meal. Oh, was that him leaving? I saw the video. I thought that was him getting there. What? When I buy more of what I have, do you buy what's going up? I prefer buying under my entry price, but it all depends on the opportunity. And that's the thing that I really like. I really want people to understand over the last couple of years, like literally the last 2-3 years, you have just had an environment where like some names would get to a good price and then they take off. But then like there's always names that are cheap and at a good deal. So there was a time, I mean, where, you know, Abivai, if we get into like a 2018, 2019 market, maybe even 2020, and everything starts going up, you know, if the run it hot theme kind of has a more positive effect and it doesn't open up too many high quality pockets, I will be averaging up. I will be buying names that I am up on. But that's what I'm saying, like Tap, I would have bought Tap. But then by the time I'm ready to buy Tap, Kimberly Clark went down another couple percentage points, right? And then it's same thing. Even Procter & Gamble started to drop, and CLX and Hershey's and even Pepsi. So as long as you have high quality names that are still down, I'm going to keep buying the ones that are down. But eventually we're going to run into probably a season where everything is up, and then that's where, you know, if we still don't want to build and hold cash, I'm going to probably buy the names that we're up on that we really like, depending on what we're trying to accomplish, either growth or dividends. Anything wrong with buying TLT for the dividend and upside? I mean, I've talked about this for years. Right now, I mean, I don't think it's as good of an opportunity. That's what I was saying back when rates were like 6. I was like, you're better off just buying a bond. Because again, if you do buy a bond, you actually get the yield. You could make money off the face value if there is rate cuts. And then it's still, there's no fee. You get paid instead of paying a fee. So in a lot of cases, buying TLT to hold for the dividend isn't really the smartest move right now. And then what I would tell you is that, like, this is why I am buying what I am buying. I'm buying these dividend names because if they do run it hot, right, and they cut rates and do all of this, I mean, dude, nothing is, you're going to make way more money on a stable, high-quality dividend payer. So, like, TLT pays 4.4, but, like, how much are you going to make on it, right? And then you have to pay, like, a 1% fee to hold it or something like that. But, like, what are you expecting? It's like if we go down to 0 on the rates, yeah, maybe you go down to like 1 on the rates, you'll make what? You'll make like 40%, I guess, which isn't too bad. But like, I swear we could make that with Kimberly-Clark. Literally, if we get back to stability on Kimberly-Clark, that's 40% plus a 5% secure dividend. So, and then if they do better, what do you name it? If they turn into a Eli Lilly, which I don't think that'll happen, but you know, remember I wanted Eli Lilly at one point and I fucked it up, and that ended up turning into a growth behemoth. Again, Abivi, I got 120% plus a 7 or 6% yield. So I think you're better off buying high quality equity, because if you do that, I think it pays way better than a bond. I mean, you're not old unless you have a real goal for fixed income. If you have a fuck ton of money and you want to secure it, then yeah. But even then, right now, shit has changed. Even in the last 12 to 18 months, you're not getting the same return on fixed income. So if anything, it kind of comes with more risk. Whereas, like, again, AI, the economy does good, certain things, you might be better off taking some risk on equity. That's why people are buying the shit out of stocks, even though all these fixed incomes are kind of falling off. But that's just my view. So take that how you please. But I think it's a really golden opportunity right now to get high quality equity that pays good dividends. And again, I mean, Kimberly-Clark, I think, is a solid ass example. If you still own lots of bonds, I mean, when do they mature? So if you bought a bunch of bonds when the yields were high, you build around it now. Now you could buy some of the cheaper growth and other names, but you just hold it. I mean, because again, if you still have a bond yielding 6%, that's fire. You can't get that shit anywhere. Because now you're getting this above Kimberly-Clark. You're getting a high yield without taking the risk of the, again, you're going to get all your money back even if the face value is dropped. So you just got to build around that and don't force it. Bro, is Elon gonna buy Ryanair? Remember, I was just talking about that. One of you just tagged me. He's doing a poll on whether or not it ends in an hour, and 77% of people have voted to buy it. They're 36 billion. Excuse me. I think it was a good question. I mean, a lot of people have it. We have talked about it a lot, but the sooner you get comfortable with that and just build in the portfolio, take advantage of the opportunities while you have them, it's just going to be golden. And then when we run out of opportunity and it's a different environment, where we'll probably just be buying and building around what we already own. But last couple years we've had this, I think it's unique, where right when you think you don't have opportunity, a little pocket of stocks pops up and you'll be able to do it. Silver is climbing. If they climb, then hot dog. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of correlating still. What up, Booney? I hope you're having a good day. Kimberly over PMG, just because Kimberly's discounted more. I think Procter & Gamble was the one I wanted, but I figured if I waited for Procter & Gamble to go down, I mean, it literally already ripped 10% from the last time I wanted it. And then Kimberly-Clark, had that big down day since 1987. So it was still cheap. I mean, we're up like, what, 1-2% now? So Kimberly-Clark was the lagger. But then also, too, if Kimberly-Clark plays their cards right with this Kenvue acquisition, they could catch up. They don't own the same. They own Neutrogena, Olay. You know that? And Listerine. That's all Kimberly-Clark. But I do like so I got one toothpaste product, but I do like Procter & Gamble more. But you're paying a higher premium for Procter & Gamble. Higher PE, higher forward PE, all of that stuff. And lower dividend yield. So for taking the second place, we got more dividend and a little bit of more of a discount. But then they're going to track. They trade practically the same. If you've looked, go overlay Procter & Gamble and Kimberly-Clark, you'll see they're about the same. Let me see where their valuation's at. Yeah, so the PG, PE is 21, and then the 1 year forward PE is about 21 as well. But then after that, Kenview and everything else, PE on Kimberly Clark 17, and then forward PE is at 13, which is that's really cheap. The forward PE and how it's played out after that move is extremely cheap on them right now. Ryanair to address Elon Musk's Twitter tantrum at Dublin press conference. DJT, that's me. Yeah, see, bro, all of those plays, man. We were talking about a lot of these plays, and then they all fucking ripped. Rip. Being me and long term out the rip. That's the stuff that put me in this shit. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Dude, what a day. Bro, it's bad. That was my whole weekend, bro, just sneezing everywhere. IQVIA? Oh, it sounds familiar. Is that publicly traded one? And then, not a recommendation. Kimberly Clark book value is 30 and PG is 6. Really? Yeah, they're both really expensive though. So Kimberly price to book is still at like 25. No, Kimberly's book value is $4. Yeah, Procter & Gamble is 22. Price to book on Procter & Gamble isn't that much actually. It's only 6%. So Kimberly has a little bit more premium. In that sense. You started today? I was chill all weekend, but it was like towards the end. I kept sneezing, and then yesterday in the morning, I started getting like real bad allergies. And then today is just gnarly, bro. Germany to cut growth again. You already had that. What time is it? 9:30. Get a push-up in. Bro, we're already moving through. Macron. Well, I kind of want to hear this thing from Trump. We might have to delay Philo for a little bit. I want to hear it. And I don't know. I might have to skip Philo today. Low key. I'm just too sneezy, bro. I don't have the same Philo energy. I'm a little bit under the weather. I've been this fucking year, man. Whole year. They got me. First the gym. That one wasn't bad, but this time I'm like dead. Did I clean my nose hairs? No. I've been blowing my nose a lot this morning. I think I agree with you. I think Procter & Gamble, their product portfolio is way more enticing. I think Kimberly-Clark has room to grow, but I do think Procter & Gamble has a superior portfolio. And then look, silver's breaking out the most in a couple of hours, and now you're breaking down. So get ready now. Look, high tickers stop moving. A lot of names are flipping to the red, and then, yeah, now we're doing good. I did get a sore throat, yeah, yesterday. It went away a little bit today, but now I'm just like, hello. Hello. All right, bro, you're dumping now. Let me check gold, but I'd keep your eyes up here. SEC, Pierce working with CFTC. Crypto, Trump will participate. That's it. But yeah, no, you're going down. Pizza. I did. I took a Zyrtec. You guys know Zyrtec's Kimberly-Clark? That's what I said, bro. I've been taking all Kimberly-Clark products. You have no idea. They kill it, bro. They kill it. Actually, technically, I don't use Zyrtec. I use the Costco generic. Allertech. That shit hits, bro. You know that? Shout out Costco. I love Costco. If Costco ever came down, I'd buy them. All right, man. SPY's coming to the low of the day. I would pay attention right here. Anything is possible. What's DXC? Me too, bro. I think everybody, bro. It was weird. My homeboy was chill. I got to see him. He was around. He was traveling. He stopped by. My girl, she's fine. I'm the only one who got sick. But I've like been on and off for the last like pretty much week and a half since we started. And then UNG coming up. Again, if you guys don't know, that's all weather expectations. That's making it go up. And then, yeah, low ticker still gassing. I mean, silver didn't, like, break out, but it has been the highest. Gold is the one that's leading up. And then Caterpillar, a couple of bigger industrials. Excuse me. Ay. It's still the same panel. U.S. Congress unlikely to back a Greenland invasion. DJT, that's me. This PG country. I know, Tim, you got PG at that 130 though. You had the good pickup last time. I was going to get it at the beginning of the year, and I was like, I'll give it one more day, and then it fucking bounces. But, you know, it's good. I'm down to go back and forth between them. You know, if Kimberly keeps running and PG comes down, I mean, they're almost exactly the same until other opportunities arise. And then we'll have a couple of growth on the back burner just in case. We'll see where Adabe ends up. We'll see if we get any other. Also, too, the Fizzers and the Sweet Greens and Chipotle. So I'm excited. I think the long term's looking good. We got some good opportunities. NVO come back. Oh, the world is yours. And yeah, SPY's still dropping. Low ticker's almost fully maxed out. It's Staples going up. A lot of them are doing great, but everything else kind of chilling. Or slipping would be a better way to put it. Ukraine. All right, man, do a push-up. Let's see. They don't have any propaganda. Is this Macron?
If we live in a human-centric paradigm, where life, freedom of a human being are above all, and then everything else comes after. Everything else is subordinated to that.
Believe it or not, they're just talking about
Then we begin to understand everything that we heard in your request. It contains the answer. You represent civil society, and you ask how can we help, etc., etc. Please help our community. I mean, Ukrainian communities exist in every country of the world. As a member of intelligence service, former member, I can give you a lot of numbers, but I'm sure you know them already. Work, unite them. Ukraine needs help. That's no secret to anybody. We need help with everything. We need donations for weapons. We need donations for help for the wounded. We need support for the people who have lost everything in this war. And of course, ending with, maybe this doesn't sound pretty, but we need influence from these communities who have been living in these countries for a long time. We need influence from these communities over the policies of these countries. This will help us.
Thank you very much, and I think that is the perfect moment on which to end this fabulous panel. I want to thank my excellent panelists for your contributions. I want to thank those of you watching on the live stream and everybody in the room. And happy Davos. Thank you.
Happy Davos?
Thank you.
It's a holiday? Happy Davos? Well, happy Davos. Happy Davos to you and your family. Unch. And Netflix news was in the morning. They report after the bell. So, you know, remember, this is earnings week, but they're slipping now, too. They were actually going up pretty good today. Well, that was it. Still in the buy zone? I mean, take a look. There's a couple, but like low-key, every stock we talked about, even end of last year, because like right before I went on the break, I kept hammering it home, and a lot of those ripped. I mean, I'm still down or break even on like Sweet Greens. I mean, I'm almost break even on NVO, so you could buy it cheaper because I bought some high NVO. And then there was like Sweet Greens and Fizzerv, but Fizzerv's up. Sweet Greens, I don't think it's an anchor. You want to, especially if you're starting a long term, you want some good quality. So just take a look at what we own. I wouldn't buy anything I'm up on. And then I don't know, how long have you been here? Were you here at the end of the year? Because there was it'll move around a little bit, but like the slick charts and some of those other names, just there's if we could get a Pepsi and other names like that coming down, that'd be a good one to start with. But I think Chipotle and NVO are the only ones for now. And then NVO's moved up a lot. That's the only part I don't like about that one, because it was just at 40. Is Swiss Miss at Davos? She was. That's why, and she got sick at Davos. Davos. CRVS, that was the biotech from the morning, the multiple melanoma one, or melanoma. I chose to own something and be happy.
Southern company. It's one of the most diversified energy.
You've been here
companies.
3.5 hours. The day's flying by. Right near open. All the drama, nothing dissipated. All you have is a Russell just go up.
From 97. Brian Belsky, you own the name.
3.3% dividend yield. Cash flow yields are above the dividend yield. We think that the original old-fashioned utilities are a great place to play because they're the ones that are actually they have the cords, they have the plugins, they've got all the infrastructure for the AI power trade. We'd like the stock a lot longer term.
Liz Thomas on energy.
Look, I like energy stocks, partially because of natural gas, but partially also because they've been able to do well even with oil prices where they are, and oil prices not really finding much upside. I think that this is a year where energy stocks will decouple from oil prices generally, and we will continue to see volatility in the oil trade, but I think energy itself can do well.
All right, we are going to take a break, and then get ready, because we're doing Josh Brown's best stocks in the market. He's talking about buying opportunities today in one of the best trades of 2025. That's next.
Happy Davos. All right. Well, UNG, I mean, we'll see. People are just front running it. It just depends on how the cold weather actually plays out. So it'll get interesting. But yeah, do you guys hear what they were saying? They're saying it's going to be like the coldest winter in like 10, 15 years. And then, isn't there supposed to be like a solar radiation storm or whatever? Aren't you going to be able to see the northern lights again in America? A lot of weather updates. And then 9:40. Then Trump's going to be on 10. I think they're going to lag, but I see all of it on the schedule. I know. Right? Swiss Miss in Davos? She's not there now, but she was. Fully a spy. But she says she goes there to ski. I'm like, yeah. She's like, no, like Prince Harry started skiing there in like the 80s or 90s. And he made it popular. And I'm like, and then now they try to fucking take everybody's personal property. Mm-hmm. Some of the shipping lakes in the Great Lakes are frozen. Oh, no way. I didn't think it hit yet. I thought it was all upcoming, like the weather. I think they're expecting it. I didn't think we already had some of the cold front. I mean, it's cold here, but I hate saying that to you guys. Because you're like, Josh, I'm literally covered in snow. Because, like, 50 degrees is cold to me, right? 60 degrees is freezing. That's really, really cold, bro. That's really, really cold. I was freezing last night. I don't know how cold it was, but it was cold, bro. It was cold. So good luck. Who's Trump going to place tariffs on? I think it's 8 EU nations. He's going to first start with Greenland, and then anybody trying to ally with Greenland or tell him to stop. That's pretty much the drama that got us here. Yeah, UNH still going up. Again, they have earnings. That was one of those that we talked about last week. They had an interesting premium. NVIDIA's dumping now. And then Lulu again. Lulu kind of has a little.
It's time for best stocks in the market according to Josh Brown.
Josh Brown.
Spotlight.
Kimberly
today,
Clark. Josh Brown.
Shining brightly on the utilities.
Come on, Josh Brown.
It's because there's a lot of power behind that.
Oh, utilities. I think utilities.
Trump's
gonna say some
See what
crazy
you did
shit.
there.
Yeah.
I like what you're putting down, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm picking it up.
Thank you.
The utility sector did almost as well as the S&P 500 last year in total return, and that was a really big surprise. And obviously, it was completely unexpected because these companies became part of the AI trade. It was like one of the least likely ideas you could think of for a historically defensive sector to start acting like a growth sector. But as a result, a lot of these names ended up on the radars of people that never looked at a utility in their entire lives just prior. Unfortunately, they've pulled back. We're in probably like a 10-ish% pullback for the group, but I think that's created opportunities. So Sean and I at CNBC Pro took a look at 3 names that are holding up the best, and here they are. The first one is American Electric Power. That's AEP. This is probably, I think I called it a B- in the column technically. Fundamentally, it's an A. You got a 3.12% dividend. I just don't think this would be the one I would buy. However, it is still on the list and it is holding above its 200. Next era I like better, NEE. I know this is also a Belsky name. It's half Florida Power and Light, and then it's half.
I don't know how I feel about utilities. I'm probably gonna sneeze again soon. More biotechs. Let's see. XBI. Not bad. Thermal, LAR, they dropped. All right, man, you might break through the low right now. It doesn't help that NVIDIA's into the low, too. There's a couple random names working their way up, but otherwise, all of the little hype in the morning has now faded. And then gold is running again. My goodness. SLV stopped moving, bro. They knew we were watching it. But yeah, gold is taking the risk on. Or risk off, really. Well, yeah, you're about to hit the low in a couple seconds here. 9:45. Trump supposedly in 15 minutes. Or the press briefing. Pizza. I keep seeing that one go up too. Food names did pretty good, but now it's like tech. So watch Broadcom and all of those. I mean, shit, even Intel's starting to slip. Staples are still up, but they're taking it on the head. And there is your new low. NASDAQ coming back down to 1.8. Hot dog. No news, honestly, in the last couple minutes here. Probably last like 30 minutes. You haven't even got any updates. You have like random Polish PM and stuff like that, but nothing too big. $6,831. Where are we just at 7,000? Yeah, so 6,820-ish. And then 6,800 will probably be the next levels. But if it does sell off for the rest of the day, I think you might test 6,800. But for now, I mean, gold was the only one that moved up. It kind of chilled. Silver stopped giving us that signal after all of that. And then it's mostly tech, though. And then GE and Caterpillar, you saw that one dropping down earlier, too. And that Bitcoin's even on the low. And then bonds, too. Remember, they recovered a little bit. So back down to 1.7. Russell's still doing great, actually. Russell's better than the morning. But then SPY down 1.5 and then Dow down 1.3. Let's see what's flipped. Dow Jones, 5 in the green, 25 in the red. NASDAQ back to 74 in the red. It was worse in the morning. And then SPY, 388 in the red. So like 10, 15 names that went green went red again. Uh-oh, hot dog. And the VIX climbing. VIX is lower than the morning, so that's the difference. You're trading at a lower price, but the VIX was higher. That was a good sell on IBRX. Lots of unusual pizza volume. Oh, let me run the checkup. I mean, dog, it's been a while without a rumor. Corvus showed up. There's been a lot of IBRX ones, but I don't see pizza. Didn't trigger anything. Unless it just came in. But Ayers, AMRC, MRAM, SKE, EOLS, Corvus, MGNI, they're all about 1,000% higher in terms of activity. So Air Sculpt, I think they had something in the morning. That thing has 3,000% option increase. 5,000 calls versus 162 on average. AMRC. This one's trading lower. Literally 2,000 calls. That's not too bad. MRAM. What's this? Everspin Technologies. So I don't know if any of these have news. Futu, more China. Excuse me. Yeah, MRAM just has volume, but nothing else today. New 52 continued rally in memory link semis. Gauges of magnet resistive random access memory. Toggle RAM. Does anybody know this? It's in Arizona. Yeah, they got a bunch, but this one's just tied to the whole RAM thing. GE still dropping again. SPY near the low. VIX hasn't broken out yet, but you might if we keep dumping from here. A couple of healthcare names still doing good too. Most of the food names and staples are doing good, yeah. And pizza. Yeah, pizza's up 9% right now. RAM. SKE. I'm going through the ones just with crazy contracts today. That's Canada. MG&I, that sounds familiar. So these ones that I'm putting up, they all have weird volume today. At least on their options, but the only enticing one is that MRAM one, just because it's related to RAM. Oh, 951. No, that's not it. And then Fly got a price target raise literally right now. Actually, there's a couple of price targets coming in right now. Yeah. Oh, EHang. There's a China JP Morgan meeting today. All right. I think that's it. I like the MRAM one the most, but it's already up a lot. And I think it's only one contract out June. There's some on February too. Push-ups. We just did some there while I was playing the Davos thing. I only did lunges, but yes. 52-week bills, 2.2 billion. SPY still going lower. Again, Corvus just got price target raises. And then there was one more that came in there. Fly. There's actually a bunch coming out right now. And Syngene expands collaboration with BMY. Carvana. Yeah, gold is kind of looking risk off, but silver's just staying though. Silver was a nice signal early in the morning, and then that just flew out the window. So we'll see. And then again, a couple names that were still running earlier in the day, they keep going, and it looks like banks, BlackRock, chips, or big chips like Nvidia, they started dropping. And then you still have a drag from like Apple and a few others, so not too exciting. MRAM. The MRAM options all just came in the morning at the same time. Selling silver to buy a rental. Yeah, I'm down. We were talking about it on Friday. I mean, if realistically though, if you sell your silver, I mean, you are going to have to like, you're gonna have, for a house, you're gonna still have to pay for the house. So it just all depends. But as long as you are going to sell and you know what you're going to move it to, that's a good option. I want to sell some of my silver, but I just don't know what I would buy. That's kind of my issue. FGBI, 2%, but liquid as hell. Well, I think if we keep dumping, it's 68.20 and then 6,800. You'll probably test it, or if we hold up, we might have to wait till tomorrow, or depending on what Trump says, and then the rest of these Davos comments. Corvus. Okay, now gold ripping. Still. Hi. I think they're going to talk about ice. Ice, ice, baby.
I can do that. Yeah. Let's see if it'll fly with the camera. Yeah, it doesn't fly with the...
Yeah, Donald Trump's going to be there, but we'll see. I think everybody wants to hear about the Europe stuff, but they might fucking pivot.
Oh, no, because you can't. So all you do is press the test button. Okay. Right? You can look, watch the back of the camera.
More China names going up too, and then tap.
Yeah, it's fine. It's working. I'm just trying to figure out because I gotta do all the settings backwards. Oh, sure, of course. That's why it's a star setting. I'm just gonna use the test button on this. So if you use the test button, it fires that. I think that's what I had. I know there was something last time that was wrong. Those are.
Peter.
That wasn't working, so I think I had to fire.
Somebody said that on Friday. I'd be down. I usually don't like loaning against things, but if somebody would loan me out money against the silver, but then it doesn't adjust. So you'll give me $100 an ounce on the silver, and then if it drops, I still get that. I don't have to readjust the loan. I'm down. And then if it goes up, I just refinance it. Would you advise silver for profit or pay off debt? I mean, what was your plan when you bought it? I like sticking to the plans, but I mean, it is very hard to advise on silver right now because, like I said earlier, if it stays like this, I mean, it looks awesome now, but you might get a 10-year bear market. But like I also said too, last week they were asking me about silver at the gym, so it's definitely popular now. But how much debt and interest are we talking about? But if you want to sell it for debt and you're just waiting for the price to go up, that, I mean, the question is really how much is it paying off right now? But try to stick to the intention when you bought it. That's probably the best advice I could give, not a recommendation. Bruh, Corvus is still going. I just launched another $2 right there.
They should be. That little guy's wide. You may need to come back. Is there somewhere where we can see that? I don't have any idea. Because this right now is the perfect shot. Because this right now is the perfect shot. Whose camera is this? One in the house. One in that one. Put it up just a little bit.
I don't know, where are you guys even seeing these silver loans though? Someone brought that up on Friday. PSX running up. Didn't they buy something? Give me a second. Philo. I don't think we're going to have a Philo today. I have one, but I'm too dead. the allergies and whatever this is killing me. I feel like it'd be a disservice. Spot gold hits a fresh high. I don't think Netflix will save the market, but it'll change some things around. Yeah, BSX. Didn't they have something last week? Strategy made its biggest Bitcoin buy since July, spending $2 billion despite falling prices, sliding stock, and growing skepticism over massive unrealized losses. Space stocks are dumping now. Again, even the ones that were doing good.
Like when I zoom in.
10-year at 4.27%, with the 2-year 3.58%. Gold now up $88 the ounce, up 1.9%, $47.60. Silver turning around at $94.50 now on silver, up 0.1%. And a rally for West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, WTI 60.46. Bitcoin meanwhile selling off hard, down 3.4%, 89,762 on a Bitcoin. Bottom line here, stocks declining as President Trump threatens tariffs on various European countries ahead of high-level meetings in Davos. Market news beyond geopolitics. Netflix has reached an amended all-cash agreement to buy Warner Brothers Discovery's studio and streaming business as it battles Paramount Skydance to acquire one of Hollywood's most iconic entertainment companies. Netflix, which reports after the close of trading today, up now by about 0.3%. Warner Brothers Discovery, the target, up 0.6%. Paramount Skydance down 0.9%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. It's on to Davos for the president, but first it appears he's going to make a pit stop in the White House briefing room. If we could bring a live view of the room here, it's about as crowded as it gets. I think the fire marshal might need to check on this situation. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, we will keep eyes on what's happening at the White House. The daily briefing was scheduled to begin now. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on X earlier saying that there would be a special guest. Now it is expected that guest, none other than Donald J. Trump. 1 year to the day after coming back to the White House. Indeed, 1 year since the inauguration. But the president is gassing up Air Force One, about to cross an ocean to deliver a very stern warning to many of our NATO allies, having spent the weekend warning them on social media. And in the news, we caught up with him on the tarmac as the president came back from a football game last evening with many questions about his designs on Greenland and opposition that we are hearing from the European Union. Listen.
I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it. NATO's been warning Denmark for about 20 years now, longer than that, 25 years. They've been warning Denmark about the Russian threat. And it's not only Russia, it's also China. So we'll see what happens. But let's put it this way. It's going to be a very interesting Davos.
It's going to be a very interesting Davos, and we're going to be following all the president's footsteps when he gets to Switzerland. Wheels up tonight. He'll be speaking tomorrow morning, pre-market our time, about what's expected to be an affordability address. He's talking about prices here in the United States, even while following up with NATO leaders on Greenland, promising an additional 10% tariff on those countries pushing back or working with Denmark in this case, and then threatened an additional 200% tariff on France for its wine and champagne, when Emmanuel Macron pushed back on this idea of a board of peace the president is establishing for Gaza. We've got a lot to talk about with Tyler Kendall, and as I mentioned, we'll be joined in a moment by former Ambassador Daniel Fried with us in studio here as we stand by.
What about the president? So yeah, we're waiting for Donald Trump. This is it. It's packed, bro. He brings the market down 1.7. Tariffs. Our first volatility. I forgot it was Inauguration Day. So this is our 1-year anniversary of Donald Trump. Like, actively. Look at that. When's he doing the State of the Union? So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe after we could do philo, but if not, I'm a little boogery today. So I don't know if I could give you the same philo. It's weird. It's like a weird chill today, because considering it was our first volatility, I mean, it didn't do much. I mean, literally, you spent half of the morning up here kind of recovering, and then you just had this little dump here, a little bit of tech. Staples are doing great, which I can't complain about, but we will see. Where is he, bro? What happened at 10 a.m.? Oh, man. I just sneezed. I got it muted in time. All the other ones today, bro, it's been insane. Ahead of the briefing, President Trump, White House aides are passing out a multi-page document touting 365 wins in 365 days. This is going to be a long one. Apart from luxury goods, what does France make? They don't even make that many luxury goods, but the wine, the champagne, same thing I think with like Italy. Well, he said it today on Truth Social. They're trying to, I don't know, somebody even said it earlier. This might even, oh yeah, planes, right? Airbus? But they were saying, I mean, I think he's going to talk a lot of shit about ICE or the Minneapolis stuff. I think that was the title on one of these. So you might get some of that. So I think he's going to highlight, because he put that True Social out talking about people getting in the way. Because over the weekend, there was one of those. Over the weekend, there was like ICE agents, and they were literally like getting in the protesters' face, because they were like, we are trying to arrest a PDF file. And they were literally like honking and doing all that shit. So I think they're going to try that. He's going to talk his shit on Minneapolis. Obviously, he's going to address the drama that markets woke up here today too, but I think that's it. And then 365 wins in 365 days. Maybe a Powell question. Remember, Besson this morning said we'll hear from Powell, or we'll hear Powell's replacement potentially as early as next week. Europe is ripping us off. They don't even want peace. DJT, that's me. DJT, that's me. Trump on TV is always bullish. I'm not really, not like a day like today. I think everyone's waiting though. Like, you know, it's kind of crazy that we're still near the lows of the day. It looked a little bit better earlier, but Homeboy's definitely, I mean, people are listening today. Again, they were even on Bloomberg fucking putting up the room that I have on here. I only have this up today because I'm just like fucking clapped. But other than that, I think most of the world who's awake is probably waiting for this. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like I said today, I'm more worried about global bond yields. But, yeah, he is a wild card. But it's like all of this drama could easily be walked back. And then the fact that everyone's paying attention is just because it's like this is like the first time all year, even the last like 2 months, that we've had like a fat gap down and like a reaction. I mean, think about it. When was the last time you reacted to a tariff announcement? I know we've heard it a lot and we've gotten a lot, but last time you did that was beginning of last year, you know, and end of the year, middle of the year last year, everybody stopped, you know, they stopped caring. So I even heard people talk about taco today. So you have all this stuff playing. That's why I do think it is important. I do think we'll get a wild card. I wouldn't assume bullish or bearish, but you know, he has the potential to drive it either way. He's either going to walk things back or he's going to double down. And there you have it. DJD, that's me. Everybody in the DJD, put your mother in the hands up and follow me. Everybody in the DJD, put your mother in tariffs up. What? Notice that Macron does not stand tough. This globalism's got you gassed up. Now who's afraid of the big bad EU? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 5 wars, 6 wars, 7 wars, 8 wars, 9 wars. Oh, you're late. I'm sorry. This guy don't want a tariff, he's shook. 'Cause ain't no such things as halfway tariffs. Scared to death, scared to look at his fucking EU book. Fuck the WF2. F y'all if you doubt me. I'm a piece of American trash, I'll say it proudly. Here, Macron, tell these people something they don't know about me. Gold's still climbing up on this. All right, we're basing out a little bit. Where is he? You could have got some good ones in the morning on cheap growth. Some of those IRENs and all that, they popped up. Papa John's speculation of buyout. Woo! There it is. Silver's going up now, so silver's just lagging. Because now SPY's chilling out while silver was chilling out, but now silver is catching up there, and then Apple's on the low. So you already said you sold CRVS, dog. Calm down. Calm down, Tom Holman. Fucking border czar. Macron, I think you were a little hard on the Greenland. Dog, they're mad delay. We got 12 minutes. They got everybody here. Everybody's playing this right now. So, I mean, or they're just reiterating, Donald Trump threatens tariffs on the EU. Have y'all ever noticed how big this fucking door is? Look at that. It's the biggest door ever. It's actually crazy. That's a whole ass door. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's not too often the president goes into the briefing room. I mean, last time you had Joe Biden, it was when he was trying to explain to you how he's competent, and they brought him out. But yeah, Donald Trump's done it a couple times last year. KMB was in. If you got it this morning, if you were able to, you actually had like an hour to get it cheaper than where I bought it. But I hope you guys see it too. You know, these names that were already down a little bit. You've really got to, you know, if they're value names and got beaten down, you know, on one of the worst days of the year, they should catch a bid. So I'm very glad with the deep value. Miracle dumping.
Yes, I hear you. Stand back.
Yes, I hear you. We will begin shortly. Caroline Leavitt briefs members of the media. So White House has their feed up now. Major announcement. White House been had this feed up, dude. Bro, we haven't had a pizza rumor in a while. I don't even see that rumor. We were just talking about it. And now I think headline, anytime it goes up like that, people are like, it's gonna get bought out. Yeah, I don't really even see a pizza rumor. Yeah, silver's trying to do it later. Silver's now back up. So now it matches up. Because like I was saying, last time silver was at the high, I think it was into this first low. And now it's matched up. It just lagged a little bit. It was our leader on the day. And then it broke with the gold leading the way. And then now it's kind of came back there. So all plays are back. All guided posts are back into play. Europe, EU to plan historic trade deal with India. You think he comes out and says we got Greenland? I mean, shit, he might. That'd be dope, but I think it's more likely he's gonna fucking rip a new one into all the Minneapolis people. That's what I think it's about. And then I bet you he's not even gonna talk about it too much. Because again, he's been talking about it from the morning. You got all of them at Davos. Even the stuff we listened to early in the day, like I was telling you guys, it didn't seem like there was a lot of tension. Like even with Letnick and some of the questions, it seemed pretty chill. So we'll see. But for now, I think just after the fact, we finally got a big reaction. Everybody is really paying attention to this. Yeah. Metals are settling, at least aluminum, copper, nickel. They're settling right now. You will miss us, your American friends? Where are you going, dude? Aren't you gonna become our territory? We're like cousins now. It's 52-week bill auction. DJT, that's me. Yep, gold still climbing. A couple medical plays too. This was supposed to start at 10, so we're about 18 minutes behind. Gosh, they're having a blast, dude. All right, bro. Can we just start laughing, chat? Can we just have our laughs? Do you feel the market's coming down now? Do you feel the tension? Is this building tension? Is he fashionably late? Is he doing this on purpose? Does he feel it now? At first, I thought they were going to be on early. Now everybody is waiting for this. DJT, that's me. All right, well, you're going up. Silver took a red. I think gold is still climbing. That's going to be your leader until it switches off again with silver. And then MDT, EW, more medical plays going up. But yeah, I mean, this is technically a new low. The difference is the VIX, though. So VIX was higher in the morning. That matches up with silver a little better. More Mondelez, more value. Oh yes, I love manipulating the news. I love starting shit all the time. My job is so fun. I love being a Washington reporter. Don't you hear it in my laugh? Great. So Donald, everything you do is terrible. Donald, I'm going to disagree with you just to disagree with you, Donald. Donald. Bro, honestly, you know, I'm surprised we haven't had a fake fucking Reuters headline yet. So you know what? Don't forget, last year, bro, we would get one every other day. But like, low key, I'm surprised. This might be the rig setting up into it. Now that you say that, I'm like genuinely, like, I'm sure we have a fake Reuters headline just right around the corner. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, they're cooking it up right now. They have to be. All right, you're going lower. I mean, I'd watch if the VIX could break out. Again, BSX, medical, healthcare, those are all going up here. And then you still got the silver and gold moves. But other than that, we're still kind of chilling. DJT, that's me. Well, the VIX technically isn't even above 20. MDT, BSX, HIMS. Lululemon. What is it? Get low? Lulu pauses get low following complaints. I saw that. I didn't know the campaign was called Get Low. Coca-Cola CEO, more demand for coffee, diet, protein, sports drinks in response to GLP-1. That's good. That's great.
Oh yeah, number 4.
They just have so much fun. On how big is the metals move? What do you? Oh, I think once every 100 years, brother. It's massive. That's why. But then again, it ties into the dollar debasement, the run at hot trade. I mean, everything we've been saying here with, like, you know, the bonds and just everything globally. It's very weird. That's why it's so hard to say what is really happening with silver. You know, I wouldn't want to buy, like, I mean, we bought silver at a very low price, but it's at one of those points where I don't know if it's going to fall back into a 10, 20-year bear market or if it's going to go nuts. I mean, someone said it earlier this morning, and they're like, you know, think about it. They're like, I can't believe people were selling silver for $30, $20. And it's like, dude, if I told anybody a couple of years ago, I'll give you $30 for your silver at 35, you'd be like, fuck yeah. Nowadays, that would seem like a good deal, but then ask anybody throughout history, it's just a crazy price. So the fact that we're at $80, $90 is like, it's actually, what's silver spot price? $94.65. So yeah, this doesn't happen too often. I mean, look, this is the whole entire chart. And I had that other chart the other day. But like, yeah, so anytime you, like, you know, again, it went from a couple dollars to just under 40, and then you spent the next literally 30 years, 40 years to get back above it. Then 2014 to 2010, you go above 40, then you spend another 10 years to get above that. So eventually it's going to slow down, but at this point, I don't know when. And let me see if I can find that picture for you. NVIDIA invests $150 in the AI inference startup Bassitin. Oh yeah, you have a, what's it called after the bell? Netflix earnings. Yeah. Is this it? So take a look. And this is even copper overlaid with silver. Do you realize this chart is from 1850? So look, this is silver and copper price, and that's why there's been 3 times silver has boomed, and usually copper goes hand in hand with silver. But then during the 70s, silver went up, copper didn't. Again, 2008, 2010, the recession fear, silver went up, copper didn't, and then now this is the 3rd time. So you've only done, think about it, from 1850. Do you realize what I'm saying? That's like 200 years. Like 175 years. In the last 175 years, this is the 3rd time silver has made a move like this. So that's why it's like maybe it becomes the new normal, or maybe we're all going to look back at this one day and be like, yeah, I got to live through it. Because I got to live through this. We were just young. Most people, unless you're a boomer, didn't get to go through the 70s. So worst case, you might have another one left in the tank. But it's kind of, that's why I'm saying it's just very hard to, you know, I can understand what's happening in the short run and, you know, tied into the dollar and other things, but it's very hard to make a decision that's going to last, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, I don't know if this is a good entry price, or if you sell it and then it doubles up again. You know, I thought it would chill at like $70, $80, but yeah, you just went up another $20, $30. And then there's the stuff with AI, the solar panels, you name it. So, but it is historically, this, I would argue, in the last 200 years, this is the 3rd time. So it's a once every, and most of that even happened post 70s, if you think about it. But yeah, well, the Hunt brothers was this one. Number one was, this was the Hunt brothers trying to corner the market. Yeah, right here was the Hunt brothers. That's why copper didn't go up with it. So that was one of the moments. The next one was recession fears and inflation in 08. And then this one is just dollar debasement, AI, solar, you name it. But yeah, that's why it's just so so hard to really rationalize it. But for now, I mean, it's fun while it lasts. I just don't know how long it'll last. Yeah, dude, Fanny is tweaking. You know, some people are saying it's AGI. They're saying be asset heavy for when AGI hits, but I've heard a lot of reasons. Oh, who's this?
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Okay. What the fuck? He just says hi and leaves? I said, gotta go back. I have no idea who that was. Excuse me. What are we buying on the dip? We had Kimberly in the morning. Or Friday. That was it. And then China! But that was it. I think the only things coming down right now are the names that were already just clapped in the morning. And then again, a little second half was a lot of tech. Do I think it would be smart to sell your silver here? Make it free? Do you know what you're going to buy? That's my problem. So I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if smart is the answer, right? Because if it goes back to $20, $30, hell yeah, that'd be smart. If silver goes up to $150, then fuck, right? I don't think that'd be smart. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. That's why, like, the strategy I've given you will always protect you. If you know what you're going to buy with it, that's how you're going to avoid this dumb shit. You see what I'm saying? If you have something to put that money to work in, that's how you're going to do it. That's how, no matter what, that little spread you'd miss out by selling too early or too late, if you put it to work right away, you don't have to play that game. So that's the answer, really. That's why I'm like, if you have something to buy and you could really hammer it down, use it for a down payment, use it for anything, I mean, it'll be good for you. But if you just want to sell it because you think it's too high, I mean, that's a vicious game to play sometimes. But I can't lie, I'm tempted. I want to sell my shit, but I legitimately don't know what I would buy with it. I've looked at the cheap houses, the Iowa houses, all of that, and it's just like, well, I bought it for a reason. I bought it to hold. I have held my silver for over 10 years, but it's just like, yeah, if I want to cash out, I mean, the reason why it's going up has to do with the dollar. I mean, look at the bond rates, everything else. It's like, I like the physical assets and I want to keep them. I don't want to get rid of them, but there has to be a reason for it. All right, new low. Sell silver, buy barrels of oil, store it in the garage. Choose your frustration, baby. Hey, man, our man, hitting a new low. I don't know if it's waiting for 30 minutes for Trump. No, I have zero cash. We used it all on Kimberly and Tap. What about sell silver, buy crypto? I mean, that would be a good way to get arbitrage, but yeah, it's like, what if silver goes up to 150 and then crypto goes down to 50K? Or Bitcoin does, right? So, but you can, I mean, at the very least, if you know what you're going to buy with it, then that's better than just selling it because you think it's too high. That's where most people make the mistake. Go look at the long term. Go look at all the names. That's why I always tell you guys, just don't, 10 years minimum. And if you are going to sell something, you need to keep that money and put it to work. But then again, what the last year has shown, the same driving factor that will make gold and silver double and triple did not have the same impact on digital gold and silver, more or less. All right, bro. Yeah, is he trying to make it seem like they were having a call from a big leader? Well, I was on the phone. That's why I'm late. The VIX, though. There you go. VIX is above 20 now. So I don't know if the market's just getting antsy, but no, that's it. More of TAP? No. Go watch the video. First link in the description. I bought Kimberly-Clark on Friday, and then I released the video yesterday. So you guys could have picked it up this morning pretty cheap, but I talk about, you know, TAP and all the other ones and a couple of other names, but Kimberly-Clark, that's what I bought. Broadcom. He said, my bad, I was buying Greenland. I said, can I do buy now, pay later? How can we do that? I know, a great idea. Yeah, man, when's the last time we had a 2% down day? You remember those? But yeah, Apple, NVIDIA, and then SPY. It just sucks. You were chilling out there for a little bit, but I think everybody got antsy. And then, like I'm saying, VIX is back up to 20. It could be a little higher, but is that it? VIX is like 2 cents off the high earlier. You're in the make silver free, buy blue chip dividends. I mean, yeah, you can. That was the best idea, I think. But then it's like you just keep saving and that's what we're already doing with our long term. It'd be nice to get a bonus and like have more money. But I do think that one, or buy a house, but then a house you have to pay. You got to pay expenses. You got to repair. The house isn't as clear cut as just buy a fucking stock. But then again, it's like trade the physical for paper. Then you have less physical. Because I bought the physical to have physical. That was my full, I bought all this shit as fucking decoration. Like, I thought the world was going to Mad Max. Oh. The depends answers. I thought it was a great joke. I thought that was I felt bad because I gave it away when I said it literally depends. I think Tyree got it right away though. He said, "Yep, that's it." He knew. I think it was a great pun. Doesn't get any better than that, man. It literally depends. I gave you the answer. I think it's been like at least maybe like 4 months since a solid 2% day. Or it's like the time in between 2% days. I did buy KMB, yes. It's cool because if you guys watch the video, I put it in one of the reasons. I was saying how it's like, I'm pretty sure that's a Kimberly, beyond all the other things I like about it. I was thinking if the market fucking dumps, I didn't think it's going to go down. And then we wake up to a 2% gap down, and then that shit literally rips. But yeah, I think it's good. Okay, you're still selling off. No, that was my silver. But yeah, bonds are giving it back up. Low ticker's kind of picking up. There's a lot of tech, and then everything else that was already panicked, and then you also have the VIX taking off right now too. Bitcoin is down 8%. Holy shit, Bitcoin's at 89.8. Heavy liquidations. Let's see. I think the Dow Jones, there's actually a couple healthcare names are getting better on the Dow. Let's go to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ down over 2. You just wicked. 74 red. I mean, at one point in the morning, you had 80 something in the red. SPY 385 in the red, 117 in the green. Maybe we get Mad Max. Well, yeah, that's, I mean, I bought my gold and silver to own something physical, you know, but that's why it's like if I get rid of it and change it into paper, I wouldn't like that. But then it's ballooned. I think best case is a house, but I think it would have to get really expensive. I mean, shit, back in the day, if you had 100 ounces of gold, you could buy a house with that today, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that 400 grand or something? What do we have? 4,600 times 100 an ounce? Yeah, so maybe, you know, if I could cleanly get a house with my silver, that might be my sell point. I think 6,800. That's what I was looking for earlier. Where are we at right now? You're at 68.17. So the 24, 27, that was a level. We just flushed through that right there. And then 17, 13 will be a little bit, and then we're going to go from there. Russell's already given it up though a little bit. CRBP, Corbis. Don't I think I need a license to get barrels of oil. All right, man. It's been 42 minutes of sitting here. They've all just been sitting there, too. They stopped their little laughing. But yeah, market, again, we chilled out for a little bit when we expected him, and then now, whoop. And then a couple more of those biotechs going. Yeah, I mean, you're down over 2% now on the NASDAQ. We'll see, but now even the Russell's giving it up, and it's been a minute here since High Ticker got a little bit of gas. The ranch is good. It is I mean, I was going to flip it towards the end of last year, but I decided to keep it, so I'll probably have it for another year. So we could do a couple more events. I'm going to try to plant some things. I'm renting one of the units out right now to make some money on it and to, like, help it pay for itself. But yeah, I met somebody over the weekend. I met a guy who owns a bunch of bigger properties like that, and he's going to pretty much help me with some of the, I want to either grow avocados or olives. And then my garlic. But he has a company that'll buy them from me. But yeah. But then again, too, I think there's good equity on it. But I'm down to... I like assets. I'm not against having a real asset at a good price. I mean, shit, that's kind of where the silver stuff comes into. The only thing I'd trade my silver for is a house. I like houses. I mean, again, it's not like the real estate market's hot. But I'm used to that. Just like a good house at a good price, I think is one of the best assets you could get. All right, bro. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a cough drop, too. From Bora Farming. Alright, BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trader Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter.
geopolitical situation is more favorable to them. ExxonMobil makes a lot of sense given the increase in oil prices that we've seen of late. And other companies also potentially kind of benefiting from that rotation out of the big tech stocks, which really is leading the way in the sell-off here. And investors kind of looking, hey, if I'm not buying tech stocks and I still have to own stocks, where else do I go? Maybe small caps.
Sure. Interesting. Christine, this is quite a moment we're in here. It's great to see you, and welcome back, as always, with us live from World Headquarters in New York. VIX is back above 20. I do want to mention, and the yield on the 10-year, 4.28, up about 1.4%. That's what's going up, which is not a great scenario here, obviously, as we watch stocks decline. We'll assemble our panel in just a moment here as we wait for the president to join us in the briefing room. This is a conversation that was set to begin some time ago, top of the hour, 1 o'clock, and you've, as you can see, got a room full of reporters. There's nowhere to put your coats in there, which I'm guessing is a pretty uncomfortable place to be right now. They put water on the podium, and we do expect the President of the United States to enter the room here to mark 1 year of his second term, and then, of course, prepare himself for the messaging that will follow tomorrow in Davos. The president will be wheels up tonight. He's got another event in the Oval Office, signing some legislation, and then heading out of town for a speech that will take place before the market open tomorrow. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors, having spent some time with Ambassador Daniel Fried earlier, and the remarkable social media feed that the president assembled last evening here. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, the president decides to lay down a marker here, and of course he might not even know what he's about to say. This is not a scripted event. This is a news conference with a room full of hungry reporters. Is this what you would advise the president to do if you were in his corner here a year to the day after getting back in the White House?
Well, I think it's, as you described, maybe a hastily arranged event. Maybe they woke up this morning and realized this is the 1-year anniversary of his swearing in. And as you described earlier, there seems to be a handout going through, 365, accomplishments over 365 days. So if it is indeed a report card on his first year, I wouldn't do it from the White House briefing room. I'd go to a place somewhere around the country, somewhere that has been impacted, on affordability issues. And I'd make the case of how hard this administration is working for the people who really make America work. And for me, you only get this once.
Emergency savings,
and
that's
as
what your
a
long term
prelude to about a month from now.
Like if you make bad decisions in your long term, that's not a good emergency savings.
Speech,
but if you
why
let
wouldn't
it
you want
grow,
to use it to do what you've claimed?
Good quality, good yield. Did you guys hear that? Or is that like a sound effect? So Jason, I'm letting you talk your shit, bro. Okay? I'm a little under the weather today. I don't have the energy to clap back. And then I Googled your name and I saw a mugshot, so I don't really want to piss you off too much. But if you could, kindly just vibe out a little bit, bro, and just get a long term, I think you'll have a good time. No, I swear, though. I don't know if you're a different 41-year-old Mr. Folk.
These are accomplishments.
There he is. There's your boy,
we
bro.
have a lot of accomplishments. And as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary.
Yeah.
January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people. And these are just some of the more recent ones that we have. And
Bro, it just
I can
started
show you
moving
some
right
of
when he
the
came out. It's hitting the
people.
wire, but it's just him speaking.
Vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, or the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal,
I think
illegal
he got sick in
aliens.
Davos too, bro.
In many cases, they're murderers, they're
Trump
drug
moving hella
lords,
slow today.
drug dealers.
He's like,
They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think
bro, he's like me today, bro.
I'm going to.
He's hella slow.
Beautiful place.
Yeah, bro, everything's still dumping. You got your random biotechs going up. I don't know what gold and silver
happily
is doing.
awaited for.
I feel, bro. I think
in Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. And these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go.
So y'all waited 45 minutes to watch this with me, just so y'all could say what you could have said on Twitter?
This is one state out of many.
Are y'all okay, bro?
And these people
I'm a little sick today, but
are.
I mean,
Let's see.
you guys have many choices to make.
Yeah, these are all so
hope you
far
make a good one.
people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you
I
like.
know, we
They're
wanna
both
hear the
right.
Greenland
He's sleepy
shit, bro.
and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes.
Bro, he's 100% sick. He's just like, yeah. He's
Gang
not even
member.
talking. He's literally like me today, bro.
Toughest people around.
So I feel, but damn.
These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like
Happy
Don
New Year,
Lemon.
bro.
who's
That's what
a,
I'm talking
You
about.
know, loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor.
Peers, bro. Your
He was
peers.
so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions.
Oh, I know I'm
24
smart, dog.
times
That's why I think some of
convicted.
y'all need to chill.
They're not charges. These are
But
convictions.
I already gave you my
So he
peace of
comes
mind
from outside
last
the
year.
country.
So
Do you think he's going to be good
you
here?
want me to do it again? You
Convicted
tell me.
24
but
times. He's going to be good
y'all
here.
can't be
right?
hanging around here
Doesn't
just
work that
looking
way.
to, you know. But
man
peace and
murder.
love, dog. Get a fucking lawn
One of
term.
many.
Calm
One
your
of
ass
many.
down. Okay,
All they
I
wanna do
don't
is get 'em
support
out.
the fucking crazies of, you know.
They wanna
You
take
guys
'em out
remember
of
how
our
many
country.
times I got banned under Biden?
And we're met with
You don't
paid
remember that shit?
agitators,
I do.
insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid.
You don't remember when they did
You know, when,
transitory in the
the
Fed?
woman was shot, and I felt terrible.
You don't remember that shit?
And I understand both sides of it.
He hasn't said shit though.
When she was shot,
He
there was
did. It's
another
your first
woman that
bounce
was
to see if the
screaming
VIX
shame,
stays below 20.
Shame, shame,
That's really
shame,
it.
right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's, shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this.
Look at this.
All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000. 10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state?
Well, today's the
And yet
first
they're
day this
fighting
whole
us.
year
I like
that
that guy.
I'm
Keeps
going to
nodding to
kind
me.
of mark
You
the
agree
chat
with me, I
down.
guess.
So
I
that's
like him. I
today's
don't know
your
who he
guys'
is, but I
first
like him.
strike.
He keeps nodding. He says,
2
you're
more
right.
strikes. You're going back
He's
to
obviously a
499.
little on the
You
right
can still
side
listen
there.
for free. And remember, we outperformed by 45%. But I'll leave
These
that
are
up to
rough
you.
ones.
Okay, baby boy? Because y'all wild. Those
So
who pay
we
for
just
it,
took
y'all
this
tend
off
to
a
show
stack.
respect.
We have many stacks
That's all.
like this. Like, I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now.
30 times. I'm going to get another cough drop.
Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible, too. I mean, Paul Perez. and that group
DOJ
is
officials say
incredible.
subpoena has been served at office of
Mostly
Minnesota Governor
Hispanic, by the way.
Walz,
They're like 60%
Mayor Frey, and
Hispanic.
Attorney
You know,
General
they talk
Keith
about
Ellison.
Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest.
I love
Nobody ever got
Hispanics.
numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. Never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable
I don't want
people.
mods. I think it's
I don't
chill.
know how they can
y'all.
take the abuse.
You guys don't have the ability
They're
to
taking
like,
rough.
chill.
They're taking rough people like
fucking
this.
Sam
like all
Sama,
of them.
Rasfala,
We have-
all these fucking y'all
so we
just
have
chill,
10,000
dog. Just
at
chill,
least.
bro.
I
Life
could
is
have done
good.
10,000 of them. You're
Okay, I
lucky
be
I only
sneezing.
did
I got boogers coming
like
out my
100.
mouth. We've been hitting
And this
plays
is just-
for like
this
18
isn't
months
even
in
the
a
worst of
row.
the
Y'all
group.
can't.
They have murderers.
This is
They have
stock
some
market
people we
live.
can't use their picture
What the
for legal
fuck?
reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And
Come on, dog.
You
I'm
jeopardize their
trying
case.
to be nice.
Well, we send them back, and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. We're all allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments.
Hey man, I'm glad you
And
used
this
the
is
chat.
something. Ooh, I'm glad my
to
finger
the
wasn't in that
advantage it should
sucker.
be, man. God bless
That
you.
could have done some damage, but
I
you
like
know what?
that.
I wouldn't have shown the pain.
Did that's
I would have gone back. What, did you hear
Nokia
that?
moving trusted networks of
that was
strategic
nasty.
de-risking requires
But I
a
would not
united
have shown the
European
pain. I would
approach.
have acted like nothing happened as my.
Something on Nokia.
That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all. Each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before, and it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world.
Woo! You just stole that shit?
So,
Fuck.
we'll read you a few.
I almost died.
We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower.
Yeah, well, can y'all
Created
do me a
super
favor
high.
then if you think I'm a real one?
What we've
Can
done
y'all
with-
just bully
with
those
growth is
motherfuckers then?
incredible. We created super high economic growth.
Can y'all help me out,
America's
man?
Booming. It's booming.
Would you guys be
There are
willing to help me out?
Thousands of businesses right now that
And
are
just
being
why don't you
built.
bully the fuck out of them and just tell them
Many
to
of
shut
the
up?
biggest factories
Because I
in the
don't want to
world are
make it
being
members
built right
only,
in our
but
country.
it's a
They're
lot
not going
easier
to other
to.
countries.
All
They're
we do is
leaving
make
other
money,
countries.
bro. All he did, good
Fourth quarter
plays,
GDP is on
good
track to
info.
pass
You getting shit quick.
perhaps
Don't let
much
him
more
fuck
than
it up for you,
5%
okay?
growth,
Tell
and
Rafa
that's
Lasha
despite the
Dasha.
fact
I don't want to hear
that we
none
had
of
a
that. The
Democrat
last homie got a
shutdown.
mug
Shut
shot.
down our
I don't know
country.
why they all harassing me.
5%.
It's
Nobody's-
okay. I
nobody's
want
really
peace
ever
and
heard
love.
about 5%.
So
I
you're
think
going to
it
have
could
to
be
bully him
20%
into it, I guess.
if we do it right. If we
Call
don't-
it a day, bro.
Every
Call it a
time
day.
we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days,
Zero with a stick.
if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting. Maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down.
I don't see anything on Zivra, but
And,
another bio.
Look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000.
Yeah, you bounced right off the 603.
That's a year.
68, like right above it.
12
so,
months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. They said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value.
He's like going over his accomplishments, but he didn't explain it. He's just like tired. He's sick, bro.
And I think it's probably
or maybe I'm just projecting it on him, but that's why I don't really mind. But
added $9
yeah, he's just going down ranting on all these things.
Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country.
He didn't say shit
you
about
would have had
Minneapolis
thousands of plants closing all over the country.
Oh, excuse me.
And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw
I think he's going back to Davos tomorrow.
Court. Men playing in women's sport doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson,
Intel.
Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be, but think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs? I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We had
why are all you communists in the stock market?
So if you had a 1% reduction,
how come I attracted all the commie fucking
would have
traders?
1%, 2%.
What happened? What happened, you guys?
Everybody would be high-fiving.
So come on.
Had a 62% reduction. Next year we won't have a trade deficit.
I'm gonna go get another.
Secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. And to me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about healthcare. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country, because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because I've got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did. But it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border.
What the fuck? Well, I have another video. Here. Since all y'all didn't like that, this is what you wanted? This is what it would have been.
Hubby. Poor hubby.
No. This is what you wanted, right? That's what they want. No, serious. That's why I'm like, what? Why y'all so bothered today? This is what you really wanted? This is really what y'all willing to beef with me and everybody around you? Like, for what?
He knows how to
For
sell
this?
right there. Okay.
This is what you wanted? I got a couple more minutes of this, dog. Don't worry, we could. This is what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
So, she's still got a sense of humor. Right?
And I think in New Hampshire,
That was only 60 seconds. Didn't that feel like forever? I know.
Get the hell out of here. They would
you never-
be bringing
don't
a
take things for
plane
granted,
in
bro.
to
Don't
land
take
in a
things for
country,
granted.
and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. My first 4 years I did, when we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slashed the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do
You're dumping
is
again.
buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports.
Dick's at 2050 now.
By more than $150
So get ready, you're about to
billion.
test the 6800.
Investment in American
6803
factories
again.
is up
That's where you bounced last time.
41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing.
I got
So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers.
I got you, G.
Call it unemployment or employment.
He
And
gets
they were
it,
very
bro.
good, but we could make them great.
You
But we
I'm
slashed
fine with that. That's
tremendous numbers of people off the federal.
like I could only
payroll.
imagine how I feel today if
Because
it was
ultimately, if
Kamala.
you're on the
I'd be
federal
like,
payroll,
oh, fuck it. Just
I mean, we have
end it.
jobs where they had
Get
10
me outta
people
here.
for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers,
I have to have people sit
I'll
there
hire
and tell
a
me why
million people. We
9%
cut
inflation is
millions
good.
of people off the
It's
federal
transitory,
payroll.
Josh.
I don't like doing that, but
fuck
the
you.
good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs, and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million. They load it up, and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment.
They literally waited
rate.
an hour.
It's
They're
fake
like, all right.
So with us,
Glad
we're
we waited
proud
for
of the
this.
fact that we cut
Let me
so
tell you
many
all my
because,
thoughts.
again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, you know, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset.
Excuse me.
Now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I want to. When you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of the jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, you know, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money.
VIX is leading up. Watch out though, because VIX is topping out before you haven't hit a new low yet.
They show,
so you're either going to bottom out or we're about to flush.
Unemployment, that's a good number.
Get ready.
But they just add jobs, or they wouldn't cut. They would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, zero, and these are government numbers.
You can tell where the
these
comments come from. I just read the
For 8
global
months in a row,
world.
zero
I
illegal
hate
aliens
Trump,
were
but Trump.
admitted
I'm
to our
like, oh my
country.
fucking God.
Zero. Nobody came in. Unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, many cases they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda.
Yes, you just said the Hell's Angels
Very
protected
tough group.
it.
They came from
Fucking
prisons
Sons
in
of
the
Anarchy.
Congo.
The fuck is this?
Some of the toughest, meanest people.
Now fucking Raul from India is going to make
Thank you
15
very much.
comments
They allowed
in
him
the
to come
chat
into America.
about why Donald Trump.
These
I'm
are
like,
tough
oh
people.
fuck, here we
Before
go
my
again.
election, 100% of net
That's
job
it, bro.
creation
I'm
was
just
going
waiting
to
for some
foreign
stock news or a
migrants.
bottoming out,
Since
man,
my
okay?
inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens.
Sons of
That's a big
averaging,
thing. In other words,
baby.
we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land.
I think there's a lot of bots, but like,
waters,
you can't underestimate how many
we
people
did that on
just,
the
like,
water, so that
are
when you
dumb
do it on the land,
and
they don't
like
go to
money.
the water. Nobody's going
That's the other part. So
into the
to each his
boat
own.
business right now. I can tell you.
Gen Pop is a war zone.
97% down drugs
Hey, man,
coming in by water.
If somebody gets shanked, bro, I mean,
97%.
shit.
Nobody ever heard of that before. They
I
heard
just don't have the
2%,
energy
1%.
for it today.
It went up
And
2%.
I'm trying not to go members only.
97.
Yeah, 'cause
and
I'm,
we're
like,
looking
kinda
for the
getting a kick out
3%.
of
Who
it,
the
but
hell are the
holy
3%?
fuck.
They're crazy. But we've.
I like good
taken
jokes,
out
but some of them are just really
almost
not good
100%
jokes. That's why I'm like,
of
man,
the drugs coming
y'all
in by
gotta be a
water.
little
Now
bit more
we're
creative if
going
you
to
wanna
be
be
very
a
shortly
hater.
starting drugs
You know what
coming
I'm
in by
saying?
land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that we're just, they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular,
I'm fine, but you guys need to not let a hater ruin it. Does that make sense? I already showed you what I would do.
Trump fan. He was all for Trump.
That's exactly what
Trump.
I showed you last year. I hope that you fucking defend your borders from these fucking Rahul bots, bro. Whatever the fuck this is.
They said, "Oh, he loves you."
You know what I'm saying?
He was. I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, another dangerous place. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same.
Man, why'd you
treatment
gift
as
them
the
a
drug
membership, bro?
Boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good
I
at.
love
That's
you,
about
Marcus.
the only thing they're good
Oh,
at.
why are you giving them memberships
at,
today, bro? Why are they? I don't think
pirating ships.
Why are you
It's
going to
big
encourage
ships.
this, bro?
So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil.
That fucking Raul's
And
about
if
to
it
be
gets hit
a
by a
emboldened
big weapon,
member.
The whole thing blows
Release
up.
the list. Release the
And
list.
They don't want to
S&P
fight
down
because
2-2.
they
Release
know
the
their
list.
insurance companies
Joshua.
do not
Like, oh,
hand over the ship.
Y'all like
And
my
they're
dad
not allowed to have any
if he
guns on
wasn't
the
a
ship.
conservative.
They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon.
Oh, Douglas
Because if
got
they hit
one
the
though.
side
I
of the
fuck
ship,
with Douglas.
The ship
there
can
you
blow
go.
up to. I mean, you
down.
talk
Oh,
about a
fuck.
blow
Another
up.
one.
Bad. We've seen
I
some
said
bad
reprimand
things
them. What the fuck?
And the insurance companies.
Hey
some
man,
of
I'll
these ships
take it,
cost
but fuck.
more
I
than
know
$1 billion
damn well if we go
to
members
build.
only.
The insurance
I'm
companies
gonna
say,
be
"Look,
like,
we'd rather
release
give
the
them money
list."
than
Like,
take
oh,
a chance
fuck
on a
me,
$1
dude.
billion insurance policy. But
Have y'all heard of Reddit? Y'all know Reddit would
hit
be
the
like dope for some of
people
y'all.
with the drugs in
You know,
their
you
mouth.
didn't have to wait here for an hour.
They don't know what the
But,
hell
like,
happened.
if y'all heard, it's
All of a
reddit.com.
sudden,
And like y'all just go and
there are no
like
pirates
it's dope,
at sea.
bro.
Do you
Y'all
know
they
this?
agree
We
with
haven't
you
had
and
a boat
shit.
taken in a little while. Came out of
That's it,
Somalia,
bro.
really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. Comes And then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I were an elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement.
Well,
I was
the
up by
crazy
like
part is
25 points
everybody
on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take him out. Let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know,
All right,
Dana,
man, you're still
it's
dumping.
Like
you had that little
fighter,
Vince
two
freak out,
fighters.
but
One guy is winning by a lot.
6,800
and
is
they say,
broken.
Oh, let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with
Even
Biden.
rocked.
The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them. But never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America.
Got popped
we did
again.
that very powerfully.
Dude, 2.3. We might go 2.5.
While
I think
we're
it's
at
going
it,
to
we
chill,
also
but
took the
I think a lot of people were
Gulf of
expecting
Mexico,
more
and now it's
out of Trump.
The
I mean,
Gulf
some
of
people were
America.
expecting a lot based on the
We have
chat.
92% of the shoreline.
I'm
It
talking
always
about the
bothered me.
market.
I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small
Yeah,
percentage.
so like
talks about
67,
8%.
94, and then
We have
maybe
92%.
67,
And I said,
77.
why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say
Trump
that.
used to be more
I was
friendly
not
with
going to call it the
insults.
Gulf
I
of
feel.
Trump.
Because I was chill all
Trump
year after
wanted to
one
call it the
day of
Gulf
watching y'all
Trump,
do
but he
this.
was
I kind of
rebuffed by
understand
his
him now.
people.
So
My people don't rebuff me too
Please.
much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great.
I'm just shocked at how many
Our
people
country
waited an
is
hour.
proud for
And then
the
they
attack
just
on
turned into
Venezuela,
cannibal
the attack
bots.
on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean,
Some
first
people don't respond
administration,
well to
Soleimani, the
niceness.
father of the roadside bomb, and al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where
He
the
hasn't
cases
said
were
shit.
filed
That's why
and
there's
where
no
the
pump.
decisions were made.
He hasn't said anything
they
about
were right
Greenland.
at the end of the
Nothing.
Civil War.
We're talking about the Civil
Trying to
War right
say
now.
that, you know, and China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, they're American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a
long-term killed it
weapon
today.
of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the
Dog,
attack.
it's 11:30.
But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including
I'm about to open up
the
the
worst
chat
gang.
even
They
more.
say it's
I
the
was
worst
about to
gang
go members only,
in the
but I
world.
just
They
got a
took
better
over
idea.
parts of Colorado.
I want to see some
just
more
take the
dumb
apartment
shit.
building. They just took it away.
Because I'm
Just took it
fully
away, like
convinced some of y'all just
we
want
hear.
to talk
They
shit.
cut the hand off one
Does
man
that make
because
sense?
he called the police. Who
It's
called the
starting to
police?
get
I did.
entertaining
You
at
took
this
my
point.
apartment from me.
We
Boom.
free 'em all?
No hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis.
There's
Federal
such a
task
difference between
forces
the
deployed
locked in
massive
and then the
numbers of
other
federal
one.
law enforcement officers. And National Guard to
He's
restore
asking me,
safety.
he's like, why did you close the chat
Crime
in the first
down in
place?
D.C.
I say,
is
why
almost
did y'all
down to
join the
nothing.
chat in the first place?
D.C. was a very,
I think I understand
very
it now.
dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than
No, I think
do.
he's going to take questions,
I have a
but
lot
this
of
is
people
going
in the
on for a
media
while.
thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore. So you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down.
Yeah, bro.
Got the graffiti
SQQ
all
and Vic
off.
still on the high.
National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys. The bad guys look at them and they say, "We're not going to mess around." But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled,
Thanks,
but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great
Dog,
game.
imagine
We
I
have,
haven't even unbanned anybody. Like, there's still
virtually
probably
no crime in
another
DC
500
anymore.
people
Before-
banned that I
before
still
we
haven't
did this
unbanned.
move, it was, and we could do
Why
the
you
same
giving
thing
them
in Chicago.
memberships
You
now,
know, we
man?
brought Chicago down 25%.
He said I'm scared
even
of the
though we just had a
criticism.
minimal crew.
You're
there.
right,
We
bro.
brought, we
But
brought,
you want me to be honest with you?
Wisconsin.
And I mean this in
down.
the
We
most
brought
loving way possible.
Minnesota down, way down. Even
Just
though
some of the
everything's
chats,
a
bro,
fight.
like, when I see
You know,
it from, like, it
because they
just
wanna
make
keep
me
those
feel
people that
dirty
are
and
lying
dumb.
on the floor.
Okay? I
They
mean
wanna
that with
keep
all
those
love.
people
Like, I just
in
don't, like,
Minnesota,
you
but
ever,
they
like,
really don't.
I don't know,
think
I
the
feel
real
musty.
people have been, it's a very
I
corrupt
don't know how to
place,
describe it
and
any
the
other way.
elections are
But that's
totally
why,
corrupt.
like,
I
I'm
feel
like,
I won
man,
it all 3 times.
I'm just able to absorb
Nobody's
it better
won that
today
state
because
since
I'm
Richard
a
Nixon.
little
It's a
under
rigged
the
state.
weather.
And
So,
the
you know, I'm
Somalians
just
vote as
waiting and
one group.
scanning for news.
Even if
But,
they're
like,
not
at the same
citizens,
time,
and they
I'm
vote
like,
as one
holy
group,
fuck.
and you know, you get
So
600,000
yeah, that's what it
votes
is. I
against
like
you.
the focus.
They all ought to get the
you
hell
know,
out
I
of here.
I like to be
They're
here
bad for our
for
country.
the stock market.
Nationwide achieved
call
the
me stock
largest
market
reduction
live.
in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last
Yeah, I haven't streamed on
11
Twitch in a
months,
minute.
achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives.
This
were
might
saved.
take a while, bro.
That's
like, low key.
despite the fact that we
'Cause he
took
probably
in
gonna answer
criminals
questions.
under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another nationwide. The motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record
You might
low.
again. The VIX kept doing
Began
that
the
little
process of eliminating
move. But
cashless
yeah, this
bail
might be a good
policies
time to
across
tell
the
all of
nation.
y'all to get a long
You got to
term,
get rid
okay?
of your sanctuary cities.
So that's
and
why I
hope our
started this
people know
channel.
that we're not going to
beyond
pay
giving you guys
sanctuary
real-time market
cities.
updates.
We're not going
just
to pay
to let
them
y'all
anymore.
know, you know,
They're
$200 a
sanctuary
month.
for criminals.
You can really grow your account.
They
That's
hold
why.
criminals. We're not going to
You
pay.
know, I told my
they
sister.
Can sue us and maybe
I'll show you
they'll
my
win.
sister's account.
But we're not giving
But
money
I
to
told her, you know,
sanctuary cities
presidents come and
anymore,
go, but
as
the
of
long term is forever.
The beginning of the month.
So just make sure you guys, you know,
We
use what we
began the
do here
process
to
of
save up
eliminating the cashless
and buy
bail.
good
Well,
quality assets
cashless
so
bail
that
is
you
where it all
could
started.
become
It's a disaster.
whatever you
and then
want to
other
be
places.
in this life,
I don't know if
okay?
it started in New York. I
All right,
remember
man.
it.
But like,
starting in New York.
save your money and
So
get
if
some
somebody
good
comes
quality.
and
Can
murders
we all agree
somebody
on
and they
that?
let 'em out, no bail,
do
no
y'all
nothing.
do you agree with that?
Basically,
I think that's a
cashless
good time.
bail means
this is all free.
you just get
Even
the
if
hell
y'all
out.
communists, I still
they
give
go
it out
outside.
for free.
We have one case
I've
where a
been
guy
doing it, man.
murders somebody.
But yeah, let's
gets
go,
released
man.
and goes
So,
out and murders
that's a
somebody.
public service
2 people in
announcement.
one day.
Thank you for shopping at the stock market live.
No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay. Got to have bail. There's a reason for bail. Long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom,
by how many messages
why
you
are
think
those
you have today?
bars on the building? I used to play Little League Baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park.
Dog, you ain't say shit to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
But I said
8,
to my mother,
9,
Mom,
10,
she
11, 12, 13,
there always
14,
there for
15,
me. She
16,
said, "Son,
17,
you could be a
18,
professional
19,
baseball
20,
player."
21,
I said,
22,
"Thanks, Mom."
23,
I said,
24.
"Why are those
Bro,
bars on the windows?"
come on,
Big
man.
building, big,
Do you have a long term?
powerful
Zakul,
building. It loomed
do you have a
over the
long term,
park,
Zakul?
actually. She
There's like
said,
20 of
"Well,
those, bro.
people that are very sick are in that building."
No, I
said,
don't have
"Boy,
any Crocs.
I used to always look at that building and I'd see
Your 2025
big
IPO
building,
long term.
big,
What's that mean?
tall
You made
building.
one
It
this
loomed
year or
over the
last year?
park. It was sort of, now that I
Yeah,
think it
man.
was pretty
Everybody should
unfriendly
get a long
sight.
term.
But I'll never forget. I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them. You know,
The signal, the noise
Democrats
is
in New
ass.
York, they
What
took
do you
them
What do you mean?
down,
You
and
don't
the
want to
people
hear
live on the
Zaku's
streets, and
political
that's why you
takes
have a lot of the
in between
people
2% down day?
California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental
Are you
institutions.
sure I'm not
down.
just
They're
afraid of the
expensive.
criticism?
But I'd say, why does that
But
building have
because I'm
those
sure
bars?
Zaku and Rahul, they got some great
It wasn't
political
normal.
takes.
You're used to
today.
looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel.
Please get a
vicious
long
steel,
term.
Tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum.
It's called the mental
Designated
institution.
Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to.
There you
oh,
go.
yeah.
Come on.
Now,
I'll
if
free
you're with
everybody.
CNN, you don't raise your hand.
Go ahead. You don't even got to
They
subscribe
said,
no
well,
more. Go
maybe
ahead.
it wasn't that successful.
Look at
which
that. How you drop an
I
L
really
that
went
quick, dog?
I was
What the
angry
fuck?
because these pilots took their life in
They
their
were waiting.
hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, gun shooting at them. They went in with
Sorry,
those
go
beautiful
ahead, bro.
B-2s,
Let's
and
see.
every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated
Why
it.
you already were
And
free?
CNN
What the
came out and
fuck?
said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. It was,
Just give them like
turned
2
out
minutes.
It was worse.
They'll create new
than
accounts.
It was,
for all the
you know who
banned
could
people.
tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place.
Uber
But
and
they did
Lyft
an
as Coke and
amazing job.
Pepsi?
That
No.
was,
Just because
like
Uber owns more.
what we did with
Lyft is just
Venezuela. I mean,
transport.
nobody's ever seen a
Uber has
military
Postmates
operation
and
like
shit. Or Uber
Ended
Eats.
8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia.
Yeah, bro.
The
Is this a
Congo and
filibuster? What the
Rwanda.
fuck is happening?
Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile, with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country. I don't know, maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat, but what a terrible thing.
I talked about Adobe
So
on the
Egypt
video
basically,
yesterday. But it's
they don't
on
have
my
enough
list.
water
I'm
in
not
the
ready to
Nile.
buy it now.
And they use that
But
for
if it's still down while everything else goes up, I will.
a lot of things,
I'll keep it
including
on watch.
entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war.
Don
I've been
Lemon?
trying
I
to
don't
settle
know
that
how
war
he's
for
doing.
10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan.
So what would you guys
They were
say if I
fighting it
told
for
you
many, many
I'm
years.
registering as a Democrat
And I
next
ended
year?
up getting the heads of the both
Maybe this
countries
year.
in my office.
I think this year I'm gonna be a Democrat.
Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful
Would you
now
guys
than it
support
ever
me?
was.
Where's Raul at?
And one side of the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan
sound like a
for
good
22
idea?
years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, you know? Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each
Wouldn't
war,
that mean
but
the
I don't
bots would
say
be on
that.
my
I say
side?
millions and millions of people.
Like, wouldn't they
And
just
don't
be
let
there
anyone
like,
tell
yeah,
you that
I
Norway
agree with
doesn't control
everything
the
you
shots,
say.
okay? No, it's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they
There's no
said, wow,
communism
that's
nor
amazing. I thought
democracy.
President
Stop
Trump would get it.
brainwashing. Okay.
President
Thank
Trump
you.
deserves it. He ended up 8 wars.
I appreciate it. I'll
How
take
nice,
that into
right?
consideration.
Good woman.
Thank you for
Got
that.
all 20
Another
living
15
hostages
messages.
returned to their families,
Thank you.
and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have one left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had. Most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son
I
back
just want
alive.
people to
They
get a
were
long term.
almost
You know
even
that?
more intent on getting. They knew their
That's
son
all
was
I
dead. They wanted
ever
to get the body. I got him back.
wanted. Long term.
We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations.
You
And,
gotta
with
dye
all
your
the
hair.
wars they
It's
settled,
a
the United
requirement. I'm
Nations
down.
never helped
You
me
know, when
on
I was
one
little, I
level.
wanted the Eminem hair.
I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them.
I wanted to
didn't call
bleach
them
my
to
hair
help.
and be like Eminem.
But I got.
I know a
you
lot of you had that
presidents
experience,
and
though.
prime ministers
Don't lie.
together. We knocked
You know
heads,
damn
we
well
got
you wanted
along,
the
and
Slim Shady
they like
bleached
me,
hair.
I like them. Every single
Stop
one
it.
of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people.
I'm
Nominated
glad you could
me
block
for a
people in the
Nobel
chat.
Prize.
Oh,
Putin
but if
told
I
me,
do it, I'm a bad
cannot
guy.
believe you got this war settled. Worked on it
Oh,
for
okay.
10
You must
years
be
'cause
going to
it's
enjoy it while you can.
Peace territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the
thank you for
lives
your
of
kind
13 U.S.
comments
service
on
members
today.
in
I appreciate
Afghanistan,
you,
the
brother.
lowest point in the history of our country.
It's good, man.
That was a Biden disaster.
Not gonna lie, I like
I
some
was
of you
getting
nice
out,
guys.
but I was
Some of
getting
you
out
guys
with
showing
dignity
love,
and strength.
regardless.
We were the boss. Oh, we were
This
the
guy's like,
boss.
ICE
Everybody
is
was
gay. Thank you for your
Yes,
service,
yes,
Josh.
yes.
I'm like, oh wow, well that's nice.
Very stupid
So it's
person
good.
got
It's
in.
okay to be gay.
What a shame.
It's okay to
They
be
should have
gay.
left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General.
All right, man. Still going. Damn, we cannot.
He said it. Well, I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly.
Well, I can't. Is he freestyling?
The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous
he ain't said anything about why we're down.
And I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right?
Teledoc Medicare coverage.
Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military.
Oh yeah, you guys posted it on the other.
And
chat.
next year we hopefully will go to a 1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful, those big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the
we're down
Department
2%.
of War,
I didn't even look.
Loves, by the way.
Wow.
Signed landmark critical minerals.
I don't even look.
Australia, Malaysia,
oh gosh,
Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. So why aren't we paying the same as China?
I don't think so.
They said, well,
let me check.
Nobody asked. They said China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably, with all the illegals. You know, China probably knows more accurately. But
why? I mean, today was a bad day, but shit, you got some Kimberly Clark, dog.
People. We have a much
Kimberly
more
Love today.
Military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban.
We only had a couple of earnings today,
which was just horrible. Seeing them every year, seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it, and bigger and better. We need it.
No, I think the chart dropped.
But we
I have a different one. I have a real-time one. I could get one delayed, but
so,
the EPS estimates dropped so far. But there wasn't enough earnings.
37 or 39 million, and I said, "How come?" So I withdrew, and they called. We'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel it out. And I thought about it.
Excuse me.
So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually
Blackstone
called
said
them.
to
I said,
consider
you know, you can
$5 billion
buy it for
sale
less.
of
You can
Beacon
make a deal at
Offshore.
37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid 500 million. They paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible.
Bro, you've been spitting
the
for
anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency we ended. And the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America.
5
where we
minutes
had to
till
pay $1
power
trillion
hour.
and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that.
Isn't it
Another
Beacon?
Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. terminated the Green New Scam, and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon, but he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't.
I think we're still going to have questions. Otherwise, they'll get pissed.
But in particular,
there's no way they all just. We waited an hour and then sat through this for an hour.
Some people don't want an electric car by 2030, and to build the power stations
today
all over
was
the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country
Japan
has.
And global
if
bond
you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years, and yet they were supposed to be switching over.
Yeah, EPS goes at 702.
Some people don't like electric
7.02.
Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. That's having to do with the environment. So ridiculous. Canceled the EPA's absurd, totally absurd tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars.
His memory
the numbers,
issue is unprecedented.
The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles.
Banks are still
and 100% tariff on Chinese cars which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs.
To be fair,
if they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch.
You know what I'm saying? But like, so just chill, dog, chill.
There's another way of doing it.
VIX again on the high without hitting a new low, so we're either going to flush again.
But it's much more cumbersome, not as
You're right at the 6,800.
Not as good for national
security. The last 3 times it did this.
We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country. Because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good. All because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left, and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home or in their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers, they wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech.
Woo!
Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders. This was not a tough one. 2 genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit
yeah, bro,
it.
I thought he was sick.
Ban the use
fuck,
of
man,
puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, that's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports. A couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records. Look at weightlifting records. Look at swimming records. Look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools.
Finalize your Netflix plays.
Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch.
Oh.
They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen?
Sick son of a bitch.
How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fannie. You can't call Fannie. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine? Putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime.
Gosh.
Oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize. I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so Terrible.
You have a good one, bro.
Officially reinstated Columbus
Thank
Day.
you
I like
for
the
your
name Columbus Day.
Donations to Raul.
The
and
Italian
friends.
people are very happy about
I get it.
Remember
but
when you
thank
go to the voting booths, I
Have a good one.
reinstated
Get your
Columbus
earnings
Day.
plate
That was an
finalized.
easy one.
And get ready too.
Christopher
for
Columbus.
fucking
Cut
week.
Social
It's our first
Security
set of
wait
volatility
times
in a while.
by 50%.
I hope my cold
serve
goes away tomorrow.
65% more.
So then I could clap back at
Social
some of y'all. But
Security
today I'm just
recipients
observing.
by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're
I enjoy
2.5
it.
to 3
I enjoy
times
this
better and
filibuster,
faster.
honestly. I think some of y'all enjoy it too. Like you hate Trump, but like, let's be real. You fucking love this shit. You know that? I know some of y'all love it.
Accounts starting
like
with
you straight up love it.
$1,000 for every
Come on.
newborn baby.
Where else can you
This
just
is something
air
that's
out your
become so
opinion
popular.
for
And I give
fucking an hour and a half?
Mr. and
Y'all waited
Mrs.
45
Michael
minutes
Dell.
here. I'm a stock market
Dell
channel for crying
Computer,
out loud. So nah, y'all love it,
put
bro.
in
Y'all love it.
$6,250,000,000.
So it's good. At
Started
least
with
I think we
nothing.
could bond. We
And
get
he
a long
actually
term.
invested
That's what I'm
all
looking
that
for.
money to give to
Do
kids,
y'all know what the long
so
term
that
is?
when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and you know they can. At 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with a fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. He had.
I know we want to hear about
Greenland,
Greenland, but then he's going to give a speech tomorrow morning.
Governor, to the
ahead
mayor.
of
They didn't want to do it. They wanted to
Davos,
protect a
Davos.
tiny little fish that's.
But yeah, we ain't hear shit on
He said,
that.
"How can you have a fish when you don't have any water?" It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's Notel, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, "We're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years." Remember that? I said, "You mean 2 or 3 days?" "No, I mean 2 or 3 years." And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, "You know, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants." I said, "Well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity." Nobody believed it. And I said, "We're going to get you fast permits." So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. They're going to have, we're leading AI, and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations, and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States, and that's a small version of what's
every value
sitting
stock
right
killed
there.
it.
That's just a small version.
Our long term
We
is up
took
today.
a country
believe it
that
or
was
not.
dead,
The small long term,
and it's
is
the hottest
down.
country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year.
Well,
So
yeah.
let's go.
Finally.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people.
All right, please.
That's how I feel
Yeah, go
today.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Wow, that's
I
a
have
lot of
two
people.
questions for you. One,
Holy
do
fuck.
you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN
Well,
just
now we
hasn't
might get
been
some
very
rules.
helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up
Yeah,
to its
bro,
potential.
long-term fucking
the
killing
UN
ya.
should have
What's up, Sean?
settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them.
You're like, Josh, turn off the long term. I
they
want to
should
talk
be able to
shit
settle
about
those
fucking
wars
the
there.
president.
I believe
Okay.
you got to let the UN
The fuck?
continue because the
Okay, fine.
potential is so great.
Fine.
And Mr. President, you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play, especially
A big role. I
with
like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah,
And
I like
another one, because
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world.
Right.
At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions, Lula.
Well,
and then-
look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I
night?
haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them. Yeah, go.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
He made him
You
sit
told
through
Norway's
all of
prime
that.
Minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I
Why would
lost a
not-
lot of respect for Norway. And
But why
I
would not
believe,
winning
and
that
I believe
prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize.
Go to the
You have
first
to understand,
video,
I
the
settled
first link in the
8
description.
wars.
You can see
I've
everything
had,
in that long term.
Every one of those wars, every participant wrote. I didn't ask him to do it. They sent
Even if
in
you don't like Donald
strong
Trump, you
recommend-
can still
they
get a
make
long term, you
recommendations
guys.
for that. But I settled 8 wars.
you
No
gotta just
president's
learn how to
probably
do
ever
it.
settled 1 war. I don't
Because
know.
last year they
Think
tried
of
to
it.
get everybody
I
to
did
not
8.
buy stocks.
The
but, like,
reason
you
I
fucked
do it
up,
is
man.
because it's easy for me to
I'm
do.
just trying to put y'all
And
on.
I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because
You know,
I'm
I
saving
got a
lives.
cold
I'm trying
today.
to settle the final one.
So
I'm
you
trying
know,
to
but
do
get a
Russia,
long term,
Ukraine.
bro. The video's there.
And when Russia's
It's
ready,
there, baby.
Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing
Spy going
25,000
down.
people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll
The
find out.
furthest.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. We'd probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
No, I didn't show Sister's account.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the
So
British
my
plan to
sister's
hand
account,
Diego Garcia
like,
over to
she
Mauritius
tried to sell
and
out
Brexit
last year.
back was an act of great
I'm not even
stupidity.
fucking, no
Previously, you
exaggeration,
backed
she
that
tried
deal.
to move
Is it
to
now your
Palestine.
position that the deal should not go ahead?
And she fucking hates Donald
when
Trump.
They originally were gonna
She
do it,
asked
they were
me if I
talking
would
about
protect
doing
her
some
from ICE,
concept
and I said,
of
baby
ownership.
girl,
But now
I'm
they're
pretty sure
looking
you're
to
an American,
essentially
but
just do a lease
I
and
said,
sell it.
okay, but
And I'm against
even
that.
we
You know,
got
it's
her
a
an account, bro.
reasonably nothing like
She wanted to
Greenland,
sell, so
but
everybody,
it's a
I don't care what
reasonably
you believe in.
important, area
But I
of
do
the
hope
globe.
you save
Not to
10% and
anywhere
own high
near
quality stocks.
Greenland, but
That's
I
Cole's
think they should
sister,
keep
bro.
it.
But
I
it's
don't
all
know
on
why
the
they're doing
video.
it.
Go to
They
the
need
first
money.
link. And Kimberly Clark killed it today.
Mr. President,
But it's all there. But Spy
with
still
your
going
support
down.
to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and
I
a
ended
bloodshed
eight.
in Syria, especially after the fall
I
of the
did a
regime.
good job. I did a good job.
The Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The
And
president.
then when
of
this is
Syria
done, I want all of
working
you to
very,
say
very
thank
hard.
you.
Strong
Say
guy,
thank you,
tough
Josh,
guy,
for letting me
pretty rough
say whatever I
resume.
wanted today.
But you're not going to put a
And
choir boy
did
in
you
there
have
and,
fun?
you know,
Did
get
y'all
the
have
job
fun?
done.
You better have had fun.
I spoke with him yesterday.
If you're
because
just
we were
angry,
talking about
then
the prisons.
I don't
and,
know,
you
man.
What was going on? We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons.
The
And
tariff
he's
thing
watching-
hit the wire. The tariff dividend.
Mr. Go ahead.
President Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. What do you
67.93.
anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had a really. He would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship.
No,
Really,
locked in. Why the locked in is taking me?
Close to the word
Nah,
exceptional.
we've been focused. Y'all feel
But now,
free. You
we
guys
seem
feel
not to.
free if you have be my guest.
President Trump,
Greenland,
you spoke
Greenland,
earlier.
Mr. President. You've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro's in
Fuck
U.S.
yeah.
custody and he was criminally
Anything.
charged,
Sis is
has
still
any
at
more
200 a
information
month. That
emerged
account
you
has
could
never
share
been
with us
raised.
regarding Venezuelan election
She doesn't
software
support
and
the
Venezuelan
system,
ties to
you know?
tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York
you got.
to get
Why
some
you?
answers
Some of
on
y'all saying
Venezuela's
thanks and
involvement
y'all
with the
didn't.
2020
Y'all just saying
election?
thanks. I want to thank you from the fucking from all the fucking commies.
Yeah, they've learned some
Say
things.
thank you. You know, I hope you have fun. I had a little bit of fun. I'm gonna lie. I gotta go shower after this, but yeah,
We'll
I had
have
some
to use
fun.
something else. I mean, look.
This is a nice change
take
of
a look
pace.
at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they want to. They
There you
need
go.
that
That's the walk
agreement
back.
very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to
I
get
doubt
it.
it.
So I doubt that. But we'll see
Yeah.
what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland.
So here it
meeting
is.
tonight, as you know, Davos.
I don't think it'll rip
And
it back
we
to
have a
the
lot of
open,
meetings
but he
scheduled
didn't
on
attack
Greenland.
it aggressively.
And I think things are going to work out pretty well.
There you go. That's what you waited 2 hours for.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that.
President.
Because Emmanuel's not going to be there very long, and there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron, but he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good. I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happening. But we need a good structure here, don't we? Huh? Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1-year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds.
Still up.
Just
Yeah,
so you
all
understand,
the alcohol
Kurds were
stocks
paid
are great.
tremendous
Anything with
amounts
value,
of
bro.
money. We're
Beating
given
down
oil
value,
and
you just
other
ripped
things.
it.
So they were doing it for themselves more so than they were
me
doing
and
it
Lon
for us.
talking
But we
about
got
the
along
red.
with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months. And, you know, I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead.
All right, the Greenland comments already faded. I don't know if this is the
because
330 move.
a lot of them could
But that
use
was
some
an
of the
update
advice
everybody
as to
wanted.
what we did.
Yeah, it already flipped.
They need energy.
You're
You
gonna have to
take
wait
a
till
look at their
Davos
energy
tomorrow.
policies. They're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble. And they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Call with.
I do. I have a very
I would
important
pick up
call with
Kimberly Clark
President
instead of
Erdogan,
PayPal.
who I like.
PayPal wants everything else.
All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank you,
question
Mr.
about big
President.
critical we've had one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows a majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden by
No,
telling
I
the...
hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and they're screaming. We brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more.
That's been the best fucking joke. Release the Epstein files. See? Thank you, man. Thank you. I got one good one. Fucking took me 2 hours of listening to all of that shit for a fucking solid ass joke. Release the Epstein files.
So with Iran, they were going to hang
Thank you.
837 people. And I let
So
them
you
be
want
known
money?
that-
I'm gonna start giving.
and
I'm
we
gonna
let
do that.
them know
You guys want me to give
that
away
if
money?
That happens. That will be a very bad day.
I'm
for
gonna
them.
take any of y'all who
And they
like you had
decided
like a
not to
20
do it.
chat
They didn't
messages
hang the
per
people.
minute.
I can't tell you
Is
what's
getting
gonna
mad
happen
at
in the
Trump.
future, but supposedly
Tomorrow,
they're
if we
taking
hear
it
him,
off the table.
I'll pay you
But they were gonna-
$100
last
if you
week they
can
were gonna hang
resist.
on Thursday or
And then I'll give
Wednesday.
you $100 for
One,
the best
they were gonna
joke. I
hang-
think he
hang,
might have won.
837
That was the best.
people.
That was the best one.
And they didn't.
You know how many
hang
messages I had to read to get to
anybody.
Epstein
So
files?
we're just gonna have to see what
Fuck,
happens
man.
with Iran. Is the military?
I don't know
option-
though. Once I get my stock energy back though, I don't know if I'll tolerate that nonsense. That's the only issue. Apple.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead, I'll
President.
take your question.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't.
No, that
improve
joke
the
wasn't
lives
from
of
Tim.
any-
The
what
guy's actually
improved the lives
previous
of
comment
people
was, "I can't wait to see
are people
America
that are
burn
living.
to the
I
ground by
saved
this orange fuck."
Probably tens of
That
millions.
was so.
of
That
lives.
was, but it was a good joke. Guys,
We had
at least
tens
you
of
know.
millions of
But
lives.
it was a good
If
joke.
you
Guys,
look
at
at
least
tens
you
of
know.
millions
But
of
it
lives.
was a good joke.
One of the
Guys.
points you're talking
Either
about
way,
millions
that's why I
of
say I
people.
had
You
to go through a
multiply
lot
times
of
eight.
messages
But
to
when
get
you look
there,
at
bro.
India and Pakistan,
No
that could have
problem,
been
mate.
10,
You're not even
15,
fucking
20 million
American,
people.
bro.
Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people.
What do you
So
mean,
that,
mate?
to me, is
What
the
the
big
fuck?
thing.
I never called. I call him homie, dog, brother.
What?
He said, "No problem, mate."
Suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why.
But that was a
I'm
good
sorry
joke,
about the
bro. That
economy
was a
isn't
good
getting through is
joke.
because of bad communications people. But our
That was the
average
best joke all day
Americans
out of anybody
wrong
talking
to
shit.
Still feel high
He
prices.
said,
and
"Release
how
the
much longer does the
Epstein
White House
files."
hope that they
So I
real
think a
estate
lot of
nation?
people are listening to the fake news a little bit, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down.
You go. I mean, I think I might just leave it like this.
Way down. It's all
I might
happening,
let all
and
of
it's
y'all
happening strong. But if you
just
go back
chat
a
and
year,
say,
a year
y'all
and a half,
just
2 years,
just stick around
take
the
a look at
chat.
those prices
You guys just
and
go
look
to
at
the
the
locked in
prices.
though, because you ain't gonna get any information. You know that? That's the sad part.
You made a condition.
Y'all
Where
just
you
gotta
from?
join the
I'm
locked
from
in
Spain.
now. The locked in chat is just all. They're just laughing and
you
then
made a
stocks.
condition that
It's so
the
much chiller.
political prisoners should be free.
So yeah,
It seems
do
that they
whatever
are
you
not
want to,
being
mate.
as fast
All
as
right,
they promised in
and
the
then you gotta
beginning. Would that
fucking
be an
fight
issue
Rahul
for
and
the current
everybody else.
government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did. But
Listen,
they
though,
have
after a
released
day
lot
like
of-
today, though,
they have released
everything
a lot
I did
of
last year,
political prisoners.
I have
in
zero
Venezuela.
regrets. I hope you, I hope you understand.
Earlier on last year, you had mentioned, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the people.
Ah! And today was a good reminder.
Is that still on the
Just
table?
a very, very good reminder. I was, we weren't
Sort
doing
of.
much today.
I must.
Even though it was a
sort
pretty
of.
big day.
Sort
but
of.
I feel like everybody was.
Okay, one more. Yes.
One more.
Blonde,
He's taking 5. One more.
blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very
the
interesting.
NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way.
Yeah, DJT's
Getting
offering
them
some
to go
like
up to
coin
5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
We only got 30 minutes left.
First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won the election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion.
Good question.
You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed. Christians, Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a
Trump
disaster.
loves his tariffs so
People
much. His
poured-
policy
it was
is
an
truly
invasion
import
into our country.
I
Of
just
a lot
like
of
dad
very
jokes,
bad
bro.
people. Good
Yeah,
people
that's
too,
it.
but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people.
Dog, I'm
Murderers.
surprised nobody, they don't
Thousands
give a
and
fuck about
thousands
Japan.
of murders allowed into our country. And
All
we
those
now have
questions
the
we
strongest
got,
border of any country.
we only got like
There's
2 or 3
probably
Greenland
not
ones.
a country. I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border. By
He
the
said, do
way,
you think
but
God is proud of
there's
you?
not a country in
That's
the
how he
world
ended
that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said your confidence something
He's
will
loving
get
this,
worked
bro.
out
He's
in
taking
Greenland,
5
but
and 1 more.
Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
what
I
gives
haven't.
the
I
U.S.
haven't.
the right to
I
take
haven't
away that
spoken.
self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Okay, why not? Roll the dice.
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so
What
much
time is
stronger.
it?
It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of.
Hey,
the
yo,
things that
bro, that's how
Donald
you
Trump
do
has
it.
done Before I got there.
All you got to do is just ask him what time it is. Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not. But we have a strong NATO.
Oh,
When I
dude, you
came
just
here, we
broke
had a
the
weak NATO.
system.
We had a NATO at
I love
2%,
it.
and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO.
So if you should just ask people what time it is
NATO's,
if you start to notice
whether
any
you like it or
bot
not,
like
it's
comments.
only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong.
Oil
Thank you.
Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Greatly appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top 3? And then looking forward, what are your 3 most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible. We have $18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over. Thousands of plants are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation.
Dog,
And they
he
went
literally
along.
just
And our
pacified
drug
the
prices
market,
are
even
gonna
though he
come
went down a little
at
bit more,
numbers
but it's like
never
the same
even seen
price.
Before. Never even thought possible.
It lasts like
before.
2-3
So
hours.
those would be 3 things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
How much did you pay for Greenland, sir? How was the game?
That was the game. No Caroline? Wow. Well, Chad, not much, honestly. Even though there was a lot, you didn't really get anything. You didn't hear about Japanese bond yields. Again, you got these little comments right here. We actually stopped going down when he mentioned Greenland. I guess he pretty much teasing what he's going to be doing tomorrow, but holy shit. Not bad. Biggest down day in a while. 2%. A lot of politics. I got 2 good jokes out of that, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. I need my thank you now. I gave you guys your credit for your good jokes. There wasn't too many of them, but I still did. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I do appreciate you guys who actually stuck on topic. The locked in guys, I'm more than ever impressed. Democratic senators seek records on Powell probe. Wall Street Journal. That's coming out now. Big delay on the stream. Yeah, why do you care, bro? You were just fucking getting mad at Trump for the last 2 hours. You don't give a shit. What do you need the fucking delay for, bro? It's okay, man. And I hope you enjoyed your time, though. You know, I had some fun. But other than that, is it already going down? Yeah, let's see if they trip out on the Wall Street Journal one. Again, Powell probe. No, I think it's good. I think you got a different environment in the locked-in chat. But it's good, man. I was a little bit under the weather today. I think today moved pretty slow, even though it did have like a lot of stuff to deal with. It was still pretty, like, it wasn't that exciting. I mean, today kind of felt like a nothing burger, but that was mainly that little event there. I think we it could have been a wild card. He talked for 2 hours, hour and a half, and he didn't do anything. So, yeah, man. So, not too bad, man. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, man. I think you had the best joke of the day, the Eggstein files. I don't believe your sentiments of burning America down, but I think we could meet in the middle. Either way, man. You get a law term, man. I hope all of you get a law term. You know that? Because I thought about it. If I could talk my sister into the long term, I think I could get some of y'all a long term, So y'all get a long term, bro. It's good for you. It's very, very good for you. You like the freedom. It showed you a lot. Well, hey, man, I mean, the chat moves a little quicker. I still have like thousands of people banned. So, that's that kind of the good part about it. It would have been a lot more unbearable. But I do think you're going to have to focus a little harder. So you're going to have to focus a little bit more. I know we should have added more fucking tap shares, bro. I feel you. But again, we got Kimberly Clark, and I hope you guys saw that today, because, like, think about it. On a day like today, with the worst day in a couple of weeks here, for some of these value stocks to get a bid, this is exactly why. That's why I was even saying in the video, because, like, a lot of people were saying, they're literally just like, the market's going to crash. Donald Trump. But it's like, some of these stocks are already down. So even if the market came down, I'm actually fully confident that a lot of these names would either stay stable or go up. As far as buying Kimberly before earnings, that's why I bought it as it hit that low there the other day, because it's literally hanging within like $1 or $2 of its lows when we got it. But at the same time, it's like, if my next deposit's in like a week. So the way I'm looking at it, I bought it now at a good price. And then that way, if it goes down on earnings, we could stack and build more. Or if it takes off, we'll make another 10%, and then we could buy something else. So that's my plan. I don't know where your cash is. I don't know where your deposits are, but that's literally what I'm trying to do. Because I realized they had earnings. We missed the dividend, but that way, we got, again, $98, $99, I think is a great price. Still has downside. If earnings brings us that downside, we'll get an even better deal. And then if earnings doesn't give us another shot, at least we got a deposit on it. And then we look for everything else. Oh, yeah? You've been watching since last year? Then you went on vacation? I don't believe you. You made your account 8 minutes ago. But hey, man. Just have a good time, but get a fucking long term. I mean, I think today people use the chat for different reasons. So you got to use it however you please. But for real, man, a lot of shit. I did challenge a lot of people last year, but whether you agree or whatever you want to make it about my political takes or not, I mean, a lot of people made money, exposed you to gold and silver at very, very low prices, exposed you to 30-40% off on a lot of different names, and that is what I believe in. That's something like I said, man, I think everybody could do it, and that's really why you should be spending time here. I got to show you guys what that's like, so I hope you do it. But it's your choice. I can't make you do anything. But yeah, we do have your chat facts, so I get to see Get to see how you use your time. But above all else, even if you don't use it too wisely in the chat, just walk away with the long term, man. Walk away with the long term. That's all you got to do. 10 years hold long. It seems complicated. It can be. It can be. It's harder. It's easy, but harder than it is. I mean, let me ask you this way. Besides, like, I don't know, some of you guys are getting a little older, but like if you take like a 20-year-old, 25-year-old, what have you done for 10 years? You know, most people, the only thing they've done for 10 years was like school, sports, or like shitting, like literally taking a dump. So it's hard to do something for 10 years if you really, really think about it. So that's why it's like it's easy getting good plays and letting your money grow. The hard part is waiting for it. Look, did you not see the infograph? Did you guys see the infograph I put in yesterday's video? You guys, can I show you my infograph? My Charlie Munger infograph? I love it, man. Look at it. Look at that. The power of patience. The big money is not in the buying and selling, but in the waiting. Oh! Understand the power of compound interest and the difficulty of getting it. Oh! Compounding is magic. A lot of people with high IQs are terrible investors because they got terrible temperaments. Oh! Temperament over intellect. Oh. I love this. Isn't this nice? Mm-hmm. You must know the big ideas and the big disciplines and use them routinely. Invert always. I gotta sneeze again. I don't have to sneeze. Oh. Invert, always invert. Turn a situation or problem upside down. Look at it backwards. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And there you have it. There you have it. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh my gosh. You see that? My sneeze stopped halfway. Money over the kids? So I'm assuming this is an Eggstein joke. But like, how do you feel, mate, about like Bill Clinton? What's your take on Bill Clinton then? You know, you gotta let me know then. That's the thing, because I see a lot of people like go on Donald Trump, and I'm not here to, you know, defend PDF files, but like, what do y'all did you see the video of Clinton or the picture? Never mind, I can't. Y'all, every time I get banned, bro. Mm-hmm. So that's my question. Was my LT video sponsored by Costco? No, I just love that sweater. That sweater goes really hard, bro. You know that, right? That sweater goes stupid hard. Even when I wear it out in public, I had somebody stop me. And they're like, where did you get that from? I'm like, what do you mean?
All right, ladies and
Costco.
gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, New Year's, or for you. Payment down 30 behind tap.
For you.
Payment down.
We got it all,
talked
dog.
the
We got it
Lobby's
all.
account. This was this account.
So yeah, go first link, bro. I made that little infograph. I did Gemini. I started making Gemini do some stuff. You want to see my news? I was gonna do like AI news clips in it, but they came out too corny. Would you like to see them? Oh, did I not save it? Hold on. I don't think I saved it. I swear I had one. Oh, never mind. I didn't save them. And then I don't let Gemini save my chats. Oh yeah, here, I got one. Here, what do you think about
markets are on the brink. We are.
I was gonna do this when I said run it hot. I was gonna cut to this clip. Are you ready? Here it is.
The markets are on the brink. We are.
We have to run it hot.
Yeah.
Run it hot.
It is the only way forward.
Yeah, see? Lock them all up. You know, man, I fuck with that. That's better than not, you know, because that's why I asked that question. Because I don't like the logical inconsistency when they're like, yo, this guy's a PDF, but then the other PDF I ain't gonna say shit about. Does that make sense? Otherwise, if you're fair in your assessment, I don't give a fuck. I'm actually a much more tolerable person than you would like to believe, or at least some people. But yeah, I don't like the logical inconsistency though. So I can fuck with that. Excellent. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, did you see it? Did you like that video? No, I think a lot. Well, you might not, but a lot of people do, bro. You'll be surprised. You know how many chat messages I read in these several years? I've seen the worst, brother. I've seen everything. I've seen all of it. So crazy world we live in. That's why. And then, like, I don't like it when people don't care. Like, it's just like the whole censorship thing. Like, people, like, now they care about fascism and censorship, but then, like, when it was happening, motherfuckers ain't say shit. You know? My uncle made a whole entire song on Joe Biden. But nobody, man. It's okay. RAM is expensive because of that. I know, I'm sorry. You know, that costs like 500 gallons of water. How much time we got? 15 minutes? It's getting hot in here. Global economy. Is that what
The markets are on the brink. We
have to run it hot.
Run it hot.
It is the only way forward.
Why? Because he makes money? No, I don't think y'all get it. I just really didn't like Kamala. And then I really didn't like what Joe Biden did. Do you all understand that? You know, I don't know if you want to keep talking the politics, but I do think that's the part a lot of people miss. Is that Joe Biden was very bad. And I did not appreciate it at all. And I think Joe Biden fucked a lot of things up, and then by giving undeserved, elected power. You remember, homegirl didn't do the primaries, and then the Fed started cutting rates before the election. I don't like that at all. So you may be confusing my support with the alternative, and although I hate to pick the lesser of two evils, you guys know I don't trust anybody. But yeah, that's the real thing. I think right now, if Kamala was president, we would, low-key, I think my house would be on fire. I'm just hearing this all day. Do you know that? Do you understand? I don't know what we'd be fighting about.
Okay.
But, I could tolerate.
Joining us now.
I could tolerate what we have now.
From New York.
Okay. Now
I don't think people get it. Because that's I hate to bother so many people with it, but, at the same time, if you ever wonder why I made my decisions, and then if you guys should see my videos from last year, because at the same time, no matter who the political party is, I have told you guys what's going to happen, so make no mistake, I've told you exactly I know what Donald Trump is doing. I mean, I've called out things well in advance. I guess you could play the game about making money or not, but the way I've always said it for people is being prepared. You know what I'm saying? Is being able to, no matter what happens in the world, have security, be able to, take care of yourself and think for yourself critically. That's why I even made videos a year ago telling everybody exactly how even Donald Trump flipped and what I did not agree with, and everything from the AI stuff I didn't agree with, the spending, bribing pretty much everybody. So yeah, I've done it. I'm not fooling myself. I think even to this day I could 100% say that Kamala would have been worse. 100%. I think Kamala would have been one step closer to the end of this great nation. I don't think, no, she's terrible. Yeah, I might have Biden derangement syndrome, but I think my Kamala derangement syndrome was worse. But yeah, I don't think, do you guys not remember? I got banned 5 times. It was hard, man. It was very, very hard. But I don't think, no, I don't. Like I said, I don't regret any decision I made last year. 0. From the chat to my politics, I regret nothing. I don't. I think I made very good decisions. Could I have desired better decisions? Probably. But I still don't regret a single thing, because I do think objectively, I think Kamala and that Biden combo would have been absolutely terrible. I don't even know what it would. I thank God I don't have to ever think about it. So yeah, that's I think it's very simple. But like I'm saying, I have been telling you all how to protect yourself no matter what. And the less you rely on other people, the less you rely on a political candidate, the more likely you will be to think critically and accurately. And that's why at the very end of the day, I come to my decisions out of my own. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about money. Do I have it? Yeah, but at the same time, it's not. That's the whole point. You know, when it came down to the Pfizer and FDA, I didn't have to make decisions because someone told me to. So, yeah, it is what it is. Well, I may have lost the plot, but this usually gets me back on track.
Because you'll need some help. Maybe you can have.
This is a good reminder. I just hear it echoing away.
No, maybe.
You don't hear this? You don't? I guess it doesn't hit the same. Oh! How?
Swear to God.
Long term only goes up. Amen. I don't know. It just hits differently. Oh, I forgot. I have a new badge. I need to set it up. I need to get you guys your farm badge. Dude, it's terrible. I mean, my only regret, I told this to my friend the other day. I think my only regret is not making a daycare center, to be honest with you guys. And I'm like, damn, that would have been better than any way you could have thought to sold out. Nothing would have topped the fucking Layering Center, bro. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, 0 regrets, bro. No, I took my Christmas tree down, bro. You know that? I've been on top of shit. My Christmas tree, I took it down on Orthodox Christmas. My mom said, why didn't you leave it up for one more day? I said, my bad. I mean, we're chill. We've been staying pinned here for most of the day. We only got like, what, 8 minutes? You already had your 10-minute rigged? But not anything too crazy. Uber. I love it though. Kimberly, bro. I'm glad I didn't. Man, we'll see though. We'll see next week. That's either gonna change or not. She said Jezebel laugh. Not even, bro. I can't even put it into words. I mean, yeah, it's been our first down day in a while, but you know, I still think all of this could be easily walked back. I do think for everybody, and I don't know, maybe this goes for all the people living in India and shit who want to get in our politics, but I do think the global bond issue is a pretty big deal. That's the part of today that I have my eye on. That's the part where we've even been talking about it a little last week, is that it's like, you know, that's the weird part, because it doesn't matter what your politics are. Like, whether you think it's Trump, this, that, global, you name it, man. It's just like all of the bonds are getting absolutely blown out. And then again, and then you go see gold and silver and all that. But yeah, that's the one. Oh, shit, you do have Netflix. I was even telling y'all, 5 minutes. All right. You got one play. So yeah, either you get the front run plays on Netflix didn't do good. So you either hold them or sell them. Self-proclaimed Christian celebrates pagan holiday. I know, man. I just like fucking cookies, bro. Calm down. You guys know right now, I always make that joke. And I always tell you somebody gets mad at me for liking Christmas. Sorry, I'm gonna start laughing like Kamala. But yeah, man, I like fucking eggnog and shit. Calm down. Okay? No, TLT, I talked about it today. I think Kimberly Clark is better. Like I'm saying, TLT, even if you go back up to like a lower 2s on the rates, you're gonna make 30-40%, and then you're getting 4% minus the 0.75 fee. It's like 3.4 or something, or like 3.7 maybe. But yeah, it's not like, I think you're better off catching 5% with 40% upside with equity, and then maybe you'll get a lot better rather than kind of trying to hold TLT. Again, the last time I bought bonds, they were around like 6, and instead of TLT, like I was saying, you go buy a damn bond and call it a day. You could have locked in really, really high yield. Again, at one point, fucking 2 years and 5 years were paying out 6%. That no one could say I made a mistake, this guy sucks. Well, no, you might just be hearing it wrong. I don't think I made a mistake voting for Donald Trump. Because then if I didn't vote for him, or if I voted for the other one, like I said, it would be a lot of this
So,
with a lot of fire.
let's do this.
You know? So no, I don't think I made a mistake. And then looking at a lot of other things, like I said, I think we could use more public trust, and it's a shame that the media and a lot of people can't come together. But do I think I made a mistake? Not at all. Do I regret it? Not at all. So you could disagree, but I'm not gonna shame you for your belief. I'm gonna just keep getting the long term. But then again, my energy level is a little different today. I'm not smacking people's teeth in. I'm just vibing. I hope you vibe too. But at the same time, no mistakes. Long term. CRVS. I know that Chad told you to sell it at 18, but I'm sure he didn't think that would happen. I can't believe that one. That was one of the option ones, but holy shit. Oh, yeah, finalize your Netflix plays. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes, and then Netflix earnings after the bell. So, Rapparoony, Chattadoony. Rapparoony. And then, how did y'all motherfuckers find me? Can I ask respectfully? Why did you want to talk so much, politics, paganism? Like, this is Netflix and Stock Market Live. Like, how come? Do you guys trade? Do you have a long term, or what's up, dog? I need some clarity. Tell me why ain't nothing but a lie. Isn't that a good question? Because that's why I'm like, no, for real though. Because that's why I'm here. Because you're like, all that you care about is money. And I'm like, yeah, shame against my people. Dog, you're not going to shame me into me changing my mind. Okay? Out of all love and respect, okay? Do you know I'm a fucking Christian Arab? You're a self-proclaimed Christian! Okay, you know what? I don't like your Christians. I like your Jesus Christ. You know that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins. I don't even like churches and religion. So, at the end of the day, though, what drew you guys here? I would like to, I'm curious. But on that note, you might want to plug your ears because you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize your plays. What's going on in the other chat? Dog, I got the Leering Center guys are trying to... Why do you say this, Joshua? I'm like, holy fuck. I don't know, man. Why do you care about Netflix? What's happening? So, yeah, man, we'll see. We'll see, bro. Well, hey, man, either way, if you guys, we got long terms. And I that's been my goal for the whole time. That's why I kept reminding y'all, get a long term. So if that's you failed me here somehow. But I hope y'all get that. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hold on. Where's my uncle? Speaking of uncle. Let me get a GG. You guys could all give a GG. I need a adjusted GG. So drop your GG now, baby. But for real, man. I hope you had a good day. I wish I had more energy, bro. I don't know. Some of you may have liked the low energy Josh today. But I hope I get better soon. But I do look forward to some more craziness in the market. I'm excited about the long-term plays, and I hope you all get one, okay? So God bless you. GG. Thank you for your time. Thank you if you didn't contribute to me taking an immediate shower when I turn this stream off, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? For real. Honestly, if you made me smarter today instead of making me stupider, I appreciate you. You know that? So thank you. Oh, Netflix already out. Really rapping about fun talking years and the bun talk the car to the front. Alright, hold on. So Netflix. Alright. Where's the revenue? 12.16. Estimate was 11.9. They see first quarter. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Yeah, 12.05. They beat it, and then they guide next quarter 12.16. Slightly below the 12.19. Operating income 2.96. Estimate was 2.86. Free cash flow 1.8. Operating margin 24.5. Estimate was 23.9. So they beat margin, revenue, and they guided higher. Full year revenue 50.7 billion to 51.7. Estimate, I don't have a full year number. I'll have to go through and get that, but it looks like they were in line slightly above. They boost aggregate bridge facility, obtain increase to bridge 8 billion to support change to all cash deal. Sees full year free cash flow at $11 billion. And that included 60 million of costs related to Warner Brothers. Library development IP will allow us to provide broader. HBO Max will allow us to offer more personalized and flexible subscription options. Yeah, but they beat and then slightly below on the guide. But there you have it, baby. There you have it. That was kind of I don't think it's gonna move. Honestly, it might be a dud, but did you hear it though? I don't know if Netflix was overcrowded or not. But I don't know if you saw it. I think if they do get the WBD deal, talking about new subscription options, I mean, literally, new subscriptions has been the driving factor for this stock for the last 4 years. So I don't think it's bad. The operating margin 32.1 versus 34, so that's a miss. But yeah, the revenue and then overall operating guide and then the margin beat on this quarter. But that's what they did last quarter. The company guidance was lower than the analyst estimate. Pentagon plans to cut U.S. role in some advisory groups. Hot dog. But yeah, it's not really moving. I think their call's going to come up a little bit. But yeah, see what they say about membership stuff. Otherwise, I'd say broadly in line, a couple of beats, couple of misses, depending on how you want to break it down. I think it's just going to wash the preem. Like we said, remember, I don't know if you guys saw this chart, but this is something to keep in mind for earnings, because this was the phenomena. So this happened the last couple of times, but essentially, last earnings was a really good earnings. But if you missed on your EPS, your stock got absolutely plummeted. And then if you beat, you barely moved up. So that's kind of the vibe it's giving me right now. Because I don't think that was a bad earnings. And I think they beat on some metrics, and then a couple were kind of there. But I think they might just get they might get a little punished there unless they could explain how they're going to start selling HBO, Netflix Max for another $5, $15 a month. But good full year guide. Oh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Well, again, if Netflix, think about it, the whole Run It Hot theme, that's not just tech. So even if all these tech names go down, I'm not really too worried about that. Again, think about it. We're buying Kimberly-Clark's and shit. But it's just Run It Hot might be the rest of the economy. the rest of the name. So yeah, the name's supposed to go up 20%, might not go up, but if the name's supposed to go up 2 or 3%, go up 10, 15, that'll be a different story there. Again, if we could broaden out the economy, that might be a better outcome for everybody. And that might be the objective. Who knows? But Chadadonia, God bless you. Yeah, the call will come out in a little bit. I'm not going to wait. I don't know if I'm going to have a video tonight, but you have time to watch the video from last night. Again, it would have made you money if you watched it yesterday. Well, especially on a down day, surprisingly. But yeah, man, I got to go rest up. I got to recover so that I could clap some people tomorrow. Unless you guys enjoyed it. Some of you did say thank you. So that was a good time. But Chad, God bless you all. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope you live peacefully. I hope you go to Costco. I'm kind of down, bro. If I do, maybe I'll get bored if I take a nap right now and wake up in time. And then you know what sucks though? I feel like when I get a little sick and I take a nap during the day, I feel like I wake up and then I'll get sicker. Does that make sense? I'm better off staying up, low key. That's the shitty part about it. So we'll see, but I love you. And God bless America, baby. And thank you to all of y'all who actually held it down, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then for everybody who got a long term and stuck with the long term, no matter what, again, man, I tell this to my sister, presidents come and go, but your long term, you should have known me before and you'll know me now, but your long term, bro, we've been building it every month, every day, every year, baby. So let's go. But God bless you all. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, you get to choose. You know that? You have way more choices than you think. You know, we were going to talk about it today, but we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. We'll see, bro. We'll see what happens. Or maybe tomorrow. But I love you, man, and God bless you. And thank you for your time. For real, man. A big shout out to all of y'all who actually vibed and enjoyed it and made the most of it and vibe with the community. It's always a beautiful sight. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'll try for tonight. But, you know, maybe we'll flip a coin. But have a good one. And peace out. Horn. I'll get you a song too, bro. And please get a long term. You know what I'm saying? Please get a long term. Can you get that? Where is it? I can't find it. Woo! Baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods, what's the matter, thought Jesus. Praise God. Yeah, bro, the Netflix full year guide was above. Margin guidance was a little bit lower. And then free cash flow a little lower. But ad revenue's doubling.
I'm in there like swimwear.
I think it's just one of those
shit for 10 years.
okay
You
reports
can have it
crushing
all, but
stock.
you been scared. Big
Welcome
scare.
to
Funny,
earnings
but there
season,
wasn't
baby.
even
That's what
risk
happened
there.
last time.
My thoughts been long, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you trying to control here?
Bye.
God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.
Have a good one. Get a fucking long term.
It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest and above. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.